The system finally woke up on day 3652. I was alone in the school training hall at 6 in the morning, punching a dummy that had lost its stuffing somewhere around my 15th birthday, and I had just grunted through my 100th squat when the light came on behind my eyes. Congratulations, host, for persisting in training for 3652 days. 10 years. It had been counting. This thing had been sitting quietly in the back of my skull, counting my push-ups like a very patient loan shark, and it had never once said hello. Let me explain the 10 years, because otherwise the number sounds impressive instead of stupid. I was not born on Blue Star. I died somewhere else, in a life where my greatest athletic achievement was owning 3,780 fitness videos. Owning, not watching. I collected workout routines the way other people collect stamps, with the same amount of physical exertion. Then I woke up in the body of an 8-year-old orphan in Tianfeng City with a government welfare card, a dead mother, a dead father, and a system panel that said one thing and one thing only. Train daily. Rewards unlock at awakening. So I trained 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers, every single day for a decade, no rest days, no cheat days, the exact routine from a cartoon I had watched instead of exercising in my previous life. I did not skip, I did not miss. I got shin splints at 11 and ran through them, and in 10 years the system said absolutely nothing, which meant that for approximately 3,000 of those days, I was reasonably sure I was just an orphan with a mental illness and excellent cardio. The training hall door banged open behind me. 3 seniors walked in, saw me, and stopped like they had hit an invisible wall. The tall one bowed, then the other 2 bowed. Then all 3 of them filed back out in formation, in step like an honor guard leaving a funeral. Nobody said anything. Nobody has said anything to me in that training hall in 2 years. I want to be clear that I did not ask for this. It just happens when you beat a 14-year-old bully so thoroughly in front of witnesses that he transfers schools. Word travels. Wei Yang came in a minute later with 2 bottles of water and the expression of a man who had slept 4 hours and considered that a win. He tossed one at my head. I caught it without looking, which he hated. "Tomorrow we awaken," he said. "Tomorrow we awaken." What are you hoping for? I thought about it while I drank. Warrior. Something with a sword. At least it's better than being a summoner, right? Wei Yang made a face like I had suggested eating the dummy. Summoner? Nobody would choose that. You'd have to hate yourself. We went to the buffet after. 38 yuan, all you can eat. 40% student discount. And Wei Yang treated the discount like a moral obligation. Old Huang found us there halfway through my 4th plate, because Old Huang has a 6th sense for students enjoying themselves. Huang Min has been my homeroom teacher for 3 years, and my de facto father for about the same amount of time, and his entire personality is worrying about poor kids in a way that makes him sound like a pessimist. He sat down across from me with his hands folded. "Tomorrow don't aim too high," he said. "Sir, I mean it. Kids without money should not pick magic classes. Staffs cost money. Robes cost money. Mana potions cost money, and you drink them like water. Pick warrior. Pick knight. Something where the school issues you a sword, and you don't have to buy anything else for 2 years. Yes, sir. You're not listening. I'm listening while eating. It's a skill." He sighed the sigh of a man who has had this conversation with 400 students and won maybe 6. He didn't know what I was actually thinking, which was fine, because what I was actually thinking would have gotten me a psychiatric referral. Talent doesn't matter much. I have a cheat. That, right there, is the funniest sentence I said in my entire first 18 years. The awakening ceremony was in the main hall the next morning, and the whole graduating class was packed in around the platform like a wedding where nobody likes the couple. Quick history lesson, because you need it. 50 years ago, dungeons descended on Blue Star. They just appeared all over the planet, and each one came with a rule attached. Go inside, find the final boss, kill it, or in a set amount of time the monsters come out on their own and take a city with them. So humanity did the only thing it could do, which was mass-produce people capable of going inside. That's what the Awakening Stone is. You put your hand on it at 18, and it tells you what you are. Talent grades run F to SSS. Above that, there is a rumor called God Tier that nobody in Tianfeng City has seen in living memory. And below F, there is the outcome nobody talks about, which is that the stone stays dark, you get a polite letter, and you go screw bolts at a factory for the rest of your life while professionals fly over the roof. Huangbo went up, the stone stayed dark. Li Qin went up, dark. Zhou Lei went up, and Zhou Lei had told everyone for 2 months that his uncle was a C rank, and the stone stayed dark for him too. 3 in a row. You could feel the room getting quieter, the way a crowd gets quiet when the tightrope walker is halfway across. Then Xiaoning went up, and the hall lit up gold. S rank. Accumulate power. Charge your skill, and it hits for 300% more, which in a school full of C rank buff talents is like showing up to a knife fight with artillery. She picked swordsman on the spot without hesitating, which told you everything about her. The principal, Huang Zhijun, stared at her a little too long and murmured something about another peerless woman surnamed Luo that he had seen awaken a long time ago and then caught himself and shut up. Wei Yang went next and the hall lit up gold again. S-rank. Philanthropy of holy light. You possess a teammate, you become untargetable, and you heal them from inside while they fight at plus 100% healing effectiveness. It is, objectively, one of the best support talents that has ever come out of that stone. Wei Yang stood on the platform looking at it like it had insulted his mother. Here is the thing about my best friend. 2 weeks earlier, in that same buffet, he had said, and I quote, that he would rather smash his head open on the awakening platform than end up a healer. He wanted to be a mage. He had a whole speech about fireballs. He stood up there for 11 seconds. I counted. Then he said, priest, in the voice of a man signing a mortgage, and stepped down. Then it was me. I put my hand on the stone, and the hall lit up gold for the third time, and for about 1.5 seconds, I was the third S rank of the class, and everything was wonderful. Then the letters resolved. S-rank talent. Summon synergy. Your summoned creatures may remain outside permanently, and summoning is instant. You have never heard a room deflate like that. 400 people had inhaled at the same moment and then all let it out at once, and somewhere in the back somebody laughed, and once one person laughs, it's over. Summon synergy? On what? He hasn't got a summon. Send the beasts out to work in the morning, summon them back after their shift, save on bus fare. You take day shift, the beast takes night shift. 1 household, 2 salaries. That last one killed. People were holding on to each other. And then, inside my head, where nobody could see it, my system finally spoke for the second time in 10 years and offered me my profession list. The list had one item on it, summoner. I stood there on the platform with 400 people laughing at me and said internally, with great dignity, give me another batch. Profession cannot be changed. Give me a different list. Profession cannot be changed. 10 years, 3,652 days of push-ups. 38,000 kilometers on a body that grew up on welfare noodles, and the prize behind the curtain was the single worst profession on the planet, the one that every guide, every teacher, and every drunk uncle in the Xia Kingdom tells you never to pick. But there was one more line under it, and that line was doing something strange to my heart rate. Beginner pack. Profession selection guarantees 1 god-tier talent. God-tier. I looked out at the laughing hall, and at old Huang with his head in his hands, and at Wei Yang who had stopped laughing about 2 seconds after everyone else started, and I thought, fine, everyone says summoner is trash. Let's find out what it's actually made of. I picked summoner. The rewards came in before my hand had even left the stone, and none of it was visible to anybody but me. 500 evolution points. A summon slot. God-tier talent. Summoner of the Apocalypse. And then a line I did not understand yet. Class panel has been corrected. What everyone else saw was the choice landing on the school registry because the principal and old Huang came sprinting across the hall like the building was on fire. Huang Zhijun actually grabbed my shoulders. The principal, a man who once made a boy stand outside for 40 minutes for calling him by his first name. Change it. Right now, we can still change it. The registry hasn't locked. It's fine, sir. It is not fine. He was breathing hard. Boy, listen to me. Summoners have no future. None. I don't mean it's a hard road. I mean there is no road. Your whole life will be ruined by a decision you made in 4 seconds. I understand. You don't. He lowered his voice, which was worse. I have known a few summoners in 30 years. Not one of them ever passed level 20. That got my attention. Why 20? Because at level 20, you take the class transfer mission, and the class transfer mission has to be completed alone, solo, no party, no healer. Whatever the dungeon puts in front of you, you face it by yourself. He let go of my shoulders. A summoner alone is a man standing in a field holding a leash. That is the entire profession. Every single one of them stops at 19 and stays there for the rest of their life. Old Huang was standing behind him, and old Huang didn't say anything at all, which from him was the loudest thing in the room. I smiled at both of them. I couldn't help it. It came up from somewhere under my ribs, and I could not get it back down. Sir, I have already chosen summoner. They walked away eventually. The principal told a teacher it was over, that this child was ruined, and old Huang went and stood by a window. And I opened my panel and looked at what 400 people were laughing at. Level 1. Summoner. 3rd transfer. Health 1000. Mana 500. Attack 100. Defense 100. Strength, agility, stamina, spirit, all 4 sitting at 50, which is 10 base and 40 from class correction. And if you don't know what that means, it means every other person in that hall was walking around with a strength stat of 8, and underneath, the growth line, per level, plus 40 to all 4 stats, plus 40 free points to spend wherever I like, 200 points a level. Everyone else in the room got 25. I did the division twice because I thought I had misread it. For every 1 level I gained, I was gaining what any of those laughing idiots would need 8 levels to get. Trash tier profession. Sure, Shuji was holding court by the platform when I came down, because of course he was. A-rank Iron Wall, 15% damage reduction, the kind of tank talent that gets you scouted, and he was doing the thing where he tells everyone it's really not that impressive while standing in a way that makes sure they can see him. Honestly, Iron Wall is a very ordinary defensive talent, he said, to a circle of 11 people. I just got lucky. Then someone said my name and the circle turned around. He awakened a trash talent, and then he chose the trash tier profession. It's like a set. 2 S ranks in this class, and one of them is a summoner. What a waste of a gold light. Hey, weren't we all scared of him last year? That was before we were professionals. That was the actual mechanic, by the way. For 3 years, those people had been afraid of me because I could bench a bus. As of 9 o'clock that morning, they were awakened professionals, and I was a guy with a leash, and their entire assessment of me flipped in under an hour. Human beings are wonderful. Wei Yang shouldered into the circle before I could stop him. Say it again. Wei Yang, don't get involved. You're a priest now. We need you. I'm asking you to say it again. Shuji put a hand up, magnanimous, peacemaking, the whole performance. Everyone, that's enough. Talent isn't something you choose. Jianli has had a hard morning. Let's not make it worse. And the crowd went, oh, and somebody said Shuji was really mature, and Shuji accepted it with a modest little nod, and I watched a man win a fight he had never entered. Wei Yang was still winding up. I put a hand on his arm. You might as well just acknowledge him as your father, he said to the circle loudly, and I had to physically walk him out of the hall. People ask me later why I didn't hit anybody that day. It's a fair question. The answer is that my strength stat was 50 and theirs was 8, and I had already done the math on what 50 does to a collarbone. I would have hit one of them and then spent the rest of the morning on my knees begging him not to die, so I let it go. Wei Yang did not let it go. Wei Yang has never let anything go in his life. He caught up to me in the corridor and started laughing, which was not the reaction I expected. Do you get it? Do you see it? See what? You awakened a trash talent. Then you chose a trash tier profession. Then you got publicly mocked by the entire graduating class. He was counting on his fingers. Jianli, that is the textbook protagonist template. That is not a thing. That is absolutely a thing. Next you find a hidden profession. Then you pick up a divine beast cub in a cave somewhere. Then you slap around some arrogant rich kid whose grandfather turns out to be important. Then, and this is the important part, then comes the harem, and then the pinnacle of life. I gave him the crooked mouth smirk. The Dragon King one. You know the one. He answered with a villain laugh, 4 syllables, deeply unpleasant, in a school corridor, at 9 in the morning. Jie. 2 girls walking past changed direction. But he wasn't entirely wrong, and I knew it because I had spent the walk down the corridor reading a talent description that I still, honestly, do not think should legally exist. Summoner of the Apocalypse, God tier, 3 lines. I'll give them to you the way I read them, which is one at a time, getting worse each time. Line 1. Spend evolution points on a summoned creature to break its bloodline shackles. Evolution success rate, 100%. Perfect evolution. I knew enough to know what that was worth. Bloodline evolution is the thing that eats summoners alive. It costs a fortune, it fails most of the time, and a failed evolution doesn't just waste the money, it cripples the creature's ceiling forever. And this thing was telling me it never fails. Line 2. All creatures summoned by the host awaken SSS-rank talent. Guaranteed. SSS. The top of the chart. The grade that gets your name in the National Registry. Guaranteed. On every summon. Forever. I actually stopped walking in the middle of the corridor for line 3. Line 3. The host gains the talents and skills of his summoned creatures. Read that again. I did. About 9 times. I don't command an SSS rank creature. I become one. Every talent it awakens, I get. Every skill it learns, I learn. And I get a new summon slot every 10 levels, which means every 10 levels, I collect another SSS rank talent permanently, stacked on top of the last one for the rest of my life. 10 years of push-ups. Nobody told me the reward would be this rude. The school handed out awakening rewards that afternoon in the office, and this is where it got funny again. Xiaoning got a B-rank skill book, Chain Slash. Wei Yang got a B-rank skill book, Joint Healing. Good books, expensive books. The kind of thing a school buys once a year and hands to the kid most likely to make it onto a national team. For me, they searched. They searched the entire school inventory, all 4 storerooms, and they came back with 2 things. A D-rank book, Summon Shield Guard, and a C-rank book, Summon Skeleton Warrior, which had a level 10 requirement stamped on it, which meant I couldn't even open it for weeks. Old Huang handed them over and could not make eye contact. And then the principal cleared his throat and mentioned the other thing, which was that the Villa District housing they had promised me, the one for outstanding low-income graduates, had been revoked. The teachers had voted. A summoner isn't an outstanding graduate, but, he said, they'd made an exception, and if I could clear the Golden Tooth Ruins dungeon on normal difficulty inside the half-month window, they'd honor it. Normal difficulty, as a summoner, with a D-rank shield guy. There are prizes for the dungeon window too, Old Huang added, trying to make the room less awful. First student to reach level 10 gets a B-rank skill book and 500,000 yen. Second gets a C and 300,000. Third, C and 100,000. Fourth through 10th get a D and 50,000. 500,000 yen. I want to give you my financial position at that moment because it matters. 10 years of welfare payments, 10 years of not buying anything, 10 years of buffet math, and I had 6,000 yuan saved. The cheapest F-rank summoning book on the open market costs 5,000. So my entire life savings could buy me one bad monster and a bowl of noodles. I went home, sat on my floor, and opened the D-rank book. Summon Shield Guard, 50 mana per cast. If the creature dies, 30-minute cooldown before you can call it back. I read the cost twice, put my hand out, and cast it. The air folded, and something stepped out of it. Shield Guard, Tier 1, Health 500, Attack 100, Strength 50, which, if you know anything about summons, is wrong. A Tier 1 Shield Guard has about 180 health and a strength of maybe 20. This one had 550. My system, helpful for once, explained. The host summoned creatures are always the peak specimen of their rank. He was about my height, dark-skinned, armored, holding a rectangular shield he was already looking at with visible distaste. He had a face like a soldier who had been in one war too many and did not expect to be asked his opinion about anything. Then the second notification came in, and my hand actually shook. The summoned creature has awakened SSS-rank talent. Martial Arts Heavenly King. Martial Arts Heavenly King. He can learn any combat skill in existence. He gains proficiency at 1000% the normal rate. Any combat skill he maxes out can be promoted an entire rank all the way to SSS, and every combat skill he uses does 1000% increased damage, 1000%, 10 times, on everything. And then my own panel scrolled, because of line 3, because whatever he has, I have. Shield Mastery, Sword Mastery, Archery Mastery, Unarmed Mastery, Staff Mastery, Hammer Mastery, Blade Mastery. 7 passives all at once, dumped into my head like someone emptying a bag of groceries onto a table. Sword Mastery alone let me ignore 20% of an enemy's defense, and on top of the 7 came Weapon Master, which let me swap weapons with 0 delay and made me immune to disarming. I had, in the space of about 4 seconds, acquired 7 S-rank talents, sitting on my apartment floor in a pair of shorts. The trash tier profession? Everybody. I had 500 evolution points burning a hole in my head, so I checked the price of an upgrade. 100 points to break his bloodline shackles. I spent them. He went white hot and came out the other side taller, heavier, and considerably angrier looking. Tier 2, Black Iron Guard, Race, Darkin, Health 1000. Attack 200, and a new skill, Shield Bash, C rank, which he received with the enthusiasm of a man being handed a second shield. Tier 3 wanted 500 points, and I had 400 left, which brings us to how you actually get evolution points. You clear dungeons and you kill bosses. Every dungeon pays out exactly once, ever, except Novice difficulty, which pays every time because Novice is a training wheel. A 5-man Novice clear is 50 points. Each difficulty step doubles it. Nightmare, at the top of the public ladder, pays 1600, and a 25-man raid pays 10 times a 5-man. So the entire economy of my life had just become, go into a hole, kill the biggest thing in it, come out, and turn my friend into something worse. He was standing there waiting, not impatiently, just standing, the way something stands when it has never in its existence been asked to do anything except hold a line. You need a name, I said. I thought about a picture I'd seen years ago in a book I couldn't afford, of a winged Darkin standing on a mountain with a black sword and an expression like the world owed him money. Xiao Hei, I said. Your name is Xiao Hei. And I believe that one day you're going to be a Darkin sovereign. He didn't answer because he doesn't talk, but something moved behind his eyes. I found out much, much later why. A Darkin sovereign. He already was one. I woke up the next morning and my apartment had been robbed. That was my first thought, genuinely, because I opened my eyes and the ceiling was the wrong color. It was the same ceiling. It was just clean. The floor I had been meaning to mop since spring was reflecting light. My shoes were in a row. My 600 yen of laundry, which had been living on a chair for the better part of a season and which I had begun to think of as a piece of furniture, was folded into a stack with the corners square. Holy crap, I said out loud. Did I get robbed by somebody with standards? Xiao Hei was standing by the window with a cloth. I want you to understand what I was looking at. A Darkin, a Tier 2 Black Iron Guard, a creature with an SSS-rank talent that lets him learn every martial art that has ever been invented and then improve on it, holding a cloth, looking at a smudge. I went to wash my face, splashed water on the counter the way a human being does, and by the time I had straightened up, he was already drying it. You don't have to do this. He kept drying it. There's no mission where you clean the sink. He moved on to the taps. I gave up and ate breakfast standing, and he watched me eat it with the specific patient hostility of someone waiting for you to put the bowl down so he can take it away. The dungeon plaza outside Golden Tooth Ruins was packed by 9. Half the graduating class had come, the other half were watching, and everybody had spent the night shopping. Xiaoning arrived in fitted leather armor with 4 C-rank girls behind her, a full party, everyone matching, and the crowd made room. Shuji arrived in a full set of gear that had never been worn, and I know what it cost because he told everyone what it cost. Over 200,000 yuan. He had a piece that gave +3 defense, and he mentioned twice that +3 defense cost 10,000 a point. Then there was me. Cotton pants. A dark-skinned man behind me who had spent the morning cleaning. Nobody would team with me, and I don't mean the good players wouldn't. I asked around the outer edge of the plaza, the F-rank kids, the ones with talents like slightly increased stamina, and every single one of them said no. One of them apologized. That was worse. Old Huang watched the whole circuit from the edge of the plaza and looked about 11 years older than he had on Monday. He also didn't know that Shuji had cornered the principal by the registration desk. I found this out later, and it's worth knowing now. Shuji is Class 2's homeroom teacher and Shuji's personal siege engine, and what he was saying was that if Shuji broke the school's dungeon record, then in fairness, the villa allocation should go to Shuji instead. The principal said the matter was settled. Shuji said, of course, and then said it again in a different order. Wei Yang turned up 20 minutes late, saw the situation, climbed onto a planter, and shouted across the whole plaza. S-rank healer forming a team. Full heals, 100% uptime. I need 3 melee, right now, let's go. 6 people started walking over. 6 people saw me standing next to him. 6 people remembered urgent business. Wei Yang got down off the planter and shrugged like this was the outcome he had planned all along. I wanted on my record that my only teammate was the one man who could not fight. No need to call anyone, the 2 of us are enough. Behind us somebody laid a bet, out loud, that in less than half an hour both of us would be dead and kicked out of the instance. Golden Tooth Ruins. Novice difficulty. Recommended level 0 to 5. Kobolds. Final boss. Foreman Coppertooth. Level 5. We walked in through a stone arch into an open mining valley that smelled like wet dog and coal, and I rolled my shoulders. Xiaohei, come out and get to work. The first kobold scavenger came around a rock at us. Level 1, 200 health, attack 5, defense 0. Trash, I thought. Xiaohei thought the same thing. I know he thought it because of what he did next, which was drop his shield on the ground. That is not a figure of speech. My shield guard, whose profession is shield, whose class name contains the word shield, whose entire tier 2 upgrade came with a skill called shield bash, took the shield off his arm and set it down in the dirt like a man taking off his tie, and then walked at the kobold with a sword. 1 swing, 200 damage. The kobold came apart at the middle and did not get up. You're going to pick that up, I said. He did not pick it up. Wei Yang, meanwhile, was having a crisis. He had used his talent for the first time, possessing Xiaohei so he could heal from inside, and possession means you see the host's panel. Jianli. Your shield guy has 1,000 health. He does. At level 1. Yes. That's not scientific, said Wei Yang from inside a darken. That's not even unscientific, that's rude. We went through the outer valley like a wood chipper, and then I noticed something that changed the whole day. A kobold miner dropped below 20% health and ran. Fled outright, screaming, back up the path toward the camps. Most people would let it go. I chased it. Because a fleeing kobold runs to its friends, and a kobold that runs to its friends brings its friends back, and that is not an escape mechanic, that is a delivery service. I sent Xiaohei in, cut everything to 20%, and let the survivors run. Within 10 minutes we had over 50 kobolds coming at us in a single mass. I stood there looking at the wave and felt genuinely insulted. This is all? Who is this even enough to kill? If anyone found out, they'd think I couldn't afford to kill more. Xiaohei used cleave. D-rank skill, the most basic sweep in the game, the one they give to 14-year-olds, 2400 damage in an arc. The proficiency bar went from level 1 to level 5 in a single use because of the 1000%, and then, while the bodies were still in the air, the notification came. Cleave, D-rank, has evolved into sweeping strike, C-rank, 3000 damage in a wider arc. The skill upgraded itself mid-fight in the first hour in a novice dungeon because my summon's talent doesn't just make him good at skills, it makes skills better by being used by him. We hit level 2 off the pile. And the drop, out of 50-odd corpses, was a rusty mining pick, attack +5, mining speed +1, attributes that would make a dog shake its head. The central area of the ruins was a 2-kilometer stretch of open path, and about 400 meters in, Wei Yang grabbed my shoulder. Don't. Look at the ground. There was a disc under the dust, and another. And once I knew what I was looking at, the whole path was speckled with them all the way to the horizon. Landmines, 50 of them, roughly, spread across 2 kilometers, 100 magic damage each, 3-second fuse, 3-meter blast radius. So we go around, Wei Yang said. There's no around. It's a canyon. Then we go slow, really slow. I'll pace us. I heal every 4th tick. We should be able to eat maybe. Xiaohei walked onto the path. He did not disarm the mines. He did not step around them. He walked straight down the middle of that 2-kilometer corridor at a steady pace and let every single one of them go off on his legs, and the entire minefield was cleared in about 5 minutes, and Wei Yang's healing kept up so easily that he got bored halfway. The last mine went off. The dust settled. And a system chime that was not one of mine rang across the valley. Something came up the path at us fast, and it was screaming, "Damn it, which blind idiot triggered all the mines I laid?" He was on a motorcycle, a steam-powered motorcycle, brass and rivets and a chimney, ridden by a kobold in goggles with a bandolier of explosives across his chest. Mine layer Grimgash, Elite, level 5, 5,000 health. A hidden boss, triggered by clearing the entire minefield, which is a trigger nobody in the history of this dungeon had ever hit, and I'll tell you why in a second. Grimgash was good, to be fair to him. He drifted sideways, dropped 3 mines under Xiaohei at once, hit him for 100, 100, 100, then pulled a gunpowder gun off his hip and fired point blank into Xiaohei's chest. 0 damage. The shot did nothing but knock him back a step. Xiaohei stood up out of the smoke and used cleave on him. 5,250 damage. Grimgash and his 5,000 health left the world in one piece of punctuation. Wei Yang, sitting inside Xiaohei with a full mana bar, had not managed to cast a single heal in the entire encounter. "I want it on record," he said, "that I was ready. The drops were the first real ones of my career. A D-rank skill book, backstep, a civilian tech helmet, bronze grade, and an old-fashioned gunpowder gun, iron grade, attack plus 15, 2 seconds between shots." Wei Yang was crouched over the ground where the mines had been, working something out. "I know why nobody's ever seen that boss," he said. "It's not a secret. It's an economics problem. To trigger him, you have to eat 50 mines, and every party that comes in here is level 3 with a C-rank healer whose mana runs out around mine number 12. So everyone picks their way through, misses 11 of them, and the boss never spawns. Nobody's cleared this minefield in 50 years because nobody could afford to." Then he stood up and looked past me, and I saw his face change. The motorcycle was still there, idling. Nobody had told it its owner was dead. I looked at it. Then I looked at Wei Yang. My whole day improved. "Hey," Wei Yang said, "weren't you just complaining that pulling monsters was too slow? I have ridden a lot of things in 2 lives. Nothing has ever felt as correct as that motorcycle. Steam bike between my knees, gunpowder gun on my hip, dust behind me, and a valley of kobolds in front of me. Total Shade Rider energy. I did 1 lap of the clearing purely for my own benefit. Xiaohei watched me do it. He didn't say anything because he never says anything, but he tracked the bike the entire way around the circle with his head, and when I stopped, he was still looking at it. You want to go?" He looked at the horizon. "You do. You want to go." He picked up a rock and inspected it. Wei Yang had climbed a ridge to scout and came back with the layout. 7 camps, spread about 500 meters apart along the valley, 30-plus kobolds in each, and at the far end, on a raised platform, the boss, with the biggest camp around him. "Standard approach is 1 camp at a time," Wei Yang said. "Pull, kill, rest, move up. That's what the guides say. It's what Shuji's doing right now, probably." I did not accept that advice. I rode the motorcycle straight past all 7 camps. I went by so fast that the first 3 didn't have time to stand up. I took the ramp onto the platform at the far end, drifted the bike sideways to a stop in a spray of gravel 4 meters from a sleeping kobold the size of a bus, drew the gunpowder gun, and shot him in the forehead. 115 damage, on 22,000 health. Statistically, I had insulted him. "Hey," I said, "time to work." Then I blew the smoke off the muzzle, holstered it, and rode away. I heard him get up behind me. The whole valley heard him get up. "You wretched scum! How dare you provoke the dignity of the foreman?" I did not slow down, and I did not look back at him. Foreman Coppertooth, Tier 2, Boss, Level 5, 22,000 health, and I'll break that down because it matters. 6,000 of it was his, and 16,000 of it was borrowed. Attack 310, 3 skills. Cruel Lash, which is a whip. Fear Roar, where he bellows the words, "time to work," and freezes you in place for 5 seconds. And Strength in Numbers, also called the Overtime Horn, which gives him plus 100 health and plus 1 attack for every kobold standing within 100 meters of him, which is why he had 22,000 health. He had 160 employees. I rode down that valley at full throttle with 150 kobolds and their extremely loud manager coming behind me in a single screaming column, and I want to be clear that I was not running away. I was choosing the venue. 400 meters back there was a choke point. Mountain on the left, mountain on the right, cliff behind, and one road through, about 9 meters wide. I stopped the bike, got off, and turned around. Xiaohei stepped into the gap and dropped his shield in the dirt. Seriously? Coppertooth arrived first. He filled the gap completely, whip out, and he opened with fear roar. Time to work. Xiaohei locked up solid for 5 seconds and took 10 lashes across the back at 110 each, which is the most damage anything had done to him all day, and Wei Yang healed him for 230 a tick from inside without breaking rhythm. Then the 5 seconds ended. Xiaohei used Cleave, which was now Sweeping Strike, which finished maxing out its proficiency somewhere in the swing and became something else entirely. Sweeping Strike, C rank, has been promoted to Drawing Slash, B rank. 200% damage in a 5-meter arc. The first hit landed on the front rank for 20,000, critical. The second for 12,000, the third for 12,000, and the fourth into the choke point where 140 kobolds were packed shoulder to shoulder with nowhere to go, hit for 24,000. The valley went quiet in about 11 seconds. Coppertooth was the last one standing because he lost 100 health for every employee that died, and by the end of it, he was a level 5 boss with 6,000 health facing a Darkin who had just tripled his own damage output during the fight. He looked around at his workforce. He looked at us. He said something about the quota. Xiaohei cut him in half and he did not get up. I hit level 4. The drops were an anti-shock shield, bronze, which Xiaohei accepted with visible resentment, and sturdy workwear, bronze. Wei Yang was checking the clock. How long have we been in here? 45 minutes. He looked at me for a second. The record for this dungeon is 3 hours 25. It's been standing for 3 years. Then the announcement went out. It went out zone-wide, 3 times, over the whole plaza, over the whole district, into the ears of every single person standing outside that arch. Congratulations to Jian Li and Wei Yang for clearing Golden Tooth Ruins, Novice difficulty, in 45 minutes, setting a new record. At the moment it played, Xiaoning's party was in the minefield, on mine number 9, moving carefully. Shujie's party was in the minefield too, further back, and Shujie, according to 2 separate witnesses, almost bit his tongue off. I knew none of that. I was busy telling my summon to pick his shield back up. Then Wei Yang and I walked out through the arch into a plaza with 400 people in it, and not one of them made a sound. The settlement came in while we walked. Mine Layer Grimgash, Hidden Elite, 100 evolution points. Foreman Coppertooth, 100. First clear of the day, 50. And then a line I hadn't expected because I hadn't known it existed. Perfect clear. Not a single kobold left alive in the instance. 50 points. 300 evolution points and 1,500 experience, which took me straight to level 5. The school had prepared 5 C-rank skill books for the top performers of the window, expecting them to be spread out over a week. They handed out 2 on day 1 to us. Wei Yang took fast heal. I took charge. And here is the part I enjoyed. I did not take charge for me. I took it because I was going to hand it to Xiaohei, and everything Xiaohei learns I get for free, at 10 times the proficiency, with the option of it upgrading itself into a better skill while he's using it. I have never in my life gotten so much value out of being the guy holding the leash. My panel at level 5 read, Health 4300, Attack 765, Strength 375. Shuji's strength at that moment was about 11. Somewhere at the back of the plaza, the group of F-rank students who had turned down Wei Yang's party invitation that morning were standing very still, doing arithmetic about 500,000 yuan, and looking like men who wanted very badly to slap themselves. The principal got to me before I made it out of the plaza. How? Sir? How? Wang Zhijun had his hands behind his back and was working hard at looking calm. A Tier 1 shield guard cannot do that. A Tier 2 shield guard cannot do that. I have been in this profession for 30 years. I had the answer ready. I'd built it on the walkover. My summoned beast mutated, its bloodline upgraded to the 2nd tier on its own, and he bought it, completely, instantly, because a random mutation is a 1 in a million miracle, and a summoner with a god tier talent is a 0 in infinity, so a miracle was the conservative explanation. The whole staff room bought it. Everybody in earshot bought it. For the next 2 months, mutation was the official story, and it explained everything except all the other mutations that came later. Old Huang took my arm and steered me aside, and he was so earnest about it that I let him. Listen, this is your moment, so use it properly. Recruit 3 damage dealers now while everyone's watching. Run normal difficulty repeatedly. Be first to level 10. Take the 500,000. He tapped my chest. And do not spend it. Put every yuan of it into your beast's bloodline. That's the only investment a summoner has. The principal, who had followed us, made a noise. Tell him the numbers, old Huang. Don't sell him a dream. Sir, Tier 1 to Tier 2. 1,000,000 yuan in materials, minimum, and it is not guaranteed. He said it to me, flat. If it fails, you don't get the money back, and the creature's potential is permanently damaged. I knew a summoner who spent tens of millions over 8 years. He failed 3 times. His beast ended up with single-digit stats. He went up onto the roof of the guild building, and he did not come down the stairs. Nobody said anything for a second. Sir, I said, I'll be careful. He nodded and walked off, and I turned to Old Huang, because there was something I'd been chewing on since the awakening ceremony. Old Huang, you've been a homeroom teacher for how long now? 19 years. Don't you want to be vice principal? He laughed at me. Actually, laughed out loud, the first laugh I'd heard from him in a week. Kid, do you know what it takes? A teacher gets promoted to vice principal when one of his students clears a warrior-level dungeon. Warrior. That's 4 difficulties above normal. He shook his head, still smiling. It's not a goal. It's a joke people tell in the staff room. I filed that away. I filed it away very carefully. Then a teacher came running across the plaza waving both arms, and he was shouting, and what he was shouting was, Principal, it's bad. Jian Li and Wei Yang have selected Nightmare difficulty. I should probably explain what Nightmare means before you judge me. There are 6 public difficulties: Novice, Normal, Hard, Adventure, Warrior, Nightmare. And Nightmare has 2 rules that the others don't. Rule 1. Once you're in, you cannot leave for 30 minutes. No exit. No quit. No emergency recall. Rule 2. If you die inside a Nightmare dungeon, you do not respawn outside with a headache. You die. The principal called the law enforcement team before he had finished turning around. Old Huang went the color of paper because 2 S-rank students of his had just walked into a real death, and there is a form for that, and there is also a front line against the Zerg where they send teachers who sign that form. Meanwhile, inside, the entrance had rewritten itself in blood-red letters. Golden Tooth Ruins. Nightmare. I had 400 evolution points from before, and 300 fresh ones. 500 bought tier 3. Xiao He went white-hot for the 2nd time in 2 days and came out the other side as a bronze guard, and at level 5 his panel read 10,000 health, 4,000 mana, 2,000 attack, 1,000 defense. The first monster we met was a kobold laborer, level 5, 3,000 health, 3,000, the trash mobs. The ones that had 200 health an hour earlier were now sitting on 3,000 each, and there were hundreds of them. And this is exactly why nobody takes a 2-man team into Nightmare. Xiao He used charge, crossed 30 meters in under a second, and hit the laborer twice. 1970. Then 3940, critical, dead in 2 swings. Wei Yang found the transport carts about 10 minutes in. Steam carts on the mining road, keys in them, apparently because kobold management does not worry about theft. I got in one. What followed was the single least dignified 30 minutes in the history of Nightmare difficulty. I drove a stolen kobold work vehicle down a mining road at full steam, leaning out the side, shooting laborers with the gunpowder gun for 690 a shot, purely to make them angry enough to follow me. I collected the entire western field this way. 5 of them got carts of their own and came at me in a line to ram me head on. I threaded the gap between carts 2 and 3 at full throttle, clipped nothing, came out the other side, and heard the pileup behind me. Is this really a Nightmare dungeon? I shouted over the engine. How did it get played like Kart Rider? I brought the whole screaming parade back to Xiao He, hopped the cart up onto the ridge and landed it next to him. Boom, 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 boom. First place. He looked at the cart, then at me. Then he set down his shield. Then Xiao He used drawing slash on the field. 39,870. 39,900. 39,890. And then 78,960 on the critical. 47 kobold laborers, plus a hidden mini-boss called Laborer Leader Lawton, who had been standing in the middle of them, and who I genuinely did not know was there until his name appeared in the kill log, all removed in the time it takes to sneeze. Lawton dropped a refined iron sword. Silver grade, attack plus 80, strength plus 20, and no level restriction, which for a level 5 is an absurd item. A guild would pay real money for it. Xiao He took it, weighed it, and used it, and I could tell that he was being polite. There is a magic sword in his mind. I have seen the edge of it in the way he holds things. That sword just hadn't woken up yet, and until it did, he was going to keep accepting hand-me-downs like a man eating hospital food. Past the field, the road went into a cave, and in the cave there were rails. Proper rails. Sleepers, iron track, and a dozen ore carts lined up on a siding, half of them loaded with raw iron. Wei Yang ran a hand along the track. Kobolds don't build this. No, kobolds can't build this. Someone's got them mining. Someone's got them mining on a schedule, with rolling stock and a foreman with an overtime horn. He looked down the dark tunnel. There's an actual mine at the end of this. Then let's not walk into whatever it prepared. I picked a cart, kicked the brake off, and got in. Wei Yang possessed Xiao He on the way down, on the grounds that if we were about to do something stupid at 40 kilometers an hour, he would rather be inside the man with 10,000 health. We came around the last bend into a lit cavern with a locomotive standing on the main line, steam up, a dozen kobolds shoveling fuel into it, and one kobold in a hard hat on the footplate who saw us and started shrieking. "Start the train quickly! Ram them to death for me!" The locomotive lurched forward. Our cart was already doing 40 and accelerating downhill on the same track. I did not brake. At 30 meters, Xiao He and I went off the sides in opposite directions, backflipped off a moving mining cart like a pair of idiots, and hit the ground rolling while behind us the cart went into the front of that locomotive and the boiler let go. The hard hat came out of the fireball. Security Technician Silvertooth, Tier 3 Elite, Level 8, 80,000 health. He had 4 abilities, and I'm giving you all 4 because the 4th one is the joke. Train Assault, a 10-minute windup for 2,000 damage. Security Command, which called 62 kobold security guards, level 6, 6,000 health each, all of whom immediately tried to hit Xiao He in the back of the head with clubs. Mechanical Killer, a 15-minute windup that deploys something called an Annihilator 4000. And Security Guarantee. Silvertooth cannot be killed while his robot remains intact. So he had a 15-minute invulnerability, on paper. Xiao He used Drawing Slash on the security detail. 41,340, 41,280, 40,980, 82,500, critical. 90% of a 62-man security force went away in one animation. The rest took another 30 seconds because they were spread out. Level 6. Xiao He rolled up to 12,000 health and 2,400 attack, and Wei Yang, who had now been in 2 boss fights and had cast a grand total of 11 heals, came to a decision about his role on this team. "Right," he said, stepping out of Xiao He and cracking his knuckles. "I'm not the healer. I'm emotional support." Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled at an 80,000 health elite boss. "Hey, little trash!" Silvertooth's head came around. "You heard me, little trash! Where's your big scary machine? Is it stuck? Did you forget to charge it?" And Silvertooth, who was 10 minutes and 40 seconds away from a safe, fully wound-up deployment, deployed his masterpiece early because a 19-year-old priest called him little trash. The floor opened, and the Annihilator 4000 came up out of it. Tier 3, Elite, Level 9, 90,000 health, 2,500 attack, 0 defense. Silvertooth climbed onto a rock to do the speech. He had clearly been working on it. "Behold, this is my greatest masterpiece, a combat machine capable of taking on 100 enemies at once, forged from the finest refined iron in the deep vein, powered by a core that I built with my own hands over 11 years. He spread his arms. "Now, do you have any last words?" I ignored him the way you ignore someone passing gas in an elevator. "If it weren't for the mechanics," I said, "would you even still be here?" Then Xiao He used Charge, which maxed its proficiency on the way in and promoted itself mid-run to Rampant Charge, B rank, plus 50% critical rate on the following attack. The following attack was Drawing Slash. 116,160 damage. Critical. The Annihilator 4000 was cut from shoulder to hip before it finished standing up. It had 90,000 health. It never got a fist off the ground. Silvertooth stood on his rock in total silence. "That's not how you play the game," he said, to nobody. "Who is the actual boss here?" His invulnerability had gone up in smoke with his robot. The whole fight from the speech to the end took under 30 seconds. Level 7. The drops were the best of my life so far. A powerful protective belt, gold grade, plus 500 health, plus 20 stamina, and an active that throws a 1,000-point shield for 30 seconds. Outside, on the open market, that belt is 500,000 yuan. A C-rank skill book, Double Strike. And another C-rank book, Healing Overload, which I threw to Wei Yang. He caught it and did not open it. He was standing in the wreckage of a locomotive with a bewildered expression. "I have been sealed out of my own job," he said. "I possessed a man and he didn't need me. I healed for 230 and it was decoration. Do you understand what I am now? I'm an audience. You're a good audience. I'm the best audience." And then he climbed up onto the rock Silvertooth had been standing on, put one hand behind his back, and delivered, in full, in the voice of a professional storyteller in a tea house, a praise poem. "They say that in Tianfeng No. 1 High School, there is a remarkable man named Jian Li. Get down. Where his blade flashes, the enemy vanishes into dust. 80,000 health, 60 guards, a machine of iron and fire, and taking its head was as easy as reaching into a bag and pulling out a bun. Wei Yang. 100 enemies at once, it said. It did not get one. I want to state for the record that I kept a straight face. I want to state, secondly, that keeping it was harder than holding down a fired AK, and that I failed at approximately the word bun. Behind us, a boulder came down across the tunnel we'd come in through and sealed it. In front of us, a door in the rock ground opened onto a laboratory. I want to be clear that I did not plan a single part of what happened next. And on the laboratory wall, there was a screen. And on the screen, there was a kobold in a gold-plated helmet. And he was clearly about to make a speech. I had about 2 seconds to decide how I felt about that. And I decided. I have very little patience for speeches. Stop hiding, I said, before he could get a word out. Come out and get yourself killed. I'm in a hurry. He recovered well. I'll give him that. Human, I admit you have a great deal of courage, but this is where it ends. I am in the deepest part of the cave, and my strength is beyond anything you have faced, provided you can defeat. I punched the screen. Glass everywhere. Sparks. The audio cut off mid-syllable. I hate it when people act arrogant in front of me, I explained to Wei Yang. He was going to tell us the mechanics. He was going to tell us his childhood. We walked deeper in, and because there was nothing else to do while walking, we planned dinner. Sweet and sour pork slices. Green onion stir-fried meat. Smashed cucumber. Cold-dressed crab, if the market still had crab at that hour. Wei Yang argued for the crab with the passion of a defense attorney. Now, while we were doing that, the outside world was having a completely different afternoon. I only heard about all of this later, so take my timing with a grain of salt. Shuji was on his second camp. He had found a black iron shield, plus 100 health, plus 5 defense, and he was so happy about it that he made his party stop so he could equip it properly. I did not know any of that at the time. If I had, I would have laughed at him myself. Xiaoning cleared Novice in 1 hour 32 minutes with an 85% personal contribution rate, which on any other day in the last 3 years would have been a school record and a photograph in the entrance hall. That day, it got her nothing. Nobody clapped. Her 4 teammates congratulated her and then asked carefully whether it was true about the 45 minutes. She told me about that afternoon much later, and I still feel slightly bad about it. Her father is a second transfer Gale swordsman at level 43, so she knows what real strength looks like, and she had already filed me away in her head under lucky mutation, do not overreact. Then a teacher stopped her from queuing for normal because law enforcement had put a hold on the site, and that was because of Fang Han, an investigator standing at the arch with his hands in his coat pockets, waiting patiently to see whether 2 teenage bodies would need collecting. I want to note that nobody had told my teacher what Fang Han was waiting for. Truly overestimating themselves, somebody said near him. It's a pity about Wei Yang, dying so worthlessly. Nobody near him corrected it, which tells you what my odds looked like from outside. Inside, meanwhile, the tunnel opened out into an arena the size of a football field, and standing in it were 20 kobold elites. Level 9, 12,000 health each, 500 defense, with a formation passive called Joint Defense that gave every one of them an extra 50 defense per neighbor. That was my welcome party, 20 of them, in armor, arranged in a formation. Golden Tooth's voice came out of the rock, unbothered, because he still thought he was in a story where his lines mattered. I had already decided I was not going to let him finish a single sentence. Impressive, human, but my personal guard has never— You hid weapons and armor down here, I said. You trained a private army under the mountain. Are you trying to rebel? I pointed at the elites. I will eliminate you rebels today. Rampant charge. Drawing slash. 44,000, critical. 44,000, 44,000, 20 elite guards, gone in less than a second. Their joint defense passive did not have time to matter. It was, in the most literal sense, a formation error. I took a moment to appreciate my own work, and then I went looking for the loot. I walked around the arena afterward, kicking the corpses over, and not one of them dropped a thing. Poor wretches, I said loudly to the ceiling. And you call yourselves elites? Trash. I don't think you should be called the Golden Tooth Clan. I think you should call yourselves the Poor Wretch Clan. That did it. That was the trigger. The center of the arena split and a platform came up out of the floor, and standing on it was a kobold 3 meters tall in gold-plated armor with a 2-handed axe. I put my hands in my pockets and looked up at it because I had made that happen. Kobold Chieftain Golden Tooth, Tier 3 Elite, Level 12, 150,000 health, 2,000 attack, 1,000 defense. I read those numbers off my own interface twice and my mouth started to curl. Wei Yang read the skill list off his interface and started laughing in a way I did not enjoy. Whirlwind Slash, Intimidating Roar, 8-second Fear, Flaming Claws, 3,000 magic damage, and this one, Demon Transformation. Below 30% health, he heals to full and gains 1,000 attack. He looked up. This is a beginner dungeon. This is the dungeon they put on the poster for 18-year-olds. It has a mechanic boss and a phase change boss in it. They genuinely do not want anybody to clear this place. I did the arithmetic on that while he was still talking, and I did not enjoy it. Then we'll add 2 more dishes tonight, I said, and have a drink. Golden Tooth started to raise his axe. Xiaohei did not wait for him to finish raising it. Violent charge, then charge drawing slash, and the numbers came up faster than the boss came up off the platform. 83,600, critical, 23,600, 22,800, then 1918 and 1921 from the follow-through. I did not blink during any of that, and I would like credit for my restraint. 130,000 damage in about a second, delivered to a boss who had not yet gotten fully upright. I want you to understand that my summon did all of that before the boss stood up. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible, I said. That's what you get for talking so much. Learn your lesson next time. I paused. Oh, sorry, there won't be a next time. He hit 30% and the phase change fired. His gold armor tore off him in strips. His skin went bright, burnt red. 2 horns came up out of his forehead, and I want to be precise about the size because it matters to the joke. They were about a centimeter long. I measured them with my eyes, and my whole opinion of him settled right there. You will regret this, he roared, at full health again with 1,000 extra attack. What you face now is a demon of the purgatory. I, Golden Tooth, will burn your souls in flame. I looked him up and down. A piece of trash that doesn't even qualify as a lesser demon is calling himself a purgatory demon. That's not a threat. That's an embarrassment to the purgatory. I gestured at the horns. You look like a kobold who fell into a coal fire and came out with opinions. Then I hooked one finger at him. Come on then. And he did. He went straight past Xiaohei and came for me with flaming claws, 3,000 points of fire, and he was fast. And I did not move because I wanted to see what he would do about me. Xiaohei got there first, and he did not block it with his shield because his shield was on the ground 11 meters away where he had dropped it before the fight, like a man taking off his coat in a nice restaurant. He blocked it with his body. That was the first time I understood what I actually had standing next to me. He took 3,000 fire damage across his chest and did not move a step, and for the first time since I summoned him, he made a sound. Dare to touch my master, die! I found out later what was behind that, and it isn't complicated, and it's the reason I don't make jokes about him. Before I called his name, Xiaohei was falling, not fighting, not serving, falling endlessly through a place he does not describe. From the moment I pulled him out of it, he had already decided he was going to follow me for the rest of his life. He didn't tell me. He just decided it on day 1 while I was mispronouncing his name. The rage did something to the skill. Drawing slash B rank has been promoted to charge drawing slash A rank. 250% damage in 8 meters with the option to hold the swing and release a second identical one. I had already picked up his discarded shield to go help him because I am not a man who watches. He charged, and halfway through the charge he looked back at me, and I saw his face, and I put the shield down. Then I did something I'd been theorizing about since the Awakening Hall. I unsummoned him mid-run and resummoned him instantly at my own shoulder, and because my talent is Summon Synergy, the cast took no time at all and cost nothing but mana. He went from 30 meters out to standing beside me between one step and the next. There are no useless talents. There are only useless professionals. The rest was arithmetic. 95,000, critical. 47,500, 22,800, 22,800, 1,903. I watched a 150,000 health bar do a disappearing act, and Golden Tooth went down still holding the axe. Level 8. 4 drops. 3 gold, 1 platinum. The platinum was a lesser demon staff, intelligence plus 50, with fireball attached, and it came with a description line that I want carved on something. With this, you will never have to worry about disposing of bodies again. The gold pieces were fine iron boots, fine iron shoulders, and a fine iron chest plate, 3 of a 5-piece set, and 3 pieces was enough to activate a bonus of 1,000 health and 100 defense, which put me personally at nearly 10,000 health and 800 defense, at level 8, as a summoner. Wei Yang circled me twice while I put it on. How is this a summoner? Nobody in that plaza would object if you told them you were a shield warrior. There's just one problem. He tapped the breastplate. What normal magic user wears plate armor? A rich one. You have 6,000 yuan. A rich one soon. Clear time on the nightmare difficulty of Golden Tooth Ruins. 42 minutes. 3 minutes faster than we had cleared it on Novice. Wei Yang suggested on the walk out that maybe we should keep my name off it. Play the pig to eat the tiger. Hide the strength. Let people underestimate me. Spring it later. That's outdated, I said. That worked when information was slow. Now, if you don't show your strength, there will always be some clown standing up to seek attention at your expense. I'd rather they knew. 5 minutes before we walked out, the school had assembled in the plaza to hear a sentence read. Tian Ye, captain of the 3rd team of the Tianfeng City Law Enforcement Team, stood on the steps with a document in his hand and read it out loud so that every student could hear it. Huang Min, homeroom teacher, dereliction of duty, resulting in the deaths of 2 S-rank students. Drafted to number 38 Insect Nest Fortress. Term of service, 10 years. Number 38 is a frontline fortress against the insectoids. People come back from 10 years there, some of them. There's a statistic, and nobody at that school wanted to say it out loud in front of teenagers. Principal Huang Qingshan, removal from post. Two teachers, Wang Meng and Li Feng, started to protest, and it was old Huang who stopped them. He put a hand on Wang Meng's arm. Don't. This is indeed my dereliction of duty. You have 1 hour to pack your luggage, Tianye said, and don't consider running. You know the methods of the law enforcement team. Old Huang is a level 17 professional. Tianye is a level 37, and every member of law enforcement is at minimum a post-transfer level 20. Running was never on the table, and both of them knew it. No need to pack, old Huang said. I'll go with you now. And that is the exact moment the zone-wide announcement fired 3 times over the whole plaza. Golden Tooth Ruins, nightmare difficulty, cleared, 42 minutes. Tianye stood there with the document still in his hand, and his first coherent thought, as he told me much later, was, the higher-ups are going to have a headache again. Old Huang's face went through about 4 things and settled on ecstasy. He told me afterward that his first thought was not relief at not going to the front. His first thought was that with a student like this, he might make Dean of Academic Affairs. 19 years of worrying about poor kids. Give the man his moment. Xiaoning's teammates stood there with their mouths making perfect circles. She had assumed the 45-minute novice clear was luck. She had assumed a nightmare clear needed 5 SS-rank professionals with a support corps. The settlement came in while I was still inside. 1,600 evolution points for a nightmare clear, 500 each for 3 bosses, 500 for a perfect clear in under an hour, 3,600 evolution points, 10,000 experience, which took me to level 9 with 7,400 out of 8,000, 1 fight short of level 10, which is the single most annoying number in the game. And then a second notification, which I had never heard of. Perfect clear achieved. Golden Tooth Ruins derivative dungeon has been opened. Plain mine. Outside, in the plaza, a second stone arch rumbled up out of the ground beside the first one, and every professional in the square went for their weapon, and Tianye sprinted toward it to seal the perimeter. I walked out of the first gate at exactly that moment, still doing my inventory, and did not look up. Don't be nervous, it's a resource dungeon. No monsters will spawn in it. I closed the panel. It's a plain mine. It contains about 200 million tons of iron ore. I have never heard 400 people stop moving at the same time before. Tianye turned around slowly. Say the number again. 200 million tons. The punishment order was voided before he had finished walking back across the plaza. He tore it in half in front of everyone, and then he did something I did not expect, which was apologize out loud to the whole school for having read it in the first place. Then he asked, as gently as a man that size can ask anything, why exactly 2 S-rank students had chosen nightmare difficulty without notifying anyone. Captain, I said, nightmare difficulty is a chasm to other people. To me it's like going home. I shrugged. Do you need to notify somebody when you go home? And then Wei Yang, who had been waiting his entire life for this, stepped forward. Captain Tian, you have to understand. Other people clear novice and then choose normal because normal is the highest difficulty they can challenge. He let it sit for a beat. My brother Jian chooses nightmare because nightmare is the highest difficulty that exists. You understand, right? Tianya's face did nothing at all. What he was thinking, he admitted to me weeks later, was, I understand my ass. Why couldn't I come up with a line that badass back in the day? His report filed that evening contained 4 notes. Suspected multiple bloodline mutations in the summoned creature. Suspected holder of a second concealed talent. Likes to show off. And on the last line, recommend registering as an SS-rank seed for cultivation. The villa came through before dinner. Longding residential area, number 288. Wei Yang got 289, on the grounds that if the school was handing out houses to friends of Jian Li, they might as well be efficient about it. I made a point of saying it loudly, in the corridor, in the direction of the principal's office. Well, I should go check out the villa I just moved into. Old Huang caught me at the gate and invited me to dinner, which was not a new thing. He has been feeding me at his kitchen table since I was 14, on a homeroom teacher's salary, and neither of us has ever discussed it. You will also be writing a 1,000-word self-reflection, he said, on entering a nightmare dungeon without authorization. I'll trade you. You'll what? 1,000 words or 1,000 yuan of barbecue. Your choice. He took the barbecue. He held out for about 4 seconds. Shuji came out of the dungeon 2 hours and 10 minutes after entering, having cleared novice difficulty at a pace that would have broken the school record in any other year, and he came out with his chin up, ready. Nobody looked at him. I want to be clear that this was not a strategy. I didn't snub him. I genuinely did not look at him, not once, because he had stopped being a factor in my day somewhere around the minefield. He stood at the edge of the celebration for 11 minutes waiting for a fight that never came. A group of ants mocking a sleeping lion and then getting upset that the lion didn't wake up. I tried to queue for another run and got told off by the system. You have achieved a perfect clear of nightmare difficulty. You may not re-enter. So I went and asked Tian Ye where else a person could go. Below level 10, in this entire city, there are 3. He counted on his fingers. Golden Tooth Ruins, which you have destroyed. Narcissus Garden, over at number 2 High School, which is a puzzle dungeon and caps at adventure difficulty. And the Skeleton Graveyard, levels 1 to 15, undead type. Aggro chains, so pulling one wakes the whole row. Normal boss is level 11. Nightmare boss is 15 and up. And above level 10? Above level 10, you need a pass. He tapped his own chest. Professionals Association issues them, graded normal through nightmare, and you can only get one by taking an assessment. The whole point is to keep incompetent people out of dungeons where they'd get their teammates killed. Then the air moved and a man landed in the middle of the plaza without using the ground on the way in. Silver hair, bare fists wrapped in tape. He straightened his cuffs and introduced himself before anyone asked. Liu Tao, Captain General of the Tianfeng City Law Enforcement Team. External consultant to the Demon Suppression Army. 3-time consecutive runner-up of the Tianfeng City Martial Arts Tournament. He waved a hand modestly. Just a mediocre level 48 fist fighter. Raging Storm, they call him. Wei Yang leaned into my ear. Okay, this guy can put on an act even better than you. Thank you. But he hasn't grasped the essence of it. Who brags about themselves directly? That's amateur hour. Invisible showing off is the most lethal kind. He shook his head sadly. If somebody shouted his name right now, and then a couple more people ran over and announced all those messy titles for him, that would be how it's done. I found out 2 months later that Liu Tao heard every word of that, and that at the next Tianfeng City Martial Arts Tournament, he arranged for exactly that to happen. The org got divided by Gao Ming, the deputy mayor, a level 42 barrier master who is currently acting mayor and who personally built every defensive barrier standing in Tianfeng City. He arrived, looked at the second gate, and cut it up on the spot. Demon Suppression Army, 50%, Professionals Association, 30%, Law Enforcement, 10%, and Jian Li, 10%. Somebody started to object about that last line, and Tian Ye answered it before the sentence finished. His parents died in the Zerg Fortress riots 15 years ago. He has lived on Xia Kingdom welfare from the age of 3 until yesterday afternoon. He looked around the tent. None of these things just fell out of the sky. Nobody objected after that. Then Guo Lei bought my 10%. He is 2 meters tall, wears sunglasses indoors, and travels with several dozen iron-armored soldiers, and he is commander of the 27th Legion of the Demon Suppression Army. He didn't offer money, he put a skill certificate on the table. Death Sentence Sword Chi, S-rank, summoned creature exclusive, 500 mana, deals magic damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health, heals the user for 50% of the damage dealt, 1 minute cooldown reduced by 2 seconds for every kill, 10% of maximum health, not 10% of current. That skill does not care how big the boss is. That skill gets better the bigger the boss is. Liu Tao actually put a hand out to stop me. Kid, don't. Trade for something you can use yourself. Even an A rank you can cast is worth more than an S rank your pet can cast. I threw him the OR certificate before he finished the sentence. I'll take it. The principal came back in at the end, slightly out of breath, holding a B rank skill book he had clearly just torn out of the school's emergency reserve. Summon Wood Elf, usable at level 20, tier 3 to 5. And he announced to the room that the school prize for first to level 10 had been increased from 500,000 wen to 1 million. We came out of the school to find the entire building ringed by iron-armored soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army, which is not a normal way to end a school day. Tian Ye offered us a lift. I have never seen a man regret an act of kindness so fast. Wei Yang got in the back and started immediately. Captain Tian, can you solo a nightmare dungeon? Silence. Captain Tian? Silence. What Tian Ye was thinking, and he told me this himself, was, if I could solo a nightmare dungeon, I would be the mayor by now. Captain Tian, why aren't you talking? Do you not like talking? Is it a personality thing? Some people are just like that. Silence. Could you pull over at the seafood shop, please? The one with the crabs. Silence, and then indicating, and then pulling over at the seafood shop. Great, thanks. Also, is there a vegetable market on the way? There's one about 6 minutes out of the way. 6 minutes is nothing for a car like this. By the time he dropped us at Longding 288, Tian Ye had said 14 words in 40 minutes. He leaned across as we got out and smiled at us in a way I did not like at all. You two are going to the Professionals Association tomorrow for the pass assessment, aren't you? We are. Good luck. And he floored it. Wei Yang watched the taillights go. Brother Jian, that old guy is definitely up to something. There won't be any shady business in tomorrow's assessment, will there? This is your fault. Your mouth could choke a man to death. Acting cool in front of me is fine, but wanting to act cool in front of you, Brother Jian? Never. He put a hand on his heart. I will defend your position as the king of acting cool with my life. He made 4 dishes in 20 minutes. The man cannot heal, but he can cook. The villa was 3 floors, detached, with a wall around it, and neighbors far enough away that you'd have to want to visit. I stood in the doorway of it holding a plate and had a genuinely uncomplicated thought for the first time in 10 years. Why do we work so hard in the dungeon? To enjoy life. That's it. That's the whole answer. Seize the day, because that is the meaning of living, and also because there is cold-dressed crab. Xiao He was standing in the hall waiting to be given a job. Go pick a room, I said. Any of them. Upstairs is better. He didn't move. From now on, this is our home. He looked at me. Home. Strange word. In the dictionary of a creature born for battle, that word does not have an entry. It never has. There is a place you are, and a thing you are fighting, and then another place. That was before. He walked upstairs slowly, the way you walk through a museum, and he checked every room on the 2nd floor, and he stopped at the one on the far left because it had a piano in it and a violin on a stand by the window. Then he took off his bronze armor. I hadn't seen him without it. Underneath, he had long fingers and a slightly pale face and the hands of somebody who has done this before. And he picked up the violin and he tucked it under his chin and he played. The first 10 minutes were terrible, genuinely terrible, scraping and false starts, a creature relearning something across a gap of centuries. Then it wasn't. I fell asleep on the 3rd floor with music coming up through the boards, and somewhere around midnight the chaos resolved into an actual movement, the whole thing, played correctly and without stopping, by a Tier 3 black iron guard with a body count in the thousands. The Professionals Association Assessment Hall opened at 9. The registration form had 2 fields that mattered, combat role and participation mode. I put down all-rounder for the first one and individual for the second. The receptionist's mouth opened by degrees, like a drawbridge. She checked my file, saw an S-rank, checked Wei Yang's file behind me, saw a second S-rank, and had to sit down. Sir, taking the assessment individually may result in injury. Arrange the exam. I've got things to do later. Wei Yang registered as healing support, team mode, and then had to stand in the recruitment corner being ignored because he was level 9 and nobody wants a level 9. Then he mentioned, loudly, that he was an S-rank and 4 teams tried to physically pull him in different directions. He picked 2 warriors, an archer, and an assassin, mostly on vibes. Then he possessed one of the warriors before the examination robot had finished walking over and simply stayed inside him for the entire assessment. He came out with an adventure grade pass. His 4 teammates came out with normal. There were 5 examiners on the platform, the lowest of them level 30. One of them was Tianye. Wei Yang grabbed my sleeve. It's over. That old guy is an examiner. He is absolutely going to take revenge for a personal grudge. Whose grudge? You're the one with the loose mouth. I shook him off. Don't worry. Captain Tien isn't that petty. At most, you'll suffer a little physical pain. Ahead of me in the queue was a man named Gao Xuan, and Gao Xuan was having the best morning of his life. Level 15. Swordsman. S-rank talent, swiftness, plus 50% to attack speed and movement speed. 3 pieces of gold gear. 1 S-rank skill, backed by the Iron Sword Guild and going for a warrior grade pass, which is 1 below the top. He fought the level 15 examination robot for a long time. He used everything he had, and at the very end, with his shirt soaked through, he barely cracked the robot's shield and scraped a pass. The hall applauded. He acknowledged it with a small bow, and then he glanced back at me in the queue, and I could read his face perfectly, and what it said was, "Sorry, kid." With a performance like that setting the bar, the summoner behind me must be very nervous right now. I hope my stunning display doesn't affect his mental state. The examiner asked me which grade I was attempting. Nightmare. The hall reacted the way a hall reacts. The Nightmare assessment robot has 1,000 physical defense and a shield with over 200,000 points on it. You do not attempt Nightmare at level 15. You attempt Nightmare at level 30 with a guild behind you. Gao Xuan turned around fully. A summoner, he said, at a volume designed to travel. The trash-tier profession among trash-tier professions, destined to have no future, and now grandstanding in a public assessment. Wei Yang's head came around. What's the matter with this place? Is it the year of the dog? Why are there so many people here looking down on others? 6 men from the Iron Sword Guild started toward him, and Tianye said, "Silence," from the platform, and the room stopped. I found out later why Tianye had put himself on the examiner roster that morning. He hadn't come to fail me. He had come because he wanted to see the ceiling. He had watched the report from Golden Tooth, and he wanted a number. I snapped my fingers. Xiaohei came out of the air already moving, frenzied charge across the floor of the hall, and then the slash. 135,000, critical. 67,500. 33,200. 33,200. 2,700. There was a click as the examination robot's eye light went out. The examiner had not finished saying the words, "The exam begins." Nobody made a sound. The recorder at the desk rubbed both eyes with the heels of her hands, looked at the robot, looked at her form, and wrote, "Passed" on it with 3 exclamation marks. Wei Yang, projecting to the back row. "Brother Jian, today was a bit slow. It was much faster when we cleared the nightmare dungeon yesterday." "Slow? I didn't feel it. Isn't it always a one-shot kill?" "It was 0.1 seconds slower." "Whatever." I rolled my shoulder. "I haven't even used my full strength yet. That last one was actually true, and it's the only reason I could say it with a straight face. I never got a chance to use death sentence sword chi." Wei Yang then turned to the crowd and delivered the classic line again, with a new name in it. "Other people choose warrior grade because warrior is the highest they can challenge. My brother Jian chooses nightmare because nightmare is the highest grade that exists. Gaoshuan, you understand, right?" Tianye ended the assessment session 40 minutes early, which I believe was a mercy toward the Iron Sword Guild. Then he went out to the corridor and called his old teacher. "Professor Wang, I found a super amazingly strong talent." Pause. "No, listen. He awakened yesterday. Yesterday. He soloed the nightmare difficulty of the newbie dungeon in 42 minutes, and just now he one-shot the level 15 nightmare assessment robot." Longer pause. "Before the other universities realize what he is, get over here now. Jingdu University, for the record, takes S-rank talents only. It controls more dungeons than most cities do. It is the fastest route to level 20 and the class transfer that exists in the Xia Kingdom, and Tianye graduated from it, which is the only reason a professor picked up the phone. The skeleton graveyard sits in the suburbs, and the road up to it is not a road anymore, it's a bazaar. Level 15 Shield Warrior, 3,800 health, 260 defense, carrying runs for skeleton graveyard, anything below adventure, 50,000 ahead, limited spots. Silver scale breastplate, 100,000, buy now before they're gone. Shade-repelling talismans, handmade, $100 each. That last guy was doing great business, by the way. Genuinely great business. There were 1,000 professionals outside that gate and probably double that inside, and a meaningful percentage of them were walking into an undead dungeon with a piece of paper in their pocket. Wei Yang abandoned me in the queue. He got recruited by a team, and the team's only distinguishing feature, the only one, was that all 4 of its members were women. Brother Jian, it's a strategic decision. You valued romance over friendship in under 9 seconds. I valued it in about 4. I was just being polite about the pacing. I showed him a finger. He waved cheerfully and left. Then the Dawn Sword Guild's pioneer team came up the path and walked straight to the front of a queue that was 400 people long, and nobody said a word. I asked the knight in front of me why. He was a big man in second-hand plate, holding a white card, and he had the specific patience of somebody who has queued for a lot of things. "Black pass," he said. "Nightmare grade. You hold one of those. You don't queue. Not here. Not anywhere in the country. A nightmare pass has that perk? It's the only reason anybody suffers through the assessment. You should have said so sooner." I walked to the front. A level 14 warrior, about 1.80 meters, put an arm across my chest, and then 2 of his teammates grabbed him by the belt and hauled him backward so fast his feet left the ground, because they had gotten a proper look at the card in my hand. A nightmare difficulty pass. Wei Yang, from 30 meters back, in his party of 4 women, cupped his hands and shouted, "Look at the emblem, the sword. You only get the sword if you soloed it." Then he took a photograph of me in profile in front of the gate and posted it on the professional forum under the title, "The Strongest Summoner in History. Come debate me if you disagree." Skeleton Graveyard, levels 1 to 15, undead type, normal through nightmare. I took nightmare, obviously, and the moment I walked in a countdown appeared. Skeleton Knight Grimfang will launch an attack in 5 minutes. If Grimfang is not killed within 1 hour, he will open a portal to the undead plane and depart. A defensive type, I said out loud, to nobody. I like it. That is my favorite kind of dungeon, and it always will be. You don't have to find anything. You don't have to solve anything. You sit down and the monsters come to you and die. I summoned Xiaohei, and Xiaohei arrived holding a violin. I looked at him. He looked at me. "Are you serious? A violin? Are you trying to be an artist?" He put it away, carefully. Wrapped it, set it down out of the dirt, adjusted it slightly, and then drew the sword. Wave 1, 100 skeleton warriors, level 12, 6,000 health each, 300 attack, 0 defense. Rampage charge into charge drawing, slash into double strike. 182,500 critical, 91,250, 3650, 3650, 43,800, 43,800, 100 skeletons in under 30 seconds. Level 10, which meant a second summon slot, which meant it was finally time to open the C-rank book the school had thrown at me out of pity. Summon Skeleton Warrior. The thing that came out of the ground was Tier 2 straight away, because my creatures always come out at the top of their bracket. 20,000 health, 2,000 attack, and exactly 1 skill. Bone Hyperplasia, D rank, which grows bone. That's it. That's the skill. It grows a bit of extra bone. Is this a joke? Then the talent rolled. The summoned creature has awakened SSS-rank talent. All for 1. 3 lines again, and again they got worse as they went. 1. While any summoned creature of yours is alive, you cannot be killed. Fatal damage is transferred to a nearby summon instead. 2. The number of creatures you may summon is unlimited, excluding bound slots. 3. Summoning skills may summon life forms of a higher tier than intended. I stood in a graveyard and thought about how badly the universe had misfiled this talent. If a necromancer had rolled all for 1, that necromancer would have become an undead scourge inside a month, and the army would have had to do something about it. I couldn't fully abuse it because my 2 summon slots were bound to Xiaohei and this pile of bones. Then I looked at the pile of bones again and spent 3,600 evolution points. Tier 3, Skeleton Mage. 40,000 health, 4,000 attack, and a new skill, Undead Summoning. S rank. 500 mana. Randomly summons 100 undead creatures 2 tiers below the caster. 100 per cast. And I have a talent that says the number is unlimited. I cast it until my mana bar was a dry socket. When I stopped, there were 2,000 undead standing in the graveyard in neat rows, waiting, faintly glowing, silent, all facing me. Sigh, I said to my own life. Have I become a necromancer? I am the Scourge. Wave 2 was 80 skeleton archers at level 13, and the horde ate them, not fought them. Ate them, the way water eats a sandcastle, in about 9 seconds. And my skeleton mage laughed. Ga ga ga, not a modest laugh. An enormously arrogant laugh from a creature with a skull for a face who had personally done nothing except stand behind a wall of his own relatives. I applauded him. Since you like screeching that much, I'll call you Shade. Wave 3, Skeleton Shield Bearers at 14. Wave 4, Skeleton Axemen at 15, both submerged in under a minute apiece. Level 11, and Xiaohei, who had been made completely redundant by a pile of bones with a summoning skill, sat down on a rock, unwrapped the violin, and started to play. To the graveyard, to the 2,000 standing skeletons. Are you holding a concert? I asked. Who are you playing for? These guys? They don't have ears. That is a documented fact about them. He kept playing. Several hundred skeletons turned to face him. I want to state a house rule that was born in that moment and has never been repealed. Shade does not go out in public. Ever. Because wherever we go, it is nothing but GGG, and anybody who hears that coming out of an alley is going to assume a dungeon boss has broken containment and call the demon suppression army, and I do not want that conversation. Then the 5th wave came, and the 5th wave was different. Bone Giant, Tier 3, Elite, Level 16, 180,000 health, 1,600 attack, 3,000 defense, 3 abilities, Bone Shield, which gives him 3 stacking shields that each cut incoming damage by half. Execution, an axe drop for 3,000 that doubles if you're standing under the center of the blade, and Deterrence. Deterrence paralyzes every undead creature in range. Not slows, not dazes, paralyzes. Shade sent his entire 2,000 in with total confidence. 80% of them locked up solid before they'd covered half the ground. The Bone Giant swung the axe once, and the remaining 400 stopped existing. Shade's laughter came to an extremely abrupt halt. Then he picked up his robe and ran to Xiaohei and hid behind him and made a noise at him. Gaga. Shade, I said. You're spineless. Which is impressive, given your build. Go up there and fight him hand to hand. You literally cannot die. He looked at me. He looked at the Bone Giant. He did not go. Xiaohei set the violin down, which is his version of rolling up his sleeves. Berserk charge, charge drawing slash, double strike, then 2 normal swings. 37,432, critical, 18,743, 8,763, 15,643, 1532, 1523. And the Bone Giant was still standing, at roughly half health. The first monster in my entire career to survive Xiaohei's opener. He didn't one-shot it, I said out loud, disappointed. Fortunately, nobody else heard me, because if anyone had heard a level 11 complain that his summon had only removed half of an elite boss's health bar with 1 skill rotation, I would have been beaten to death in the parking lot, and the courts would have found it justified. Xiaohei used death sentence sword chi. 18,000 damage, which is 10% of the giant's maximum, and then 3,760 of healing, which took him from scratch to full. That's the skill Liu Tao told me not to take, by the way. Second double strike ended it, and the skill maxed on the kill. Double strike C rank has been promoted to /B rank. And Shade, who had spent the entire fight behind a rock, came out waving a bone like a flag and cheering. That was the day the division of labor was formally established. Xiaohei was responsible for the slaughter. Shade was responsible for the gaga, loot, a bone pendant, platinum grade, one piece of a two-piece set, and a bone greatsword, gold grade, attack plus 120, with a bleed effect. Xiaohei has a weakness for heavy swords. He took that greatsword and swung it about 9 times in a row, testing the weight, and then kept swinging it while walking, and Shade stood there watching with his hands together, looking as pitiful as a skull can look. Wait until you can solo a boss, I told him, before you ask. Then the dungeon offered me a choice. Skeleton Knight Grimfang is willing to spare your life if you leave now. Except? No. Spare my life? I said. That's generous, but I don't want to spare yours. Outside, at about that time, the Sword of Dawn Pioneer team came staggering out of the Nightmare Gate, looking like they'd been dragged there behind a truck. Their healer, a girl named Joji, sat down on the steps without taking her armor off. The attack power of the undead is too high. The pressure on my healing is impossible. We nearly got wiped by the bone giant. I was 4 floors beneath them at the time, sitting on a chair made of spines. Their captain, Wang Hua, stood with his hands on his hips and delivered a summary that was, in fairness to him, extremely reasonable. We underestimated Nightmare difficulty. 5 professionals, all 5 S-rank talents, full gold equipment, every one of us carrying an A-rank skill. That crushes 95% of professionals at our level. He shook his head. If we can't clear Nightmare in the skeleton graveyard, then no team can. They gave up and went to go level somewhere safer. Inside, Shade had developed a philosophy. He had been badly shaken by the bone giant, and his response was to spend every second between waves casting undead summoning over and over with the focus of a man building a wall against the sea. His reasoning, as far as I could reconstruct it, went, 2,000 undead could not kill the bone giant, but 20 million undead certainly could. Even if each one only spat on it, it would drown. 10 minutes later, there were over 10,000 skeletons in the graveyard, and the only open floor left in the entire instance was the small circle nobody dared stand in, which was the space around Xiaohei. Shade, stop the summoning. There is nowhere left to stand. He kept casting. I picked up a loose spine off the ground and smacked him across the skull with it. He lowered his hand slowly and made the single most aggrieved noise I have ever heard from anything. Gah! The next line item arrived on schedule. Cavalry Legion has arrived. 50 skeleton cavalry, level 17, 40,000 health each. Cavalry need room to charge. What they got was a graveyard packed shoulder to shoulder with 10,000 of Shade's relatives, and they spawned wedged into a corner with about 9 meters of run-up. They did their best. They used sweep and killed roughly 1,000 skeletons in the attempt, and then they drowned. That's the only word for it. They went under. 2 of them dropped skeleton horse reins, bronze-grade mounts, plus 60% movement speed, and I want to be honest about my first thought on seeing those because it was not tactical. My first thought was, imagine everyone else walking on 2 legs and you summon a skeleton warhorse and ride it down the middle of the street. Every eye in the room, instantly. That feels amazing. The system told me the next wave was in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Standing around. It was nearly noon, and I had told old Huang I'd be at his place for lunch. Too slow, I complained. Can't they all just come at once? I'm in a hurry. Would you like to begin the general assault early? Warning, this action is extremely dangerous. Please choose carefully. Oh, I said. You're pretty smart. Yes. The fog at the edge of the graveyard rolled back, and the arena did not get bigger. It got about 10-fold bigger, and 1,000 meters out across newly revealed ground, there were 300 Phantom Heavy Cavalry, level 18, 60,000 health, 750 attack, sitting in perfect ranks. And behind them, on a bone war elephant, was Grimfang. Phantom Legion, charge. They went from a standstill to full speed in under 3 seconds. 300 armored horses in line, accelerating across open ground like 300 off-road vehicles with the throttle welded down. The phantom charge cut a corridor through my undead 50 meters long and 10 meters wide and killed 6,000 skeletons in a single pass. I stood there and watched about 60% of my army get deleted by one ability. Damn, I said. I think I overdid it. Then I wiped the cold sweat off my forehead and got a grip. That was close. That was close. Thank goodness there are enough brothers. I put a hand on Shade's shoulder blade. Shade has done a great service. Shade stood up straighter than a spine should go. Then the 2 of us started summoning in shifts. Shade has 500 intelligence, so he cycles undead summoning every 10 seconds. I have 480, so I cycle it every 11. We alternated. 100 fresh undead every 5 seconds poured into a corridor that 300 cavalry were trying to hold. Little ones, charge! Kill those bastards! I was in extremely high spirits. Look, I had spent 18 years being an orphan and one day being a laughingstock, and now I was standing on a hill directing an army of thousands with hand gestures. Let me have it. Cavalry that cannot move are not cavalry. They are large targets on a bad day. Once the corridor filled in behind them, they lost every advantage they had, and it took 5 minutes to grind all 300 down. 300 kills at level 18 came to 75,000 experience. 3 levels back to back. 12, 13, 14. My strength stat crossed 1100 somewhere in the middle of it, and I flexed my hand and thought, with complete calm, that I could probably kill a cow with one punch, and it would not be close. Then Grimfang came off the war elephant. Skeleton Knight Grimfang, Tier 3 Elite, Level 19. 250,000 health, 4,000 attack, 2,500 defense, 3 meters of black steel armor, destructive charge, stomp, 2,000 damage in 8 meters with a 2-second stun, sweep, which gains a bonus swing on a kill, and after 10 minutes he goes berserk, doubles his attack speed, and stops having cooldowns at all. He pointed his sword at Shade. Skeleton Mage, you have crossed the line. The Skeleton Graveyard is the territory of Lord Winterlich Valerius, and I am its guardian. Get out of here now, before I take action. I picked my ear. Aren't you annoying? If you want to fight, hurry up. I flicked my finger clean. Come here, little trash. I will stuff your soul into the soul lamp of the Skeleton Graveyard, where it will suffer without end. I'm right here. Hurry up. Come on. I stretched my neck. A little bag of bones thinks it can defy the heavens. After I take you apart, I'm going to hand out your bones one at a time to the dogs in my neighborhood as collectibles. I'll show you what a dog really is. There was a pause. Look, I want to be clear about my position here. If I had lost a trash-talking contest to a bag of bones, who exactly would I have been insulting? Myself. I take these things seriously. Grimfang closed his mouth and charged. Damn it, if I can't out-talk you, I'll tear your mouth apart. And then, and I did not expect this, Shade led from the front. He waded out ahead of the horde with his staff up and actually dueled a level 19 elite boss. Club to the ribs for 2,620, sword through the shoulder for 1,350 back. He fought a boss with 4,000 attack and a 250,000 health pool, and he went from 40,000 health down to 800, and he did not die. He did not die because 10 meters away, a little skeleton silently came apart into dust for no reason at all. Grimfang stopped. Not dead, not dead, all for one. To actually kill Shade, you have to kill about 8,000 other skeletons first in order, and Shade can summon 100 more every 10 seconds. That is the most cursed defensive mechanic in existence, and I got it out of a pity gift. Then Xiaohei walked into it. The undead parted in front of him, not because I told them to, they just did. Frenzied charge, with the white bone greatsword dragging point down through the dirt so that it opened a gully behind him the whole way in. Then charge drawing slash, held, and released twice. 141,000, critical. And again, 141,000, 280,000 damage delivered to a boss who had 210,000 health left. If Grimfang had been at absolute full health when that landed, he would still have finished the exchange owing 30,000. Grimfang's last thought, and I only know this because Xiaohei told me afterward in about 6 words, was that this felt like his first death. The despair, the unwillingness. The last time, the underworld god's summons had reached down and pulled him back up as a skeleton knight. Nobody reached down this time. Shade was still standing there with his staff raised mid-swing, soulfire trembling in his sockets, staring at the spot where the boss he had been heroically dueling for 90 seconds used to be. Xiaohei glanced at him. He didn't say anything. He just glanced. The look said, roughly, "Little skeleton, do you have an objection?" Shade's bony fist snapped into a thumbs up the size of a soup ladle. Brother Hay is awesome. No objections. Dare not have any objections. Then the graveyard turned blue. Your killing of Skeleton Knight Grimfang has drawn the attention of Winterlich Valerius. Valerius is awakening the Frosty Sword Guard in the depths of the Skeleton Graveyard. Due to premature awakening, it has not fully integrated the power of the White Bone Orb. Bloodline Tier 4, Level 20. You have 60 seconds to escape. A gate opened 1,000 meters away, and blue snow started coming down. The temperature dropped through 0 and kept going. Blue patterns spread across the ground toward us like frost across a window, but faster and with intent. 59. 58. The death countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not move, and here is my reasoning, which I stand by. A Tier 4 commander guarantees either diamond-grade equipment or an S-rank skill book. Guarantees. You do not meet one of those at level 14. I was not going to walk away from a guaranteed drop because a wall of text got dramatic at me. so I stood in the falling snow and did my accounting. 3,600 evolution points from Grimfang, 20,000 experience, 51, 50. Then I spent 5,000 points on Xiaohei, Tier 4, Steel Armor, at level 13, 52,000 health, 20,800 mana, 10,400 attack, 5,200 defense, strength and agility, both 5,200. The chainmail came in over him like poured water, interlocking rings all the way to the throat, and when it settled, he did not look like a monster anymore. He looked like a noble knight out of a book somebody else's parents read to them, mysterious and dangerous and very, very expensive. His skill list at that point read: Shield Bash, Shield Block, Shield Mastery, Sword Mastery, Charge Drawing Slash at A rank, Frenzied Charge, Backstep, Death Sentence Sword Chi at S rank, Aid, Shield Wall at A rank, and Triple Slash. I want to see, I said, watching the blue gate, whether a Tier 4 Frosty Sword Guard is stronger, or a Tier 4 Xiaohei. Grimfang's loot finished settling while I said it. A white bone ring, platinum, which completed the 2-piece set with the pendant, spend 1,000 mana, get a 2,000 point shield that lasts 30 minutes, a skill book, Sweep, B rank, whose entire mechanic is that its cooldown refreshes on every kill. Think about that for 1 second. Human wave tactics, against a man whose sweeping attack resets every time it kills something. Human wave tactics are now a joke told at my expense in the wrong direction. And Bone Giant Elephant Reins, platinum grade mount, plus 80% movement speed. My own health crossed 16,000 with the shield on top, and I looked at my own skill bar and had a small crisis. Shield Wall, Shield Block, Shield Bash, Aid. I don't need a healer. I have 100 spare lives standing behind me in rows. How come I feel like I've gone down the wrong path here? This is developing more and more in the direction of a boss. Behind me there was a click, and then another one, the specific sound of bones being fitted where bones do not naturally go. I turned around. Shade had built a chair, out of spines. Out of the spines of more than a dozen Tier 2 skeleton warriors, assembled into a high-backed throne, and while I was watching he tore his own cloak off his shoulders and folded it over the seat as a cushion. Master, please take your seat. I sat in it, and I want to note, with genuine respect, that it was extremely stable. No wobble, he'd match the vertebrae by size. Here's the thing about Shade that I didn't understand until that afternoon. He started as a low-level skeleton warrior, bottom of the food chain in a graveyard. Then he awakened an SSS-rank talent and got perfectly evolved into a Tier 3 skeleton mage and comprehended an S-rank skill, and by every standard he had ever known, he had defied fate and changed his own destiny. He thought that was the peak of his life. He had gotten as far as it was possible to get. Then he watched Xiaohei go Tier 4 in front of him in about 4 seconds. A Tier 3 Xiaohei could have put Shade down like a dog. A Tier 4 Xiaohei could step on him without adjusting his stride. So Shade made himself an oath, which he explained to me at length in a language consisting entirely of the syllable gay. He was never going to let anybody take his bones from him again, and he formed a strategy to go with it, which was simpler. As long as Master is happy, the next evolution goes to me. Which is why, roughly 11 seconds after building the throne, he started massaging my shoulders. Not too hard, not too soft. Excellent thumb pressure from a creature with no muscle whatsoever. Comfortable, I admitted. My only regret, sitting on a throne of spines in a falling blue snow with 60 seconds on the clock, was that I had come out in a hurry that morning and forgotten to bring a hot drink. Next time. I have to remember next time. The air went to -40. My breath came out and turned into something that fell. 3, 2, 1. Frosty Sword Guard has awakened. Portal closed. Intruder, die. The ground caved in 50 meters to my left. Something extremely fast came out of the hole, and a beam of blue light about as thick as my thumb crossed the graveyard and hit me in the chest. 20,000 damage appeared over my head. And 15 meters away, a skeleton archer standing in a row of other skeleton archers quietly fell into pieces. I looked down at myself, untouched. A sneak attack? Damn it. My heart was going. If my talent hadn't eaten that, wouldn't I have just been deleted? 20,000. On a 16,000 health body. That was a first strike kill, and it failed because I have a bone insurance policy. Frosty Sword Guard Kalen. Tier 4 leader. Level 20, 600,000 health, 80,000 mana, 5,000 attack, 4,500 defense. Ice Ray, 20,000 single target, targeted, and not dodgeable. Ice Slash, 6,000 with a chill. Frost Armor, 100,000 point shell that immobilizes everything within 3 meters for 3 seconds when it breaks. Bone Revival, which temporarily raises 100,000 undead, and Shadow Dance, plus 80% evasion for 10 seconds. Xiaohei hit him first and broke the frost armor in one swing for 50,000 and got frozen solid for his trouble. Then he swung again. Miss. I sat forward on the throne. In 2 days, I had never once seen a miss. Not on a mob, not on a boss, not on a robot. Xiao Hei's skills land. That is a law of physics in my life. The two of them recognized each other at the same moment. Darkin, Kalen said, and there was something almost delighted in it. To think I'd meet the Darkin clan again after 1,000 years. Xiao Hei answered him, which he almost never does. An elf clan shadow dancer. Here is what I learned later about that word, and it explains the whole fight. Among the elf race, a shadow dancer is not a class you pick at level 20. It is a rank you are permitted at level 60 and up. They are the ones sent to take an enemy general's head from the middle of a 1,000-man formation and walk back out. Inside Shadow Dance, a good one can trade blows with an orc berserker and come out ahead. The dark can live for battle, Xiao Hei said. A shadow dancer is no reason to hesitate. Triple slash. Miss, normal swing. Miss, normal swing. Miss, sweep. Miss. Ice Ray came back the other way for 20,000 and another one of my skeletons quietly went to pieces. Xiao Hei backflipped over an ice slash and answered with death sentence sword chi. 60,000 damage because 60,000 is 10% of 600,000 and then 26,000 of healing, which put him back to absolute full instantly. Evasion does not work on an S-rank skill. You cannot dodge a sentence. 2 minutes in, Xiao Hei was at full health and Kalen was at 380,000 and dropping on a schedule that had him dead in about 5 more. And here is what the fight actually looked like from my chair. It looked like Xiao Hei was the boss of the dungeon and Kalen was the player who had queued for it. Kalen was waiting for Xiao Hei's cues. If Xiao Hei didn't commit to frenzied charge, Kalen didn't dare pop frost armor. He was holding cooldowns. He was reading windups. He was playing carefully. "Are you clearing a new dungeon or something?" I called out, being so cautious. He did not appreciate that, because he had been thinking a version of the same thing. He was a tier 4 commander. He was the hidden boss of an entire graveyard, and he was spending his awakening anxiously kiting a summoned creature. The world, in his professional opinion, had turned upside down, so he changed tactics. He started drifting the fight, angling it. Every exchange moved 4 or 5 meters in one direction, and the direction was me. Kill the summoner and the summon goes away. It's the correct play against a summoner, and it is the first thing anybody thinks of, and honestly, I was impressed a monster thought of it. Is this guy plotting against me? Going straight for the handler? Are bosses this cunning now? I stood up off the throne and rolled my neck. Too bad you ran into me. Also, and I'll admit this freely, I had been sitting on a bone chair getting a shoulder massage for 6 minutes, while somebody else did all the fighting and my hands were extremely itchy. He opened on me with Ice Ray. 20,000. A little skeleton popped. I tilted my head at him and smiled. Is that it? Of course not. And that is when I found out this thing was smart. I know you have a damage transfer. How could I not prepare for that? Frost slash. 6,000. And it went through my mana shield and took it off, and then my health dropped to 12,000. And Kalen stopped moving because he had just done 6,000 damage to a level 14 human, and the human was still standing there with a health bar on him. What the Frosty Sword Guard did not know is that the person standing in front of him was a cheater. I got up and walked at him. On the way, I bent down and picked Xiao Hei's shield up off the ground where he had thrown it before the fight, because he throws it before every fight, and for once in my life I was grateful for it. Shield Mastery, plus 30% defense, plus 15% block rate, plus 100% threat. I hit him at a dead run like a car with the brakes cut and put the edge of that shield up under his chin. Shield Bash. 500 damage, which on 600,000 health is a rounding error, and a 2-second stun, which is not. Xiao Hei came in through the gap. Triple slash. 78,700, 79,800, 80,230, 240,000 damage while the boss's chin was still going up. He dropped to 120,000. Then I threw the shield away. I want to be honest that I threw it away for exactly the same reason Xiao Hei does, which is that some things you want to do with your hands. Unarmed combat mastery. When fighting bare-handed, your next attack hard controls the target for 2 seconds. 10 years of push-ups. 3,652 days of a routine from a cartoon, done alone in a school gym by a kid on welfare. And the moment it all came due was the moment I got Martial Arts Heavenly King for free, off a shield guy I summoned out of a pity book. I grabbed a tier 4 commander by the Facebreaker, specifically for curing insubordination. Move, I said, walking him backward. Keep moving. Going for the handler, were you? Lots of tricks up your sleeve. I set my feet. Kneel for me. His internal monologue, which I could read off his body language the way you read a road sign, went approximately, "What is going on? Isn't this creature a summoner? How is he using shield warrior skills? Is there a mistake in my information?" The shield came back into my other hand with no delay at all, because Weapon Master, and I put it into the side of his skull. Then Xiao Hei and I used Death Sentence Sword Chi at the same time. 60,000, 60,000, and the last 120,000 of his health went away in one shared breath. Enough! The blast threw both of us backward across the graveyard, and when I got my feet under me, Kalen was standing in the center of a spreading blue ring holding something up over his head. A white bone orb. Epic grade. My eyes nearly came out of my skull. Epic. Not platinum, not diamond. Epic. I had never seen one. Nobody in Tianfeng City had seen one, and I made a decision about ownership on the spot. You ants. You have ruined Lord Valerius's perfect plan. You deserve to die. He drove the orb down into the earth. Sleeping undead, awaken, and crush everything before you. The ground opened everywhere at once. 100,000 skeleton warriors came up out of the skeleton graveyard, level 15, in a ring that closed on us from every direction at once, and the orb in his hand started healing him for 1% of his maximum health every second, which meant he could not move, and also meant that in 100 seconds he would be back to full. The farce ends now. Skeleton Legion, exterminate the intruders. He pointed at me specifically. Damned summoner. After I kill you, I'm going to peel your skin and use it as a cushion. 100,000 pairs of blue eyelights. I will say that anyone with a weak heart would have soiled themselves right there, and I would not have judged them. I loosened my wrists, walked back to the bone throne, and sat down. Xiao He, it's up to you. I crossed one leg over the other. If you want to use human wave tactics, I think you found the wrong person. Xiao He walked out alone into the tide. He got close enough to see the soul fire flicker in the front rank, that specific instinct undead have that isn't hunger and isn't hate, just the appetite for slaughter, and I heard him make a sound that was almost a laugh. Heh, slaughter. Who doesn't crave it? Then he used Sweep, which refreshes its cooldown on every kill. 85,000, 86,400, 159,800, critical. He became a mowing machine. There is no better word, and I have looked for one. Everything inside 2 meters of him became a vacuum, and the vacuum moved, and it did not stop because every kill handed the cooldown back before the animation finished. He crossed 100,000 undead in 12 seconds, not fought through, crossed, at a walking pace, like a man going to get the mail. 4 sweeps in a row bought 4 casts of death sentence sword chi, and 4 times 10% of 600,000 is 240,000, and the 230,000 health Kalen had painfully clawed back with the orb went away faster than he had earned it. This is impossible! He was on his knees by then, and the orb was rolling out of his hand. I am Lord Valerius's strongest subordinate. How could I lose? I am the strongest sword guard. He died like that, on his knees, full of resentment. And Xiao He looked down at him with an expression I had never seen on him, and said the single most useful sentence anybody said to me that week. Even I, in my prime, was defeated by the Lionheart Holy Sword Arthur, a mere shadow dancer who never even mastered the Feast of Slaughter, calling itself the strongest. A frog in a well. How laughable. I sat very still on my chair of spines. In my prime, I made a note. I made a very large note. The orb hit the ground, and 100,000 undead collapsed into bone piles simultaneously, all across the graveyard, in a wave, and I want it on record that my reaction to that was not awe. What a waste, I said. That was all experience. Level 15. The orb needed an undead bearer, so I threw it to Shade, who caught it against his chest with both hands like a man catching a baby. Take it, and listen to me. In future, when you learn skills, you choose magic ones. Do not bring me any more melee skills. You are a mage. Act like it. The orb, once he had it, described itself. It absorbs the essence of the undead around it. When its energy reaches 100%, the bearer may actively learn an undead skill. Current charge, 60%. Kalen also dropped a frosty cloak, platinum grade, plus 3% evasion, and plus 8% movement speed. I put it on immediately, and not for the stats. I put it on because a long dark cloak with frost on the hem walking down a street is going to make heads turn at a rate I did not previously have access to. Strong attributes are temporary. Being cool is a lifelong pursuit. And the last drop was Blizzard, S-rank, mage exclusive, minimum level 30, worth about 50 million yuan at auction, completely unusable by me or anyone I know. I put it in my bag and thought about a house. Outside, at that moment, there was a professor from Jingdu University standing at the gate wishing he were somewhere else. Wang Qiang, level 55 street fighter, being hounded by the 7th Legion, hourly, to get to number 9 Insect Nest Fortress and help put down a riot. And the only reason he had come to a suburban graveyard in Tianfeng City instead was that his former student Tianye had personally guaranteed it would be worth the trip. He had been standing there for 40 minutes and he did not think it was worth the trip. While he waited, the vice president of the Dawn Sword Guild, Chen Ming, was pitching him. 5 S-rank rookies, Professor. All 5. We're prepared to put 10 million a year in support funds behind each of them. They took the first clear of the Nightmare Goblin Forest last season. He pushed his captain forward. This is Manhwa, 1A rank skill, 2B, 4C. Full gold equipment. Manhwa stood there like a proud rooster, chest out, chin up. Wang Qiang looked him over for about 4 seconds. Not bad. That was it. That was the whole evaluation. Manhwa, in his own head, went off like a boiler. S-rank talent, full gold set, 7 output skills in the bar, one of them A rank, and he got not bad. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. He turned and glared at the Nightmare Gate. I'd like to see who in this graveyard could possibly be better than me today. That ragtag bunch? A joke. The announcement went out 3 times. Congratulations to Jian Li for clearing the skeleton graveyard, nightmare difficulty, in 43 minutes. Then, perfect clear achieved, derivative dungeon opened, Bone Warhorse training ground. Then, 2 perfect nightmare clears achieved, title obtained, Nightmare Conqueror, and then a 4th one, which nobody in that suburb had heard in their lives. Nightmare Conqueror Jian Li has entered this area. Let us cheer for him. Broadcast to every professional within a kilometer. Over 2,000 people, and the team roster attached to the clear had exactly 1 name on it. The silence out there, I'm told, was total. Not quiet, not hushed, you could not hear breathing. Wang Hua stood frozen with his chest still out and his chin still up, and one word arrived in his head and would not leave. Clown. Chen Ming put a hand on his captain's shoulder and to his enormous credit said the right thing. It's genuinely discouraging to stand in the same era as a prodigy like that. He looked at the gate. Some people are born monsters. Don't measure yourself against a monster. It only ruins you. Meanwhile, back in the queue, the knight in second-hand plate took a screenshot of both broadcasts and posted them under Wei Yang's forum thread. That thread, at that point, had 20,000 views and over 10,000 replies, and I would estimate 99% of them were mockery. The strongest summoner in history? Grandstanding. That pass in his hand isn't photoshopped, is it? Is there any summoner above level 20 anywhere? Making fools of themselves in public. OP is brain dead. Verification complete. The knight posted the screenshots, put his phone away, and turned to the scratch team of strangers he'd assembled that morning. Are you rested? One more round? I was a genius, I suppose. A scorching sun. Very bright, very loud, very hard to look at directly. That guy was an ordinary professional with an F-rank talent whose stated life goal was reaching level 20 before he turned 35 so he could get a security job at a nice residential compound. Water like that wears down stone. I know which of us I'd bet on over 40 years. The title itself came with 2 effects. An area-wide broadcast every time I enter a dungeon, and dazzling visual effects on all my skills, both of which are toggleable, and I want you to know that I did not toggle them. 5 perfect nightmare clears upgrades it to Nightmare Ruler. I was at 2. Wang Qiang vanished from Tian Ye's side before the 4th broadcast finished playing. Are you Jian Li? And you are? Wang Qiang, professor in the battle department at Jingdu University. Professor Wang. I took his hand in both of mine. I've long admired your reputation. It precedes you. He was, I could see, genuinely moved by this, and I want to note for the historical record that 4 seconds earlier I had asked him who he was, and that I am a liar of the lowest possible quality. Professor Wang, what can I do for you? Is this about admission to Jingdu University? I asked it like a curious child. Big eyes, slight head tilt. Precisely. Oh. I nodded slowly. I'll consider it. You have never seen a level 55 professional panic that fast. Consider the finest faculty in the Xia Kingdom, the deepest dungeon access of any institution, SSS-rank seed treatment which includes 60 million yuan a year in cultivation funds, a second transfer professional assigned for personal guidance, and 4 powerful teammates allocated to you by the department. He was counting on his fingers and running out. You will not find a deal like this if you search with a lantern. For context, and I only learned this afterward, in the entire Xia Kingdom, exactly 2 people hold the Nightmare Conqueror title, the president and the vice president of the Peerless Guild. Both are level 60. Both are approaching their 3rd transfer. Wang Qiang glanced at my level to reassure himself, saw a 15, and had to look away and take a moment. I sighed. It's just that Professor Zhang from Modu University and Professor Wang from Zhenmo University have also been in touch. They have. They offered SSS-rank seed treatment. I looked at the ground, conflicted. Honestly, Jingdu is an excellent school, and personally, I'd prefer to study there. It's just that... Wang Qiang started laughing, and it was the laugh of a man who was furious. You kid! You absolute... If anybody else had said that to my face, I'd have punched them into the dirt years ago. He jabbed a finger at me. There is no Professor Zhang at Modu. There is no Professor Wang at Genmo. And even if there were, no professor at any university in this country can authorize SSS-rank seed treatment. Only a vice principal or a principal can. I did not blush. I have never blushed in my life. Really? I said. Was I scammed then? Damn scammers. He offered me a ride into the city, and I turned it down. No need, I have my own transportation. Then I summoned a bone giant elephant in the middle of a crowd of 2,000 professionals, 3 meters at the shoulder, 7 meters long, skull the size of a car. It came up out of the ground with the sound of a building settling, and roughly 400 people moved backward at the same time, and I would characterize what happened in the next few seconds as a mild stampede. Then I got into Tianye's car anyway, because it was going to rain. The forum had already gone up in flames. Shocking. The person who soloed Nightmare Skeleton Graveyard is actually a summoner. Epic mount spotted in the skeleton graveyard. Pictures included. The strongest summoner in history. Can he break the curse of the class transfer? I found the original thread, the one with my profile photo at the gate, and I liked it. Then I left a comment. Too handsome. Is this the strongest summoner in history? Well deserved. Love it. Love it. Then I scrolled up and looked at the author name. Brother Jian's thigh pendant. Oh, for heaven's sake, I said. So it was this guy, the one who valued romance over friendship. I posted a second comment. Fine, since you told the truth, I forgive you. Wang Qiang had been watching all of this over my shoulder from the front seat. The photo, the like, the self-congratulation, the forgiveness. You, he said with feeling, must be a devil. And then he recalibrated in real time and made the offer that actually got me. Freshman representative at the Jingdu University opening ceremony. It's broadcast live nationally. He held up a finger. 30 seconds. You may say whatever you want, provided it doesn't disrupt the ceremony. Tianye, driving, thought very loudly, Professor, you have said too much. Everybody will remember Jian Li after 2 sentences. For the remaining 28 seconds, the entire hall will want to rush the stage and beat him to death. 30 seconds, I said, staring out the window. What should I say? Then Wang Qiang's phone went off, and the voice on the other end was loud enough to fill the car. God damn it, Wang Qiang, where are you? You said you were coming. Where the hell are you? If you're not here soon, I'm sending people to burn your house down. Chu Qianli, commander of the 7th Corps. Insect Nest Fortresses 1 through 10 have all rioted simultaneously. All 10 are requesting reinforcement. Wang Qiang's whole face changed. It was like watching a light get switched from one room to another. The front line needs me. I have to go now. He was already getting his coat. The college entrance exam is in 2 months. 2 months, Jianli. He turned to Tianye. There's turmoil at the front. Things may be unstable here for a while. Protect him well. Then he opened the door of a moving car at speed and was gone. I gave Tianye the white bone horse reins before I got out. If it weren't for you, Captain, Professor Wang wouldn't have come. I didn't do it for you. I did it because I don't like watching a genius get overlooked. Then you should take it even more. I put it on the seat. Those who carry firewood for everyone else shouldn't be left to freeze in the wild. If people who do good things get nothing for it, who's going to do good things next time? He took it. Then I shook the bone giant elephant reins in my other hand. Besides, I've got this one. The horse is outdated for me now. He told me later that he sold that mount to Liu Tao for 5 million yuan because Liu Tao had been looking for something impressive to arrive on. Before he drove off, he leaned out the window. One thing. The city may not be peaceful for a while. If you have no urgent business, don't go to unfamiliar places alone. Because of the front line? Because of what uses the front line as cover. He put the car in gear. There are cults on Blue Star that worship evil gods and want to drag dungeon monsters out onto our side on purpose. And there are people, professionals, who want an empire where everyone who never awakened is property. He looked at me. Both of them recruit hard from people your age with your numbers. Be careful who's nice to you. Longding residential area has a lake in the middle of it, and the lake is stocked with dozens of species of fish, and there are swans on it. I mention the swans now because they matter to my story in about 4 minutes. Beautiful swans, white ones, nesting. There were 3 men fishing on the bank when I came down that evening with a bag of charcoal over my shoulder and a barbecue grill under my arm, and I did not know who any of them were. One was Jian Ming, president of the Tianfeng City Professionals Association. One was He Tian, president of the Soaring Dragon Guild, level 46 striker with hair dyed an aggressive yellow. I did not know any of that at the time. To me, they were 3 men with rods, and one was an old man in a security guard's uniform. His name is Gu Song. He is the president of the Peerless Guild, a level 60 paladin 1 step from the 3rd transfer, and he is 36 years old. I want you to hold that description in your head. I had no idea who he was. 3 months before I met him, the Xia Kingdom put together 25 of its strongest professionals and sent them into a level 60 regional dungeon called the Cursed Temple on Nightmare difficulty. The thing at the bottom of it was a 6th rank Lord-level Lich, and the aura coming off it aged every one of them permanently in ways no healing touches. And in the last second of its existence, that Lich pushed its own phylactery into Gusong's body with an SS-rank curse attached. The terms are simple. If he wears the curse down, he becomes the first third-turn professional on Blue Star. If the curse finishes him first, the Lich comes back, wearing him. I learned all of this weeks later, and it did not make me any calmer about it. So his personal safety is, in a fairly literal sense, a Blue Star issue. And if the Dark Knight Guild ever found out he was sitting on a folding stool in a residential lake district in a rented security uniform, this city would be a crater, and I was about to send my summon over to steal his neighbor's birds. They were gossiping about me while I set up the grill about 40 meters away. Somebody soloed Nightmare in the skeleton graveyard this morning, Etienne said. A kid. I want him for Soaring Dragon. I was 40 meters away with a bag of charcoal, and I heard my own name. Jianming laughed at him without looking up from his float. With the size of your guild? You can't hold a true dragon in a fish tank. I did not know they were discussing me. I was busy with my grill. The old man in the security uniform said only one thing, and it stuck with me later. I won't take anyone with poor character. If the equipment is lacking, they can farm. If the level is low, they can grind. But if the character is flawed, there's nothing anybody can do about that. I heard that line and filed it away, and it is the reason I got what I got. Meanwhile, I had my own priorities. Xiaohei, go get 2 fat geese. I got the charcoal going. Shade, you go catch a few fish. Xiaohei came back with 2 swans, geese, 2 fat geese. Then he set them down at my feet, crossed his arms, and refused to go any further. You're not cooking them? He looked at the horizon. You killed them. He looked at the horizon harder. Killing the goose was acceptable. Cooking the goose was not. These hands apparently hold a sword or play music, and there is no third category, so I stood there holding 2 dead birds and negotiating with my own summon. Well, I said, the noble musician, you're amazing, truly. So I called Wei Yang, who picked up on the second ring in the middle of what sounded like an extremely successful afternoon with his 4 new teammates. Sisters, that's enough training for today. My brother Jian needs me for something important. No, I have to go. Another day. Another day. I promise I will come back and run dungeons with all 4 of you until every single one of you is satisfied with the loot distribution. You are a menace, I told him when he arrived. Anyone hearing your half of a phone call would assume you were being escorted out of a nightclub. Shade, meanwhile, had not caught any fish. Shade had, in fact, stopped trying to catch fish for dinner about 11 minutes in, walked over, sat down next to the president of the Qianfeng City Professionals Association, produced a rod from somewhere, and started fishing recreationally, cackling every couple of minutes, at the water. I looked over at him doing that and understood my life had changed shape. It would have been a ghost's own luck if he actually caught anything. I went and collected him by the collarbone and looked in his box. Completely empty. Got the Air Force, did you? I did not realize, at the time, what that sentence did to him. He went absolutely still. Somewhere behind those 2 points of soul fire, a vow was being sworn in blood he does not have. Never again. Never, ever again would Shade be called Air Force. Come on, stop bothering these older brothers. I glanced at the 3 of them. These grandpas. Fishing. And then the old man in the security uniform picked up his water tank and stood. He wanted fish, didn't he? I'll take him a few. Behind him, He Tian looked into Jian Ming's empty tank. Yo, President Jian, got the Air Force? Get lost. Wei Yang did 1 goose 2 ways. Iron pot stew for 1/2, roasted whole for the other, and he explained his methodology at length while he worked. I sat down with my plate and prepared to have a completely ordinary evening. These swans, sorry, geese, these geese, they're best stewed. Look at the fat content on this. That is not a chicken. That is a wealthy bird. I bit into a goose leg. Firm, but not tough. The marrow was fragrant enough to hurt. It's superb. And that is when the 3 of them invited themselves over. They did not ask. They walked up with the confidence of men in their 40s and sat down, and Jian Ming, in particular, attacked that table with real enthusiasm. He put away half the roast goose by himself. He was having a wonderful time. I said nothing at all. I ate my fish and I kept my head down. Then He Tian, with a mouthful of goose wing, paused. Sigh. President Jian, why does this goose look so much like those white swans you keep on the lake? I felt my own scalp move. I did not look up from my plate. There was a moment. Then the president of the Qianfeng City Professionals Association was up and running, at speed, toward the water, shouting. I chewed slowly and studied my chopsticks with enormous interest. My treasures. He came back with a face like a thundercloud, sat down, and did not say a single word. He could not say a word. He had eaten more of them than anybody at the table. I would like it on record that I never once claimed they were geese first. Wei Yang and I had, since the 3 of them sat down, eaten nothing but fish. Heads down, extremely focused on our fish. I have never enjoyed a meal of plain river fish more in my life. The old security guard was enjoying himself enormously. You two, don't you know those swans are President Jian's darlings? I looked up with a face of pure, wounded innocence. What are you talking about, Elder? This is just a big goose. I bought it at the vegetable market this morning. Jianming crossed his arms. Humph. A big goose it is then, said Goose Song, and made a note to himself that this kid was shrewd. Truly shrewd. I took that as a compliment because in my experience it usually is one. Then they tried to introduce themselves, and I got there first. So it's President Jian and President He. I've long admired your names. Your reputations are as famous as thunder in my ears. Truly distinguished gentlemen, Wei Yang added, pouring tea. There was a silence. Didn't you get that backward? He Tian said. Shouldn't those words be coming from us, to you? You've said all of it. What are we supposed to say now? Then the old man set his cup down and paused, clearly and deliberately, for the gasp. President of the Peerless Guild. Never heard of it. Wei Yang leaned in, looking at the uniform. Elder, is your Peerless Guild involved in the security industry? He nearly choked to death on a goosebone. What do you know? Goosong snapped, straightening his collar. I am doing this to conceal my identity. My safety is crucial to the Xia Kingdom, and frankly, to the entire Blue Star. Jianming had to vouch for him out loud, at which point I got the whole story about the temple and the curse and why a level 60 paladin was in Tianfeng City at all, which is that there is a dungeon here that slows the thing down. Wei Yang and I stood up and bowed together. Hello, Big Shot. If this were before I was cursed, neither of you would have been qualified to be in the same room as me. Then his eyes went past me to Xiao He, standing rigid as a spear at the edge of the firelight in silver-white chainmail. He looked for a long time. Tier 4, he said quietly. You kid, you hide things deeply enough. Then, half to himself, perhaps this one will become the first summoner in human history to complete a class transfer. He tossed something across the table, an electronic wristband, matte black, with one word engraved on it, Peerless. Keep that on until after the college entrance examination. When it's over, you hand it back and you get an S-rank skill book and a full set of platinum equipment. Why after the exam? Is somebody going to try to steal it? That's right. Etienne looked at that wristband with naked envy. Peerless. Do you know what it means? Unmatched. In the world, every single member of that guild is the absolute prodigy of their generation. He pointed his chopsticks at me. This college entrance examination is your touchstone. Take first place, suppress every professional across the entire Blue Star, and earn the name. I turned those 4 words over for a second. Unmatched in the world. That's quite interesting. I put the band on. I'll take it. I've already reserved first place. I want to be honest that the skill book and the platinum set were not the deciding factor. They asked why I hadn't recruited teammates for the exam. That one's simple, and it was already true by then. Why would I look for teammates? I'd only have to worry about their safety. There's a kid in Shanhe City who's already level 18, Jianming warned. Word is he'll finish his class transfer before the exam. You need to step up. Level up faster. Sure. Run a few more nightmare dungeons. That's like the Tathagata Buddha catching the great sage. As easy as turning your hand over. Then Wei Yang, who had spent the last 4 minutes on his phone, turned it around and shoved it in my face. A video. Title card. President of the Peerless Guild. Humanity's strongest paladin. Subtitle. Eagle Sky. The holy guardian who shatters darkness. A figure in gold. Above the clouds. Facing 30,000 gargoyles thick enough to black out the sky. One strike. The sky was clean. Brother Jian, Wei Yang said, deeply serious. You need a title. I've been workshopping. Overlord of the world. Invincible Saint King. Disdainful heavenly venerate. Which one speaks to you? Can you not be so chunibyo? Please. Xiao He went upstairs after dinner, and the piano started, and I turned to the pile of bones that was still holding a fishing rod. You pick a room too. Any of them. I pointed at him. I have exactly one request. Don't howl in the house at night. Jai. He stopped mid-syllable. Patted his own ribs. Nodded, heavily, like a man accepting a serious commission. Then I spent 5,000 evolution points on him. Tier 4. Bone Knight. At level 15, 120,000 health, 30,000 mana, 12,000 attack, 6,000 defense. Bone Armor, A rank. Undead Summoning, Still S Netherfire, S rank, which makes his next skill deal an extra 50% as true damage and sets a soul on fire. And Death Grip, A rank, which reaches out, drags a target across the battlefield to stand in front of him and forces it to attack him and only him for 3 seconds. His bones came out of the evolution polished and gleaming like something in a museum case. Then he raised one hand and a blue skeletal horse assembled itself out of the air underneath him, an actual Bone Knight. Right, I said. Now go comprehend some skills. Magic ones, preferably. Something that looks cool. I gestured at myself. I'm a summoner. I can't keep charging at people with a shield, can I? Occasionally it's fine, but if it's always like that, it's undignified. Privately, I would have settled for a bone spear, something I could point with. He picked the ground floor room, not for the view, because there were 3 fishing rods in the corner. At 10 minutes to 8 that night, he went out to the lake because he is undead and does not sleep, and every hour of the day is the same hour to him, and he sat down on the bank and started night fishing and laughing to himself. The swans, what was left of them, made a collective decision to be somewhere else. They had already had one visit that day. Goose Song was on duty by the water in his security uniform, scrolling dance videos on his phone, and nearly jumped out of his skin. Who is that, laughing like that? At this hour, he came over with a flashlight and found a 4-meter skeleton in polished bone armor sitting peacefully with a rod. Hey, don't make creepy noises this late. It's lucky it was me who came out here. Any other professional would have opened with a skill. Then he put a hand on Shade's shoulder to move him along, and the curse came out of him. I mean that literally. The death energy in Gusong's body, the phylactery of a 6th rank lich that 25 of the strongest professionals in the country could not do anything about, came pouring out of his palm in a black stream and went straight into the white bone orb hanging at Shade's belt. What the hell is going on? He pulled his hand back, and then he stood very still because he could feel it. The curse was measurably smaller. Shade turned around with his soul fire blazing and held the orb up. Holy crap! Gusong's voice went up an octave. Epic grade equipment. He has been clearing dungeons for decades. He owns exactly 1 epic item. He also noticed at that point that the skeleton was tier 4, and not just tier 4, but perfectly evolved, no stat loss anywhere, and he thought, this kid is really a monster. Then he made a deal with the skeleton by a lake at 8 in the evening. Little skeleton, how about an arrangement? I give you the curse power in my body, and in exchange you can fish here, anytime, anywhere on this lake. Gaga. Deal. The orb went from 71% to 80 to 100, and I want to underline the ratio because Goose Song certainly did. Roughly 1/10 of a lich's phylactery filled 40% of that orb. The lines on his face lightened. He got up off the bank looking 7 or 8 years younger than he had sat down, and he took out his phone and made a call. Xiaolin, drop whatever you're doing and get to Tianfeng City immediately. Pause. Yes, tell Zhou Qing to appoint you mayor of Tianfeng City. He hung up and looked at the lake and shook his head. Having the vice president of the Peerless Guild act as bodyguard for a kid like this, truly a first, like a young maiden getting into the bridal sedan. Then he sensibly put down a soundproofing charm, sat back on his stool, and settled in for a long evening of being a power bank. Shade, meanwhile, had been told to pick something cool and magical, and he took that assignment extremely seriously. He agonized, he deliberated, and what he came back with was Bone Throne, S-rank, 1000 mana, condensed death energy into a throne, 10,000 damage plus 200% spell power in a 5x5 area, sustainable at 100 mana a second, and the damage stacks by 1% every second it goes unused, up to 500%. Perfect. A spell, extremely cool to look at, stacks power while idle. And, most importantly, and this was clearly the actual deciding factor, it could serve as a ride for his master. In front of the bone throne, the skeletal giant elephant was nothing. He sat there in the dark imagining the look on my face, and laughed so hard the swans relocated to the far shore. The forum had turned over by morning. 24 hours earlier, it was 90% mockery. Now most of that was gone, deleted or buried, and there were entire threads of people arguing on my behalf against people who had not been paying attention. And in the class group chat there was an announcement. The school was hiring a high-level combat instructor to teach positioning, skill execution, and team coordination, and to reorganize the graduating class into functional parties. Someone asked if that came with a service fee. Of course it does. The appearance fee for a high-level combat instructor is not low. I called the principal within the minute. Principal Huang, I know I don't need the guidance. I'm calling to recommend a candidate. I let it sit. A master-level combat instructor. Out of respect for me, he's willing to charge at the standard high-level rate. Wei Yang's eyebrows went up his forehead. Holy crap, Brother Jian. You know a master-level instructor? You really are hiding things. I met him recently. You know him too. I do? Xiao He. Come out. It's time to work. Xiao He appeared in silver-white chainmail holding a violin, looking exactly like a musician who had stepped out of a painting and was mildly irritated about it. Master-level combat instructor. Xiao He. And it's not a joke. That's the thing. The Darkin are born for battle. Their combat instinct is innate, and it is not a thing humans can train into themselves. Put martial arts Heavenly King on top of that, and Xiao He can go toe-to-toe with a Grandmaster instructor and win the argument. Wei Yang had gone slightly pale. Brother Jian, if Brother He guides us, one sword strike from him and our 10 lives wouldn't be enough to die with. It's fine. I'll have him control his strength. He definitely won't kill anybody. I thought about it. At most, you'll get some broken bones or something. We were about a kilometer from the school gate when the sky went dark. Not clouded. Dark in the middle of the morning, the way a room goes dark when somebody stands in the doorway. 100 meters ahead of us, something landed in the road. A statue, 12 meters of it, a zombie carved out of black stone with its fangs bared, and its eyes lit up, and scarlet light rolled outward across 5 kilometers of city like water going over a table. Then Wei Yang and I were pulled off our feet and through a purple gate. At the Professionals Association, every alarm in the building went off at once. A regional dungeon has appeared in the direction of City No. 1 High School. Levels 10 to 20, 25-person capacity, nightmare difficulty. 2 hours until the boundary lifts, at which point the monsters inside will teleport to random locations throughout the city. Gao Ming had a barrier up over the district before the second alarm finished. Organize a pioneer assault team and get them inside now, he said. Spare no casualties. Jianming pulled 100 level 20 pre-transfer professionals off the roster in 11 minutes. Wang Jian took 23 of them in. Rest assured, President, even if it costs me my life, I will not let a single monster break through. Inside, meanwhile, a purple sky was resolving over a broken city, and a title was writing itself across it. Ruins of the Fierce Mountain Dynasty. Regional level. Nightmare difficulty. Monster type. Zombie. Objective. Kill Corpse King Fierce Mountain, or he breaks out onto Blue Star. I want to describe my emotional state accurately here. I had just been kidnapped off a public street by a hostile dungeon that intended to eat a city. A 25-person raid, I said, delighted. I was just complaining about not being able to find a suitable dungeon, and here one is. I had spent the entire previous evening browsing the registry for a level 15 to 20 instance and getting more annoyed by the minute because every nightmare first clear worth having in this city was already taken. Then this thing came and found me. Shade, out. Shade arrived wearing a yellow straw hat and holding a black fishing rod. So you went fishing early this morning too. Put the rod away, it's time to work. He had 5,000 undead in reserve, and thanks to All for One, they were no longer the pathetic Tier 1, rabble from the graveyard. Everything in that army was Tier 2 minimum, with a healthy number of Tier 3s scattered through it. Then he raised his staff, and death energy came out of the ground and folded itself into a high-backed throne about a meter off the ground. My king, please take your seat. I sat down. The throne rose smoothly to head height and stayed there. The bone horse walked. 5,000 undead formed a column behind us. And then Xiao He decided the procession did not look imposing enough, took out the violin, and provided live accompaniment. He played Buddha's Light Shines on a violin over a marching army of the dead. I have been told by multiple witnesses that the overall effect was eerie and that our column was substantially more sinister than the zombies that actually lived there. The first area was called the Jungle Camp, and the trash mobs in it were Tier 3 elites. Jungle Zombie, level 16, 220,000 health, 5,000 attack, 6,500 defense. I read that stat line off my interface and had to check the difficulty again. Let me put that in perspective. Apart from having fewer skills, the regular wandering monsters in that camp had health, attack, and defense not meaningfully different from the Frosty Sword Guard, which was a Tier 4 commander and the hidden final boss of an entire graveyard. I mention it because I walked in there with 2 summons and a floating chair. That is Nightmare Regional difficulty. That is why they send 25 people. I put one hand on the armrest of a floating bone throne and tilted my head slightly to the right. Destroy them. Shade had been waiting his entire short life for a line like that. You have to understand where his head was. 2 days earlier, he had been a Tier 2 skeleton warrior with 1 bone-growing skill. Now he was a Tier 4 bone knight in polished armor with a horse made of blue fire and command authority over thousands. I did not build any of that. I just kept feeding him, and he kept climbing. Undead Legion, charge. Eliminate everything standing before my king. 42 jungle zombies in 15 minutes. The drops were jungle running shoes at gold grade and a gold dagger called Venomous Bite that stacks poison up to 3 times. I put both in my bag and did not think about them again for 3 days. Second wave, disease zombies, level 17, 250,000 health, 7,000 defense, and 2 mechanics that exist purely to punish melee. Disease Cloud drains 100 health a second and cuts your defense by 20%. An explosive blood clot, which goes off when they die and does 5,000 in a 5-meter radius. I looked at that skill list and made my decision about the front rank instantly. If any professional out there has an issue with germs, that fight would end their career. I put my head back against the throne. Ranged units, focus fire. Melee units don't stand close enough to get blown up. Shade carried out the order, and I want to note the development because it was genuinely touching. 2 days ago, he was a hot-headed rookie whose entire tactical doctrine was to wave his arm and charge. Now he was capable of distinguishing between melee units and ranged units and giving them separate orders. Give him a year, he might turn into an actual commander. I meant that. I was watching my own pile of bones turn into a staff officer. 3,000 skeleton archers volleying together put out about 100,000 damage per round. 3 rounds killed a diseased zombie. 34 of them went down in under 10 minutes, and because every corpse in that camp was raw material, the army came out of the fight 3,000 bodies larger than it went in. I did not lift a finger for any of it. I sat in my chair and watched. 12,000 undead and climbing. The drops included 3 dim alchemist stones, gold grade, plus 1,500 effective health with an active 20% heal. I gave one to Xiaohei and kept the others in the bag. I checked my own health bar out of habit and then remembered I do not need it. They're useless to me, and I want to be precise about why. A life-saving accessory requires you to be in a situation where you could actually die. Then the camp's guardian showed up. Zombie Centurion, Tier 3 Elite, Level 18, 500,000 health, 9,000 attack, 8,000 defense. Bone-crushing blade, bloodthirsty charge which fires twice, fight to the death, and indomitable, which makes it immune to control effects. I read its skill list twice looking for something that could actually reach me. It came out of the ruins, looked across 12,000 undead, ignored every single one of them, and locked onto Xiaohei. I took that personally, because everything on that field belonged to me, which was a reasonable read, and it also mortally offended my bone knight. Get back here! Death Grip caught it mid-charge and hauled it out of its own animation, and then Shade and a zombie Centurion had a straightforward brawl in front of everyone. 1680 in, 3,300 out, sword strikes and club swings back and forth, neither of them doing anything clever. I let it go on for a while because I found it genuinely entertaining. Then Xiaohei walked over and ended it. 253,000, critical, 135,000, then triple slash and sweep, 84,250, 86,640, 85,790, 53,220. I watched my own numbers come up and felt nothing at all except impatience. About 700,000 damage delivered to a boss with 500,000 health, which is to say he overpaid by 40%, and its indomitable buff had not even expired yet. I want that overkill on the record. My summon overpaid by 40%, level 16. It dropped Unyielding Will, A rank, and a horse-chopping sword, platinum, attack plus 240, ignores 5% of defense. Both went to Xiaohei, who tested the weight of the sword for a while, and then held it slightly differently, which from him is a standing ovation. I gave him both without being asked because I am not sentimental about loot. 4 areas in this dungeon, 3 gates left from the camp, Venom Laboratory, General's Corridor, Scholar's Library. I picked mine in about 4 seconds on the grounds that I liked the name least. Jungle Camp had taken 25 minutes, 1 hour 35 on the clock. The assault team had gone through the General's Corridor. They were doing fine at that point. They had ground down 2 passages of iron-armored zombies without a fatality, and they were resting and talking about what a Tier 3 elite might drop. I was 2 rooms away from them, and I did not know any of it yet. My big blade is already thirsty, somebody said, and a man in glasses at the back of the group said quietly to nobody, "They're about to die and don't even know it. A bunch of idiots." I would meet that man within the hour, and I would not enjoy it. Outside, everybody assumed the first cleared area was the assault team's work. Jian Ming was visibly gratified. "They must have worked very hard," he said, "which was my work. I want that noted, since nobody noted it at the time." Gao Ming was not celebrating. "I don't ask for anything else. As long as they clear it safely, I just hope nothing goes wrong." The barrier over the district was rated to absorb 500,000 damage. It came apart in 1 hit. Ice wall, rise! A black shockwave rolled across the sky and Jian Ming threw a wall of ice up in front of the crowd and it held barely, and out of the dark came a man in a black robe holding a codex with a purple skull on the cover. I heard about that barrier failing 3 days later and my stomach turned over. To actually be able to block my black dragon wave, you have some skill. He smiled down at them. "Allow me to introduce myself. Ma Chao." I had never heard that name before. I have not forgotten it since. Level 56, Dark Archmage of the Dark Knight Guild. Jian Ming opened with everything he had. Feast of Extreme Ice, 100 meters of world turned into a glacier, the signature technique of a man who has held this city's magic seat for 20 years. I have watched the recording of my city's magic seat losing in one exchange. A dark demon dragon put its head through it and breathed, and the glacier stopped existing. I keep coming back to that. One breath, and 20 years of work was gone. He survived because he had ice body and a magic shield up in the same second, and he went down hard and did not get back up. I owe that man an apology I have never delivered, so I will put it here. Then dark imprisonment locked every professional in the square in place, except one. Liu Tao came out of the frozen crowd as a silver cyclone. Gale instant shadow flash. Several hundred punches inside 3 seconds, delivered so fast the sound arrived as one continuous tearing noise, and the whole time he was shouting the same syllable over and over, which is why they call it Gale and Rainstorm. And which is also, I am told, extremely funny to watch from behind. I have watched that clip more times than I would like to admit to you. Ora, 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 ora. Ma Chao did not move. Fast, he said, but the attack is far too weak. A demon phantom rose behind him and reached down and closed its hand, and Raging Storm, Captain General of the Tianfeng City Law Enforcement Team, 3-time consecutive runner-up of the city tournament, came down in the middle of the street and did not get up either. That is the man who taught me not to take my own city's defenses on faith. Weak, too weak. Ma Chao spread his arms over the square. The weak are simply not worthy of enjoying such a comfortable life, all of you. Become blood food for the dark demon dragon. I was underground killing toads while he said that to my neighbors. And then he explained the whole thing, because they always do. He had moved that regional dungeon into the city himself. On purpose. The Dark Demon Dragon is a level 60 Lord-level monster out of the Dragon Cave of the Demon Realm, and a thing like that cannot cross to Blue Star on its own. But if you open the boundary of a low-level regional dungeon in the middle of a populated area and then feed an entire city into the gap as the medium, it can. I want you to notice how casually he planned to feed my city into a hole. The dragon's half of the deal was its own talent magic, SSS-rank, Dark Annihilation. His own guild's leadership did not know he was doing this. If the upper ranks of the Dark Knight Guild had been informed, they would have sent at least 2 level 60 aces to make sure it worked. This was freelance. I find that detail the most insulting part of my entire week, and he had a mole inside the assault team, which meant the dungeon could not be cleared from the inside, which meant the boundary would lift on schedule in a little over an hour, which meant the only person who could ruin his afternoon was me. Is it painful? Is it despairing? He looked around at a square full of people who could not move. This is the true face of the world. It should be ruled by the strong. I did not hear that speech. I am told I would have interrupted it. Then something crossed the sky. I have watched the recording of this maybe 40 times, and I still can't follow it frame by frame. A white figure came down through the dark like a meteor going the wrong way, a woman in plain white combat clothes with pale blue cloud patterns on the cuffs, and she said 4 words. Flowers bloom, cold shadows. Ma Chao threw out every survival skill he owned at the same time. Black dragon armor, demon skin, magic shield, incarnation of darkness. 4 layers, stacked, from a level 56. I have never seen anybody spend that much and get that little for it. The sword light came through all 4 of them like a waterfall coming down a branch hung with white flowers, and he was inside it, and for 1 second, the whole thing looked like a snow lotus opening in the wind, and it was, by every account, unreasonably beautiful. I did not see it live. I have seen the footage, and I still cannot follow it. Then it closed, and he was gone. She landed with her back to the square and did not introduce herself. Where is Jian Li? Xiaolin. Blooming flower of a single thought. Vice President of the Peerless Guild, and as of about 90 minutes earlier, the newly appointed mayor of Tianfeng City. I had not met her yet. She had already flown across a province to find me. From this moment, Tianfeng City is at level 1 combat readiness, she told the square. All professionals will follow City Hall's arrangements without exception. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a traitor. I like her enormously, and I want that understood before I make fun of her. Privately, she had a scorecard running for me, which she admitted much later. If I reach the 3rd area within 20 minutes, top 10 in this year's college entrance examination. If I killed a boss, top 3 guaranteed. Soloing the Corpse King she dismissed out of hand without finishing the thought, because that is a 25-man raid boss, and she could not have done it at level 20. She has since admitted that to me, and I have never let her forget it. The 3rd area we opened was the Scholar's Library, and it hit us with a wall of heat. Flaming zombies. Level 16, 180,000 health, 8,000 attack, 3,000 defense. Glass cannons. Enormous damage, no staying power. 35 of them died in under 5 minutes to massed archery. I was 200 meters away on a floating chair, doing nothing at all. And then, from the middle of the battle, a familiar voice. Damn! Brother Lin! Where are you? Brother Jian, I'm here. I'm on the skeleton warrior at the very front. Wei Yang had been dumped into the library alone when we got pulled in. He had come to on the floor of a burning library surrounded by ranged monsters, run in 4 different directions, been spotted, and then had an idea that I considered genuinely inspired. He possessed a flaming zombie, and then stayed inside it for half an hour, not daring to leave, because the instant he came out of that thing, he would have been a level 14 priest standing in the open in a room full of fireballs. I want it stated that my best friend rode a monster for half an hour on instinct. He rode a monster around its own dungeon for 30 minutes. Then my skeleton archers killed his host and immediately started shooting at him personally, so he possessed one of my skeleton warriors instead, which is how he ended up in the front rank of my army waving both arms. You kid, you're really lucky. I helped him down off the throne steps. Your talent's more interesting than the school thought. You can possess monsters. I was just trying it. I didn't think it would work. And once I was inside the flaming zombie, I could even heal them. Not bad. From now on, if you meet a monster you can't beat, do that. I clapped his shoulder. Even if you can't kill it, you can nag it in its own ear and annoy it to death. He went very quiet and thoughtful for a moment, and I found out later he took that entirely seriously and has since built a career on it. Then he looked around at the 12,000 undead and the throne and the horse and reached his conclusion. You changed class. You're a necromancer now, aren't you? He spread his hands. Lord of Scourge. Picture it. You sweep your sleeve. Countless undead rise up in front of you, and every one of them cries out, "The Lord of Scourge has arrived." Get lost. What do you think about all day? Can you be normal? And that is when I learned that Shade is capable of professional jealousy. He had been listening to Wei Yang the whole time with an expression I can only describe as threatened. This guy is even better at bootlicking than I am. No, I can't let him steal the spotlight. He raised one hand, and the bone throne I was sitting in reconfigured itself under me, growing carved bone swords and blades up the back and out along both arms, doubling in menace in about 2 seconds. Wei Yang, without missing a beat, put one hand behind his back and recited, "Talents of the world emerge from our generation. Today, let us witness the might of Jian Li." This young man was once but a traveler of the mortal world, yet his class change and his summoning have shocked all present. Bones stands as his throne, an army moves at his beck and call. Like a heavenly god descending, all spirits prostrate. Like an emperor reigning, all living beings submit. Shade's 2 skeletal hands came together in a clap before he could stop them. High. It was damn high. He wanted to learn it. He knew he could not. Ha 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 ha, I said, and I want to be clear that suppressing my mouth at that moment was harder than holding down a fired AK. Why are you spouting such big truths? The center of the library was a puzzle room, and I say that with respect because it is a genuinely well-designed encounter for the team it was written for. 12 zombie students standing on 1 square meter slabs marked with flame sigils, feeding energy into a flame cage in the middle. Inside the cage, the boss. We have distinguished guests arriving. Why aren't you greeting them immediately? 1 student activates every 30 seconds. It's a war of attrition. It tests your mana efficiency, your positioning, your target priority, and your patience, and a normal party of 25 would spend 40 minutes on it and lose 2 people. For me, none of that was necessary. All forces, attack. 1 command word solved a puzzle other teams would have to sit down and think about. The cannon fodder in the front rank ate the flames' burning body explosions and did not retreat half a step because they cannot conceive of retreating, and behind them, 3,000 archers killed 1 student every 2 volleys. 12 down in under 2 minutes. The cage fell. Zombie Scholar, Tier 3, Elite, Level 18, 300,000 health, 40,000 mana, 10,000 attack, 5,000 defense. Flame Nova, a 5-second chant that does 20,000 to everything not standing on a flame slab. Flame Cage. Advanced Blazing Shield, which converts mana into damage absorption at 20 points per mana and makes him immune to control, at the cost of dropping his defense to 0. And at the 10-minute mark, Incarnate Flame, immune to physical damage, 10 times the health and mana, and Flame Nova becomes instant with no cooldown. He opened with Flame Nova. Casting a big move right out of the gate, I said, truly lacking martial virtue. I flicked 2 fingers. Shade. Get him. Death Grip crossed 40 meters of burning library, closed on the zombie scholar in the middle of his cast, and yanked. Get over here! The chant broke. You hateful undead. You will suffer the wrath of the flames. 1246 of damage on Shade, who did not care, and then Shade stabbed him back for 5,870, which was a personal record, and which visibly energized him for the rest of the week. I still wasn't satisfied, so I looked at Xiaohei. I didn't say anything. There was no need. Frenzied charge into charge drawing slash. 392,350, critical, which left a boss with 300,000 maximum health sitting on exactly 1 hit point because the Advanced Blazing Shield passive triggers at the last second and will not let him die while there is mana in the tank. So Xiaohei went through the mana, 324,300, / for 183,400, 183,580, 184,630, then sweep for 124,600, and the shield came apart. And then, with the zombie scholar staring at him, Xiao Hei's face did not change at all. He looked like a man doing a job he has done many times. Death sentence sword chi. 30,000 damage, spent on removing a single hit point. Then he put the horse-chopping sword away behind his back, turned around, and walked off, hiding his achievements and his fame like a retired swordsman in a novel. The haul was 3 platinum and 6 gold. Flame Scholar's belt, erudition gloves, ring of blazing flames. I threw the gold pieces to Wei Yang, and he received them in the register of a 3 Kingdoms general accepting a commission. Shu has drifted through half his life, regretting only that he never met a wise lord. If my lord does not abandon me, get lost, speak properly. Thank you, Brother Jian, for the gold equipment. Brother Jian is so generous. Scholar's Library, cleared in under 20 minutes, 1 hour 18 remaining. If you rated efficiency out of 10, I would have taken a perfect score, and I would have taken it loudly. Outside, the second area went dark on the tracking board, and the square cheered for the assault team again. Xiaolin announced a reward on the spot, 1 platinum grade item per assault team member, plus an extra for whoever posted top contribution. The professionals who had not made the cut for the entry list pounded their own chests hard enough to bruise. Inside the general's corridor, the assault team put down the last iron-armored zombie and sat down for 5 minutes before the boss door. Wu Tian had been waiting for exactly that since the moment they walked in. He was the man in glasses. Ma Chao had given him a dark confinement scroll and one instruction: make sure this dungeon is never cleared. And he had been holding it for 40 minutes, waiting for one moment when 22 people had their guard down at the same time. Diamond drops. That was the moment. Everybody talking about loot. Wu Tian, what are you doing? Too late. A purple orb came up around all 22 of them and locked. Release you? Don't dream about it. He was breathing hard, and he was enjoying it. I went to a great deal of trouble for this. I even had to use the dark confinement scroll that Lord Ma Chao gave me. Dark Mage Ma Chao, your Dark Knight Guild. Good guess. A pity there's no prize. And then he explained his philosophy, which I have since heard almost word for word from 3 other people, and which is always the same speech. The strong dominate the world. The weak become their vassals. That is nature. Every one of us in here has an A-grade talent or better. We should be enjoying top-tier treatment. Instead, every single time there's a crisis, we're the ones sent to the front line, and those weaklings who contribute nothing sit at home and enjoy everything we bleed for. They don't deserve any of it. There was a mage in that orb named Lin Fan, and Lin Fan took him apart. Bullshit. Weren't you relying on other people for protection before you awakened? Why didn't you complain about the weak deserving nothing back when you were level 6 and begging veterans to carry you through Novice? Your level goes up and suddenly you're above it all. He spat. And you joined the assault team because there was a knife at your throat, sure, and also because you wanted the assault team's resources. You want the resources and you don't want to put in the work. You want to have your cake and eat it. What an idiot. Wu Tian's face went the color of a bruise. Lord Ma Chao has already prepared the sacrificial circle. When the boundary lifts, everyone in Tianfeng City dies. Including all of you. He crouched down by the orb. Are you angry? Are you furious? It's useless. You will all die as lightly as feathers. And I, Wu Tian, am destined to become famous far and wide. I was in the poison laboratory at the time, being annoyed by toads, poison gas zombies, level 17, 320,000 health, 6,000 defense, poison gas spray, toxic attack, paralyzing gas. Brother Jian, this zombie is so disgusting. He wasn't wrong. They look like humanoid toads. Looking at one is annoying. Looking at 40 is a moral injury. Shade got overexcited and pushed too far ahead of his own line, ended up encircled, and got sprayed by 6 of them simultaneously and paralyzed on the spot. If that had happened to anybody else in that dungeon, it would have been a funeral. But the thing standing in the middle of it was Shade, who is not afraid of death, and more to the point, cannot experience it. It was just a bit embarrassing to have them spraying poison directly in his face for 11 seconds. Brother Jian, Wei Yang said, watching, your summoned beast is so brave. Yeah, Shade is super brave. Level 17. The drops were 4 level 2 poison gems, which is a thin return on 40 elites, and I want it recorded that I chose to be content. A gem dropped at all. Don't push your luck. Then we found a sign, 500 meters to the right. Arrive at the laboratory center. Wei Yang stopped dead. I feel like this is a trap. What boss just publishes the location of his own lair on a signpost? That makes sense. I nodded. Shade, you go to the right and take a look. He went. He cannot die. I want to stress that this is a completely valid tactical doctrine and I use it constantly. What was in the laboratory center was a man, poison alchemist Gawain. Chief Alchemist of the Fierce Mountain Dynasty, level 20, status, turning into a zombie, attack 0, defense 0, skills, none, health, 1, out of 550,000. He was sitting in a chair with his hands on his knees and there was almost nothing left of him, cheeks with no flesh under them, eyes gone deep into the skull. He was holding himself upright by will and it was clearly costing him everything he had. Respected adventurer. Please forgive my rudeness. No need to be polite. I sat down on the throne opposite him. When will you turn into a zombie? He blinked. Very soon. Faster than you imagine. If you had arrived 15 minutes later, you would have met a different version of me. Then should we go out for a stroll for 15 minutes and come back? I leaned forward, genuinely helpful. Or do you have a way to speed up the process? There was a pause of several seconds while the chief alchemist of a fallen dynasty rebooted. You really are an interesting person. You're a person who likes to talk nonsense. Say what you need to say and get to the point. I waved a hand. Don't waste my time. Shade, standing behind me, would have clubbed him already if the man had been a valid target. The offer was straightforward. There is a poisonous crystal core in his chest. If I kill him at the exact instant of transformation, the core is spoiled, and without it, Fierce Mountain cannot reach Tier 4, and the final fight becomes something a normal party can survive. Payment, 2 silver platinum treasure chests and 30,000 experience. Why would you betray your own emperor? And the mummy in the chair found enough breath to get angry. Emperor. He said the word like it tasted bad. A muddled fool who dreams of eternal life. It is because of him that this vast dynasty has become what it is today, a rotting kingdom where only zombies remain. His hands came off his knees. Is there any need for such a kingdom to exist? Then he tried to stand, and could not, and roared it anyway. Adventurer, please, you must kill Fierce Mountain. I brought my palm down on the armrest. Fierce Mountain is muddled and without principle. For his own selfish desires, he disregarded the lives of every person who trusted him. He has been courting his own death for a long time. I stood up. I will help with this favor. You must kill me the moment I finish turning. I beg you. I want to be honest with you about what happened next because it does not flatter me. I waited. I stood there and watched the entire transformation finish, start to end, because I had done the math while he was talking. If I spoiled the core, Fierce Mountain comes in weakened, and a weakened Tier 4 boss drops weakened Tier 4 loot. I wanted the platinum treasure chests. I also wanted the zombie alchemist's equipment, and I wanted a fully formed 4th rank Fierce Mountain at the end of the hall. Zombie alchemist. Level 20, 550,000 health, 9,500 attack, 6,000 defense, venom spray, poison alchemy, alchemy talent, and swamp venom, which in a 200 square meter room is a party wipe on a timer. Kill it inside 5 minutes or there is nowhere left to stand. Xiaohai deleted it in one pass. 346,570 critical, 168,400 death sentence sword chi for 55,000. Then he walked away without looking back. The boss never saw who had come for it. It was cut down before it could turn its head, and 2 skills promoted on the same kill. Frenzied Charge B rank has been promoted to Heroic Charge A rank. Super Armor for the whole charge, a 2-second stun on impact, and the next skill you use is a guaranteed critical. Charge Drawing / A rank has been promoted to Flash S rank. 300% attack damage in a 20-meter line, and then for 1,000 mana, you blink behind the target and do it again. I stood in a poisoned laboratory looking at 2 promotion notices and thought about how people describe S-rank skills as rare. Xiaohei has been in a handful of fights. His C ranks are already S ranks. Give it a month, and every offensive skill he owns might be S rank across the board. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The loot was alchemist shorts and an excellent gas mask, both platinum, and putting them on pushed my personal health pool to 28,000. For reference, Wang Jian, who was at that moment frozen in a purple orb one room over, is a level 20 shield warrior with a full gold set, every stamina point dumped into survivability, and all of his party buffs running. He was sitting at a little under 10,000. That's the gap. Naked, unarguable, and I was 3 days old. Brother Jian, do you think what that alchemist said was true or false? Who cares? He's dead either way. Do you think he was a good person or a bad person? I considered it seriously for about a second and a half. He must be a good person. He gave us quests, and he dropped gear for us. If he isn't a good person, then who is? Wei Yang nodded slowly. Yeah, a good person. A really big good person. That was when we heard the shouting from the general's corridor. 22 voices, all of them furious, none of them moving. I got it immediately. I thought the appearance of this regional dungeon was strange. Somebody's pulling strings behind it. And the real target isn't the dungeon at all. It's Tianfeng City. Whoever it is has quite an appetite, Wei Yang said. Aren't they afraid of choking to death? They should be. We're going to ruin their plan. I settled back into the throne. I want to see who can stop me from clearing a dungeon. Here is how 22 frozen professionals experienced our arrival. First, a sound around the corner. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, hollow, unhurried. Then Shade came into view, riding a horse made of blue fire. 4 meters of polished bone armor, with a tide of undead flowing around him and filling the corridor wall to wall. Then me. Reclining on a floating throne of black bone hung with carved blades, at head height, with thousands of dead things kneeling in ranks below, and Xiaohei standing at my lower left with a horse-chopping sword resting on his shoulder like the world's most patient bodyguard. I looked at them. I let my eyes go over the group without much interest. And for a solid 3 seconds, every single one of those professionals genuinely believed that the thing that had just come around the corner was the final boss of the dungeon. Wang Jian recovered first, and to his credit, he dropped his posture immediately and asked for help. I pointed at the man on the ground outside the orb. Actually, you should thank him. If he hadn't bound you all in there, you'd have been wiped out by now. That got a reaction. Your Excellency is looking down on us too much, Wang Jian said, and his chin came up. It's been 40 minutes since we entered. We've already pushed all the way to the boss door. I didn't argue. There's no point. Some things you can say and people still won't believe you because their understanding has a ceiling. They're frogs in a well, and the well is the shape of everything they've survived. Wei Yang, however, argued enthusiastically. 4 areas. 4. Brother Jian has cleared 3 of them. This is the last one. And when all 4 magic crystals come together, they wake up a Tier 4 commander, the ruler of this dynasty, Fierce Mountain. That's not possible. It took 23 of us 40 minutes just to reach the boss door. There are 2 of you. Wrong, Wei Yang said. It wasn't 2 people. It was all Brother Jian's achievement alone. Then Wu Tian reached inside his coat for a second scroll. Shade hit him with Death Grip mid-draw, which, if you've never seen it used on a person, forces the target to attack the caster for 3 seconds, so the traitor's own arm swung his own scroll hand into a skeleton's ribs, and while he was doing that, Shade closed a bone hand around his throat, took the scroll out of his fingers, and threw him into the wall. 2 skeleton warriors pinned him there. I read the scroll. Dark Impact. 50,000 magic damage, shreds 50% of magic defense, level 20 requirement. I put it in my bag. Tsk, tsk, tsk. I turned it over once before it went in. Look at you. Why didn't you use this earlier? You just had to act cool first and sneer at everybody for a while. I shook my head. Isn't that just being an idiot? Killing somebody's spirit looks exactly like that. He was face down in the dirt with 2 skeletons standing on him, and he still had something to say. If he wants to court death, why are you stopping him? With those trash skeletons of his, the boss will wipe out half this room with 1 skill. I want to see how you die. I'll be honest, I had originally intended to leave his dog life to the law enforcement team, which would have been the correct and lawful thing to do. But since he was actively seeking death, there was nothing I could do about it. Shade, bring him to the front row. Shade carried him by the throat and set him down where the view was best. Don't blink now, I told him. Otherwise you'll miss a very exciting scene. Zombie Guard Commander, Tier 3 Elite, Level 20. 700,000 health, 10,000 attack, 8,000 defense, 4 area of effect skills on short cooldowns, including a leap attack that does 12,000 in a radius, which would have erased the entire assault team in 1 landing. Xiaohei used Heroic Charge, which makes him unstoppable and untargetable for the duration. Then Flash. 357,980, critical. Then the blink, behind it, and Flash again. 359,880, critical. Dead in 2. Then he hung the sword behind his back and walked toward the group with his head up, and I want to describe the sound because 22 frozen professionals described it to me afterward in almost identical words. Thump, thump, thump. Steel boots on stone in a corridor with nothing else making noise, like drums, like something arriving. A level 20 boss, somebody said in a very small voice. 8,000 defense, 700,000 health. 1 shot by a single skill from a level 17 summoned beast. A pause. Am I dreaming? Somebody pee on me, quickly. I need to wake up. And Shade, whose hand was still clamped around a certain throat, leaned down. Scream, he said. Why aren't you screaming anymore? I was wrong. Please, let me go. I'm willing to offer. Shade's hand accidentally applied a little force. There was a crisp sound. Current dungeon occupants, 24 of 25. Outside, the casualty notification went up on the board in front of the entire square, and for about 90 seconds, every important person in Tianfeng City stood there terrified that the name attached to it was mine. The guard commander dropped a whetstone platinum plus 20% damage on your first attack of a fight, which went straight to Xiaohei, and a guard of honor, a platinum shield plus 200 defense and plus 1,000 health. I kept the shield because Xiaohei hates shields, and because at this point I own more shield skills than he does. Wang Jian looked at that shield the way a starving man looks through a restaurant window. It was destined to remain a pipe dream. I kept it, and I have never once regretted keeping it. Then the 4 magic crystals went into the grooves in the wall. Red, green, yellow, gray. The whole building shook. Ruler of the dynasty, Fierce Mountain, Tier 4, Commander, Level 22, 1,200,000 health, 100,000 mana, 15,000 attack, 10,000 defense. 3 meters tall in bright yellow armor, seated on a throne that came up out of the floor with him on it. Phase 1, Thronebound, Crystal Resonance, which calls up phantoms of the area bosses with 200,000 health each, and Dynasty Sword, 15,000 damage in a 20-meter area. Phase 2, below 50%. He leaves the throne, calls all 4 phantoms at once, and gains destructive charge. Phase 3, below 20%. He swallows all 4 magic crystals and finishes the fight as a living corpse, restoring 20% of his maximum health and doubling the range of every skill he has, plus Finality, which makes him immune to death for 5 seconds at triple attack speed. Assault team morale did something I could hear. A Tier 4 commander, somebody said. That's simply not something we can handle. Not one of them could hold the boss's gaze. 22 professionals looked at the floor. Interesting, Fierce Mountain said, and he was looking directly at me because I was the only one looking back. To actually dare to challenge me in my complete form. His head tilted. Did that fool Gawain not tell you how to weaken me? I waved a hand behind me without turning around. I don't like looking up at people. The bone throne rose smoothly until my eyes were exactly level with his. Gawain did tell me how to weaken you. Kill him at the moment of transformation, spoil the core, starve the crystals, and you'd never reach Tier 4. I crossed one leg over the other. I chose not to, because I wanted to see what quality a Tier 4 you actually has. Specifically, whether you're enough for Xiao He to cut down in one go. Fierce Mountain laughed. Then, mid-laugh without any transition at all, he was screaming. It has been a long time since I heard such an amusing joke. You want to see what I'm made of? Who are you to even dare? His mood changed faster than flipping a page. Serving a ruler really is like keeping company with a tiger. No wonder his chief alchemist sold him out to a stranger for a treasure chest. I looked at Xiao He and spoke very quietly, which for some reason is more effective than shouting. Xiao He, shatter his throne. I brushed something off my sleeve. What kind of trash thinks he can sit on equal footing with me? A phantom of the zombie scholar came up and threw a flame cage in his path. Heroic charge has super armor. He walked through the bars like they were a beaded curtain. The stun didn't matter because a throne-bound boss is already stationary. The guaranteed critical mattered a great deal. Flash, 534,680. Critical. That number, by the way, is what happens when Sword Mastery ignores 25% of the target's defense, the horse-chopping sword ignores another 5, and the whetstone adds 20% because it was the first strike of the fight. Every small thing stacked and then got multiplied by a crit. Then the blink behind the throne. 427,430. And the imperial throne of the Fierce Mountain dynasty split down the middle and fell in 2 halves, and the emperor of everything went down onto the floor on his backside in a way I would describe as extremely pathetic. How dare you? He was up on his knees, and he had genuinely stopped caring about us and started caring about the furniture. How dare you smash my precious imperial throne? Unforgivable. All of you must die. I let him finish. My throne was still hanging there at his eye level. Then he crammed all 4 magic crystals into his mouth at once. He skipped phase 2 entirely, straight from 1 to 3, out of pure temper, and swelled from 3 meters to 5. Do you feel my power? This is the might the demon god bestowed upon me. All of you, go to hell. Xiao He backstepped the charge, which was slow, spun, and used sweep for 76,530. A dynasty sword came down out of the sky and hit him for 15,000, and he did not react to it in any visible way. Then triple slash. 112,323, 109,870, 113,568. Then death sentence sword chi for 120,000 and 15,000 healed back. 400,000 health, gone, and Xiao He was at full. He proved with his actions that Fierce Mountain's quality was mediocre. Then Finality came up, 5 seconds where the boss cannot die, at triple attack speed. He put 30,000 damage on Xiao He in less than 1 second, and if he kept that rate for the full 5, he would eventually chew through even a Tier 4 steel armor Darkkin and force a death. I was not going to allow that. Shade! I didn't have to say anything else. He was already moving, and his internal position on the matter was, I am fairly sure, word for word this. It's just taking a beating, right? Hit me all you want. If you can kill me, you're awesome. Death Grip dragged a 5-meter emperor across the room and locked him onto an immortal skeleton for 3 of his 5 precious seconds. For those 3 seconds, Fierce Mountain treated Shade the way you would treat the person who killed your father. The weapon in his hands moved fast enough to leave after images. Bone fragments went everywhere. Shade came out of it with 14,000 health left out of 120,000 and did not stop laughing once. The Emperor's last act was to raise the sword of the dynasty over both of them, aiming for mutual destruction, and I'll give him this. That was his final dignity as an emperor, and he committed to it. Shade cackled in his face and clubbed him. 15,000 damage landed on Shade. 2,437 of overflow landed on a skeleton archer standing 10 meters away that had not done anything to anyone. Killed Dynasty Ruler, Fierce Mountain, level 22, perfect form, experience plus 40,000. Quest completed, Terminator of the Dynasty, level 18. Dungeon cleared in 1 hour and 14 minutes. This dungeon has permanently lost its boundary lifting qualification. Perfect clear achieved. Randomly gained 2 positive affixes. And then a golden crystal ball rolled out of the wreckage and stopped at the foot of the throne. Lai Shan Dynasty Ruins, dungeon placement crystal. Difficulty range adventure through nightmare. Creates a permanent gate wherever it is placed. 2 of 2 affixes unextracted. What does affix mean? Dungeons can have affixes? I turned it over in my hands. They said positive. Let's draw. The first one came up gold. Divine Blessing. After dying inside this dungeon, you may resurrect on the spot or leave after 30 minutes. Once per day. The second was smaller. Primary spell resistance. All spell damage inside reduced by 10%. I read both of those twice and understood what I had just made for my city. I sat there holding it with my mouth open. Holy crap, that's so awesome. I looked up at Wei Yang. It seems I've created something incredible. Let me explain why, because I only fully got it a minute later when a pioneer with 20 years of experience explained it to me while frozen inside a purple orb. At nightmare difficulty in a regional dungeon, even the trash mobs drop gold-grade equipment. The adventure difficulty drop rate is not much lower. That is already the best farm a mid-level professional will ever see. And with those 2 affixes on top, the forgiveness rate is so high that ordinary professionals, the F-rank knight in second-hand plate who queues for 4 hours, can walk into a regional dungeon and come out alive. Wei Yang covered his eyes with one hand. Ah, my eyes are going blind from the flash. It's actually a dungeon with affixes. He peeked through his fingers. Brother Jian is taking off. The 22 people still stuck in the orb pricked up their ears at the word affixes and then had to spend the rest of the fight scratching their heads because none of them could see what I was holding. Fierce Mountain's own drops came last. Glory of the Dynasty. Diamond grade, 2-handed, requires 500 strength. Strength plus 100, agility plus 50, attack plus 200, 5% critical damage, 3% hit rate. The item description read, "This sword symbolizes the final glory of the Lai Shan dynasty." It went to Xiao He. Greatest contributor by an enormous margin, and also he had been carrying second-hand weapons for 3 days. Gao Lan's Tenderness, Platinum Healing Staff plus 150 healing power. Description. This staff once healed thousands of lives, but in the end, it could not defeat the passage of time. That one went to Wei Yang, and I gave it to him as a farewell gift. I want to be straightforward about that because he was, and it was the first genuinely uncomfortable conversation of my professional career. I was level 18, he was level 14. That gap was not going to close. It was going to widen every single day for the rest of our lives, and there was going to come a point, very soon, where bringing him into a dungeon with me was the same as putting him in the ground. Find a fixed team through the association, I told him. A real one. Get to level 20 and clear your class transfer before the exam. Don't worry, Brother Jian. I've already made arrangements with those 4 young ladies from before. Aren't you afraid they'll drain you dry? I was scared before, but now that I have this staff you gave me, my stamina has greatly increased. He twirled it. Forget 4. I wouldn't be afraid if 10 more showed up. I am begging you. Stop bragging. There was also a sword feather breastplate, platinum, which I put on over a leather piece I was already wearing under a cloth cloak. My equipment at that point was an incoherent pile of plate, leather, and cloth in 4 different colors. Who cares what type of armor it is? If the attributes are high, it's good armor. Then the system asked me a question. Personal contribution detected at 97%. Hide your name? Yes or no? You shouldn't even ask that question. The citywide broadcast went out 3 times, and it had 1 name on it, attached to a 25-person raid. It was 9:20 in the morning. 1 hour and 15 minutes since a stone zombie landed in a public street. Jian Ming, Gao Ming, every guild executive in the square, and Xiaolin herself all stood there and doubted their own hearing. 25 people went in. 1 name came out, which means a contribution rate above 90%, which is virtually identical to soloing it. No. As Xiaolin pointed out to the square, it is actually harder than soloing it, because I also had to keep 22 other professionals alive while doing it. I walked out into that. Yo, President Jian, everyone's here. I waved. Have you eaten yet? Etienne put both hands on his head. This kid is truly damn amazing. Solo clearing a regional dungeon. He turned to Jian Ming. What kind of dog shit luck did Gu Song have to pick up a prodigy like this? The kids taking the college entrance examination alongside him this year are going to be miserable. They'll be completely devastated. Then a woman in white stepped forward. Xiaolin, level 60 swordsman, vice president of the Peerless Guild, mayor of Tianfeng City. A pause. President Gu sent me to protect you. Jian Li, I said, an unremarkable summoner. Then I manually fired the Nightmare Conqueror broadcast across the entire district, which I was able to do because the gate was still open with the assault team inside it. Nightmare Conqueror Jian Li has entered this area. Let us cheer for him. Nobody said anything. Xiaolin said nothing for slightly longer than everyone else. Then I tossed her the golden crystal. Nice to meet you. This is my introductory gift. She frowned at it, and I could see her working out whether she was being made fun of by a teenager, and then she actually read the item description, and her lips came apart. This is a God-blessed dungeon. Here is the part I hadn't fully understood when I threw it. The Xia Kingdom has plenty of high-end power. What it does not have is mid-level professionals, and the reason it doesn't is that the ladder between level 10 and level 20 is a meat grinder with no handrails. Regional dungeons below level 20 are extremely rare. A no-death regional dungeon below level 20 had never existed. That crystal was going to turn Tianfeng City into the gathering point for every professional under level 20 in the country for the next decade. The report went straight to Zhou Qing, supreme leader of the Xia Kingdom and commander-in-chief of the Demon Suppression Army. Gao Ming stood there staring at nothing. Our Tianfeng City is about to take off. Yes, Jian Ming said. It certainly is. My own settlement. 7,000 evolution points for 5 bosses, 16,000 for the first clear, 20,000 for the perfect clear, 43,000 evolution points and 50,000 experience. Tier 5 costs 50,000. 2 more 5-man dungeons, I thought. 2 more, and Xiaohei goes Tier 5. Xiaolin, meanwhile, was having a private crisis about the gift. She had assumed I was teasing her. Instead, she was standing there holding a national-level strategic asset that a teenager had thrown at her underhand within 9 seconds of meeting her, and her conclusion was, I cannot repay this favor on my own, so she called her boss. I've arrived. I ran into Ma Chao of the Dark Knight Guild on the way and I killed him. Pause. Jian Li is fine, but the commotion he caused is not small. He created a divine blessing dungeon. Longer pause. I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything with me, so I'll leave the matter of a return gift to you. Then she hung up first, which I respect enormously. She travels, incidentally, by throwing a model airplane on the ground. It unfolds into an unmanned passenger jet. This is the Soaring E-20, diamond-grade vehicle. I got it out of the Firmament Fortress dungeon. Cool. Does it have laser cannons mounted on it? No, it is a civilian passenger plane. Gu Song was on a recliner by the lake in his security uniform when we got back, and he looked about 10 years better than he had the night before. Hey, President Gu, you look refreshed, as if something happy has occurred. I sat down on the grass. You look a lot younger. He coughed. Then he asked carefully why I had given a dungeon placement crystal away to a woman I had met 4 minutes earlier. That thing is useless in my hands. What am I going to do? Collect dungeon tickets at the door? I lay back on the grass. Better to contribute it and raise the overall strength of our Xia Kingdom's professionals. Besides, you've already arranged for Vice President Xiao to protect me. I should show some appreciation, shouldn't I? Can a mere placement crystal compare to my personal safety? I put my hands behind my head. And anyway, it didn't go to outsiders. It went to our own people in the Peerless Guild. And I'm not bragging here, but as long as I'm alive, dungeons with affixes like that, I can get you as many as you want. Then I yawned. I'm tired. Going to lie down for a bit. Soloing a nightmare regional dungeon is physically exhausting work. Gusong's mouth twitched, and what he was thinking was, exhausted my ass. The summoned beasts do all the fighting at the front, and at most you walk around picking up equipment. He did not know about the flying throne yet. He also did not know that the flying throne exists because of his own curse energy. But I had him, and we both knew it, because I had just said our Peerless Guild twice in one breath, as naturally as breathing, and he was the president, and what kind of president lets that stand without producing something? He gritted his teeth and took out a card, class exclusive skill card, epic grade, single use, 90% chance of an S-rank skill, 9% chance of SS, 1% chance of SSS. Oh my, President Gu, you're too polite. I put both hands up, deeply embarrassed. How could I possibly accept this? My right hand took the card while I was still saying it. Very naturally. No hesitation in the wrist at all. Look at that hypocritical smile, he thought. Look at how practiced that movement was. And you said you didn't want anything. You were fishing for me the whole time. He also, at that exact moment, thanked his own foresight for never mentioning that a certain little skeleton had been draining his curse for free since 8 o'clock the previous evening, because if I had known, he was quite sure I would have blackmailed him until he didn't have his underwear left. Then he started giving me advice. Now don't use it immediately. First you want to farm your luck stat. There's a lucky seed in the level 30 lucky garden over in Shawnee City, that's a flat 5%, and Jingdu University controls the 1,000-year snow mountain at level 40, which drops a blessing crest. With the lucky seed and the crest together, your odds on an epic card would be, holy crap! I had already used it. A beam of gold went up out of my hands and through the ceiling, and there was a sound with it, and the sound did not stop. Surging water, tides coming in on a shore somewhere very far away and very deep. It went on for about 11 seconds, which is a long time to sit in a garden listening to an ocean that isn't there. Summon Naga Empress. SSS-rank. Learnable at level 50. 50,000 mana. Summons the Empress of the Naga race. Initial bloodline. Tier 7. Monarch. Upgradable to Tier 9. Xiaolin covered her mouth with one pale hand. Gu's song had gone completely still. A Tier 7 summoned beast, he said. Monarch level. That's a full tier above a lord. He looked at me with something close to fear. After you reach level 50 and can actually summon her, I probably won't even be your opponent. Probably, he said. That was generous of him. I did not say the rest out loud, but I'll say it to you. If I get to level 50 and still can't beat a level 60 professional, then the cheat was wasted and I should go find somewhere quiet to hang myself. Then I looked at the SSS rank skill book in my hands and sighed. The Naga Empress. Just so. Both of them turned around slowly. Look, I stand by it. I wanted a dragon. A darkened dragon knight. Xiao He on the back of something enormous with wings. It would have looked incredible, and the two of them would have matched. Gu Song and Xiaolin exchanged one look, and I know exactly what passed between them, because they told me afterward, and neither of them was ashamed of it. This kid is showing off again. He's not satisfied with an SSS rank skill. No. We must give this kid a setback before he develops the bad habit of arrogance. The Blood Ring Arena opens in 2 days, Gu Song said. Minimum entry level 18. And no level gating boss inside it is under level 20. He smiled at me. The arena is not a dungeon. The bosses in there are battle-hardened. They fight professionals for a living. As a summoner, you might well be killed before you can even get your beasts out, Xiaolin added mildly. A summoner who is killed before he can summon his summoned beasts cannot be considered a qualified summoner. Wouldn't you agree, Jianli? I had exactly one question. Does it have nightmare difficulty? If it doesn't have nightmare difficulty, I'm not going. Fine. Gu Song sighed. But I hope you don't get too badly beaten up when the time comes. My actual requirement, which I did not share, was simpler than difficulty. The more bosses, the better. Every boss is evolution points. The principal called at 1 in the afternoon and woke me up. Jianli, where is this master-level combat instructor of yours? The whole graduating class has been in the training hall since 11. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Principal Huang. My master-level instructor ran into a small issue this morning. I'll call him right now and tell him to head over. I sat up and rubbed my face. Don't worry, Principal Huang. He is absolutely reliable. Then, Xiao He, go to the school and teach those rookies how to fight. He appeared, already reaching for the violin. Go easy on them. Don't cripple anybody. He turned to leave. Oh, and don't forget to bring up the payment when you see the principal. Pity the students of Tianfeng No. 1 High School. They had no idea what was walking through the gate. Down by the lake, the president of the Peerless Guild was serving tea and water to a skeleton. Little skeleton, can you absorb the curse power again yet? Shade cackled and patted his own gleaming ribs. No problem at all. He had already picked out the next skill he wanted. All he lacked was energy. Power bank, he thought, warmly. Hurry up and come to me. 12%, 20, 50, 100. Gu Song stood up afterward and looked at his own hands. Only 50% of the curse left. 2 more sessions and it's gone completely. His fists closed. The first third-turn professional in human history. I must succeed. At the Professionals Association, Liu Tao had been put back together by 3 of the association's best healers and had a bandage around his head. He got up off the table before they were finished and went straight to Jian Ming. Ma Chao was killed by a single strike from Xiao Lin. One thought blossoms, truly living up to her reputation. He was almost cheerful about being nearly killed. It's a shame I didn't get to see it myself. Then Jian Ming told him the rest. What did you say? Liu Tao slammed the table and immediately tore something and hissed through his teeth. Jian Li soloed the regional dungeon by himself? That's damn impressive. He sat back down carefully. What a monster. Yes, he truly is a monster. Jian Ming looked out the window at the east corner of the building. But because of him, Our Tianfeng city is about to take off. That east corner had been virtually deserted for years. Now you couldn't walk through it. The gate to the God-blessed dungeon had been installed there that morning, and every professional under level 20 within 200 kilometers had already heard about it, and they were going out of their minds with joy. I was at the counter selling gold equipment. The association appraised my haul at 26.5 million yuan, which is a life-changing amount of money for a kid who had 6,000 in a savings account 2 days earlier. I crossed the health recovery accessories off the sale list, which dropped my payout to 14.5 million. Then I took the accessories outside and set up a street stall directly in front of the dungeon entrance. Take a look. Come and see. Accessories dropped from the Nightmare Difficulty Regional Dungeon, straight from the source, no middleman. Essential for magic professions and physical professions alike on pioneering runs. With good equipment, even Fierce Mountain can be crushed. Shaolin, level 60 swordsman, vice president of the Peerless Guild, mayor of Tianfeng City, covered her face with one hand and went to find an empty spot to wait. Her advice earlier had been perfectly reasonable. If you have an appraiser friend, use the black market. If you don't, use the association's trading zone honestly and take the standard cut. She had not accounted for a street stall. If anyone from her guild found out she had been standing next to a street stall at the Professionals Association, they would laugh her to death. A level 19 shield warrior pushed to the front while I was holding up 5 fingers. 500,000, he shouted, delighted. His teammate dragged him away by the collar. 500,000 can't even buy a silver quality accessory. You think you're buying gold? Philosopher's Stone, 5 million, I called out. Magic Stone, 3 million. Then louder. This price is only valid for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the price will change. A level 20 mage in blue robes stepped out of the crowd instantly. I'll take the Magic Stone. 3 million yuan, received. Welcome back next time. The second Magic Stone went in under 3 minutes to a level 19 priest girl who did not even ask for a discount. Mages really are rich. Most physical professions lead hard lives. Then Wang Jian turned up at my stall to buy an accessory, and there was a boy standing next to him who put down 5 million without looking at the item. 5 million. Here. He stared at me. You must be Jian Li. I am. My name is Liu Chengfeng, level 18 warrior, from Shanhai City. He straightened up. The record for clearing your nightmare difficulty is 1 hour 15. I will compress that to under an hour within 3 days. With me around, you absolutely will not get the peerless title. I picked my ear. Are you done talking? Don't delay my business. Liu Chengfeng is the rising star of the Flash Guild in Shanhai City. His teammates are the best of this year's crop from every guild in that city, and they had ridden over within 3 hours of the regional dungeon appearing on the national board. Shanhai was only the beginning. The rising stars from Kyoto and Modu were expected within a day or two. Wang Jian, standing there, was doing a different kind of arithmetic because Wang Jian had personally watched a level 17 summoned beast one-shot a 700,000 health boss, and then knock the emperor of a dynasty straight from phase 1 into phase 3 out of spite. His actual thought was, they probably aren't worthy of carrying this person's shoes. Out loud, he tried to smooth it over. Please don't take offense at children. I looked at him, calmly. Are you telling me how to do things? He told me later it felt like being locked onto by something ancient and very large. Cold sweat straight through his shirt. No, I wouldn't dare. To be fair to him, he wasn't afraid for himself. He was afraid that my summoned beast would accidentally erase the Flash Guild's entire next generation, and Tianfeng City would inherit the paperwork. Total for the day, 16 million from the stall, 14.5 from the counter, 30,608,000 yuan. The 8,000 at the end was mine. That was the 6,000 I had saved over 10 years by not buying things, plus interest. In 4 days, I had made money an ordinary person could not earn in 3 lifetimes, and I still knew the exact figure of my old savings account to the yuan, and I always will. Which is why the next thing out of my mouth was aimed at Wang Jian, who is both assault team captain and an intern member of the law enforcement team. In that case, can I join the Professionals Association too, and the law enforcement team? I am, at minimum, the strongest summoner in history. The salary can't be low, there's no helping it. I'm too used to hard times. Poverty makes a man resourceful. That night, I had a business idea. I wrote a walkthrough for the Lai Shan Dynasty ruins, and I posted it under the title, The Complete Speedrun Guide for the Lai Shan Dynasty Ruins, free to read. And it was free. Every monster's stats, every skill and its cooldown, which boss needs positioning and where to stand, which phase needs focus fire and which one needs you to stop attacking and wait. Nanny level, genuinely, sincerely, the best guide anybody in that city had ever read. And then, at the exact sentence, the final boss, Fierce Mountain, comes in a simple version and a difficult version. The simple version is obtained by, I attached a 500 yuan paid attachment. The attachment contains one thing, Clear Area 1 inside 30 minutes, then go into the toxic laboratory while Gawain is still uninfected, and he fights alongside you and spoils his own core, and Fierce Mountain comes out at Tier 3 with 2 phases and no finality. I priced my own solution at 500 Wen and I sleep fine. That's it. That is the whole difference between a 2-hour wipe and a comfortable clear. Excellent, I said, hitting post. Who else is as selfless as me? A complete guide for a regional dungeon, free, just because I said so. Xiaolin read it over my shoulder from start to finish. She was gratified for the first 4 minutes. Then she got to the bottom. The title says free. Why is there a paid attachment at the end? She frowned. This isn't very kind of you. You're mistaken. My post is free. Every professional in the city can read it, correct? Yes, but the attachment costs money. What does the attachment have to do with the post? I spread my hands. And that content isn't even 1% of the total length. Pricing it at 500 is a token gesture. Whether you buy it or not, doesn't affect clearing the dungeon. It only doesn't affect me, I added silently. She could not settle on a word for me. If she called me cunning, well, I had put real effort into organizing that guide, and it was genuinely excellent. If she called me generous, I had charged for the only part that mattered. I am not the type to easily suffer a loss, so she called Jian Ming to have it pinned and verified, which meant that the president of the Professionals Association, the captain general of the law enforcement team, and the mayor of Tianfeng City each had to pay me 500 yuan to read the attachment and check whether it was true. Damn it, Jianming said, watching the payment go through. This kid is truly cunning. The pinned post on the Tianfeng Professional Forum, which had for 11 months been a video of Liu Tao taking 3rd place at last year's martial arts tournament, was replaced by a dungeon walkthrough. Open the forum. Don't say anything, don't ask anything, just look. Shocking. Nanny-level guide for the regional dungeon, saves you 10 years of detours. The whole east side of the association went silent as 2,000 people read the same document at the same time. There was a warrior named Zhang Yang who spent 4 minutes arguing with himself about the 500. Who's going to buy that thing? With our team's strength, we'll struggle to even see the final boss. And then, anyway, it's only 500. That's 1 potion. 30 seconds after paying, he was whispering to his party with the urgency of a man passing state secrets. Buy the attachment, all of you, right now. The second you're done, we're going in. Holy shit, there's actually a way to do that? 500 is so worth it. Keep your voice down. Wang Jin's assault team bought the attachment and ran Nightmare, specifically because Liu Chengfeng was running Nightmare. Liu Chengfeng had no guide because Liu Chengfeng was from out of town. He met the complete, unspoiled Tier 4 Fierce Mountain with all 3 phases and finality, and I am told his team was almost beaten to tears. 2 hours, full wipe. The only reason anyone walked out was the Divine Blessing affix I had personally rolled that morning. Captain, the final boss is just too difficult. His healer was sitting on the floor. I genuinely don't understand how the assault team cleared it. Today we weren't prepared enough. We'll come back tomorrow. Liu Chengfeng got up. We are the elites of Shanhai City. How could we possibly lose to people from a second-rate city like Tianfeng? He didn't get to finish the sentence because the announcement started. Wang Jian's 25, Nightmare, 1 hour 58. I was upstairs at the time, watching my phone light up every few seconds. Zhang Yang's 25, Adventure, 1 hour 59, and then more, and more, rolling in like spam. What's happening? What is going on? Wang Jian, at a volume calibrated to carry. Ah, the strategy on the professional forum is simply divine. As long as you follow the steps, anyone who isn't disabled can basically clear it. Lin Fan, the mage who had taken the traitor apart, added, those who can't clear it really should go get their brains checked. He had been standing directly behind Wang Jian at the stall when Liu Chengfeng mouthed off to me, and 2 people had physically restrained him. A tadpole with a toad tattooed on its belly. He had been trying to say, what exactly are you showing off? Zhang Yang joined in purely because of the second-rate city remark. Before Great God Jian Li provided the strategy, we were just ordinary professionals, he announced to the room. After Great God Jian Li provided the strategy, we are ruthless dungeon harvesting machines. Then he turned on his own team with a face like a disappointed father. Brothers, we have shamed Great God Jian Li. We had the complete strategy, and it still took us 2 hours. If Great God Jian Li knew, he would surely be very disappointed. Liu Chengfeng opened the forum on his phone. Sorry, you are not a registered professional in Tianfeng City and cannot access this content. Jian Ming had closed the forum to outsiders that afternoon. What a broken forum. It actually prohibits outsiders from accessing it. He threw the phone on the ground and left. I was upstairs the entire time watching a notification tick. Change received, 500. Change received, 500. 12,000 purchases in 2 hours. There are only about 100,000 professionals under level 20 in Tianfeng City, and by closing the forum to outsiders, Jian Ming cut my potential market roughly in half. He did it on purpose. He wanted the dungeon to make Tianfeng City's name before the rest of the province could get at it, and he was right, and it cost me maybe 8 million yuan, and I have never mentioned it to him. He summoned me to the president's office the next morning, and I opened before he could. President Jian, I already know why you called me here. Honestly, joining the Tianfeng City Professionals Association isn't impossible. It's just that. I put on a troubled face. The college entrance examination is in under 2 months. I'm just an ordinary third-year high school student, and my academic workload is quite heavy. All three of them rolled their eyes at the same time. An ordinary third-year high school student. Liu Tao put his bandaged head in his hands. You are truly humble. Have you ever met a third-year high school student with the title of Nightmare Conqueror? He pointed. And don't think we don't know about you sending your summoned beast to the school to moonlight as a tactical instructor. In fairness, that program was working. Xiaohei plays the boss himself. He stands in the middle of the training hall and lets an entire party try to kill him, and he drills positioning and timing until they stop tripping over each other. And because of martial arts Heavenly King, he can watch a student swing once and name the exact flaw by the millisecond in a voice that makes 18-year-olds want to lie down. He resorted every team in the graduating class by hand. Dungeon clearing efficiency across the school was up 30% in 2 days. Principal Huang Qingshan was grinning from ear to ear and telling anybody who would listen that the money had been extremely well spent. Shaolin's private summary of my character, which she shared with me much later, shameless. But even when you know this one is shameless, you fall for it anyway, without hesitation. Perhaps that is also a kind of personal charm. Jian Ming began a prepared speech about the importance of applying what one learns. I put a hand up. Just say it, President Jian. How much will you pay me per month? He blinked. Was he really being this direct? I haven't even finished my pleasantries yet. President Jian, let's skip the pleasantries. I have hundreds of thousands moving through my hands every minute. Get to the point. 10 million a month. Nominal position. No fixed duties. He recovered fast, I'll give him that. And if another regional dungeon event occurs, your intervention fee starts at 50 million per instance. Deal. We shook on it. And no need to call me President Jian, that's too formal, just call me Brother Jian. He held onto my hand. Oh right, I still have plenty of geese. If you ever need any, just say the word and I'll deliver them personally. 24 hours earlier, this man had been sprinting toward a lake shouting about his treasures. Now, what swans? They were just geese. Here's why he did it, and it isn't sentiment. Gu Song came out of Heishui City, an obscure nowhere town with under 10,000 professionals. 5 years after he broke out, the dungeon count in that region multiplied, 100,000 professionals moved in, and Heishui became a top 3 city in its province. That is what one super genius does to a map. It's called the fortune of a super genius, and it happens maybe twice a generation. Jian Ming had one sitting in his office asking about payroll. Then he gave me career advice, and it was better advice than anything I'd gotten from a teacher. Skip the SS grade seed offers. Skip SSS. Don't go to Jingdu University as a student. He leaned forward. Go as a teacher. Your strength already crushes every student in that building, and no matter who you team with, they will only be a drag on you. I sat there and pictured it. All those self-important geniuses finishing the college entrance examination, queuing up outside the admissions office of the best university in the country, waiting to be evaluated. And the special grade teacher in charge of admissions is me. Come to think of it, that scene is too dramatic. Ha 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 ha. President Jian, this suggestion of yours is excellent. Liu Tao made a bitter noise. Other people break their heads trying to get in as students. He skipped the student stage entirely and went straight to teaching. Which reminded me. Captain Liu, I killed a Dark Knight Guild spy inside the dungeon yesterday. I turned in my chair. Isn't the law enforcement team going to award me a good citizen medal? Even if there's no medal, a bonus of 1 or 2 million would be fine. I had finished fleecing the Professionals Association. It was law enforcement's turn. No way. You're making 10 million a month and you still won't let go of this little bit of money? Captain Liu, you don't know how expensive daily necessities are until you're the one in charge. I started from nothing. Do you have any idea what it costs to raise 2 summoned beasts? I split every yuan in half before I spend it. Stop acting poor at me. You sold 30 million in equipment yesterday morning. Your total assets, kid, are over 50 million. Captain Liu, it's easy to conquer the world and hard to keep it. I sighed. I've gotten used to hard times. If I don't have a few 100 million in hand, I feel panicked. Law enforcement terms, 3 million a month, 6 insurances and 3 funds, plus danger pay. Danger pay. I chuckled internally. That doesn't exist for me. It's difficult for me to even die. We shook on it. The compensation isn't important, I said warmly. I mainly want to contribute to Tianfeng City. Shaolin waited until we were outside. Given your personality and your talent for avoiding trouble, you shouldn't have joined the law enforcement team. Do you think I'm a genius? Yes, the top tier kind. Then think it through. A top-tier genius like me, lunatics from hostile countries, and the Dark Knight Guild are going to want me dead, correct? I counted it out. Those people definitely can't kill me, but I can kill them. And when that happens, I take their heads to the law enforcement team to complete a mission, and I get an extra mission reward for free. How cost-effective is that? She waited. Besides, with law enforcement status, if anyone acts arrogant in front of me, I get to slap them. She knew perfectly well which of the two reasons was the real one. Then she briefed me on the Blood Ring Arena. Its location changes every time it appears. Last time, it was the troll hunting grounds outside the demon capital. This time, most likely, the ogre ruins near Shanhei City, which is a level 25 dungeon, which means every other challenger walking in will be a post-first transition professional with at least one S-rank skill. Do I have to fight them? What if I accidentally slaughter them all? I was genuinely concerned. I don't want to be called a murderous maniac. You only fight the gladiators, she explained. Duels between challengers leave the loser at 1 health point and untouchable until healed. Down by the lake, Shade was fishing in complete silence. Gu Song was lying on a chair nearby. Both of them were quieter than the other. Strange, I said, walking past. Why hasn't Shade done his usual GAGAG today? Did he change his personality? The instant I was out of sight, Gu Song's head came up. Jianli's gone, little skeleton. Let's continue. 21%, 36, 95. 2% of the curse left. His face had come all the way back, and what was underneath it was a calm, extremely handsome man of 36 with 90% of his strength restored. Xiaolin has shown up in Tianfeng City, he said to the water. Those mad dogs at the Dark Knight Guild will have guessed I'm here. Who's the trump card this time? Joker? Iceman? Or will you come yourself, Dark Knight? He put his hands behind his head. Whoever it is, just stay here for me. Shade pointed at his fishing rod. Don't worry. The diamond-grade rod I promised you arrives tomorrow. He wanted the cursed energy. He also wanted the rod. You have mastered basic fishing. JJJG. He had mastered basic fishing. How far could he possibly be from fishing grandmaster? Xiaohei left before dawn to run extra drills because he had become an instructor, and if he did the job badly, he would be losing face for me. He intercepted Wei Yang at the school gate. Through yesterday's training, I found that there is a 0.5-second gap after your possession is lifted. Xiaohei does not do small talk. If I were your enemy, I would use that gap to kill you. Do you think everyone is a pervert like you? Wei Yang thought, and did not say. Brother He, how should I improve? Very simple. Get beaten up more. Every student in the graduating class was lined up on time. Not one was late. Xiaohei is nearly 2 meters of chainmail with genuine darkened battle intent coming off him, and he stands there and the air gets thick enough that 18-year-olds have trouble breathing. Good. Nobody is late. Today's teaching continues. He called out Xiaoning first, the S-rank from the awakening ceremony. Your talent is very good. You use it terribly. Flat. No cruelty in it at all, which somehow made it worse. Your charge time exceeds 1 second. Against a boss with real reaction speed, your attack will never land. Charge and attack me. Chain slash came in. He moved about 6 centimeters and it went past him. Too slow. The charging motion is too obvious. There is a precast delay in your skill release. He turned away. Extra training. He worked down the entire line and he did not write anybody off, which is the part that surprised me. The F-rank kids at the end, the ones the school had already quietly given up on, got basic positioning drills over and over until they could clear Golden Tooth ruins on difficult grade. I woke up at 10 the next morning because I had been watching short videos until 3. Xiaolin was sitting in the garden with her sword across her knees. What are you doing? I am comprehending sword intent. Then she opened her eyes, and for 1 second what was sitting in front of me was not a person, but a snow lotus opening. A single thought causing flowers to bloom. She lives up to it entirely. As expected, there are only incorrectly chosen names. There are never incorrectly given nicknames, which got me thinking about what my own moniker should be, and I would like the record to show that I workshopped several and rejected all of them for being embarrassing. Then the call came. The arena had manifested at the Ogre Ruins. Every guild convoy in the province moved at once. At the Dawn Sword Guild, Chen Ming took 2 squads. Wang Hua's 5 had ground themselves up to level 16 in 2 days and were coming purely to watch. The real hope was the Swordbearer squad under Wang Li, a level 25 elementalist with an S-rank spell damage talent. Chen Ming gave one order before they left, and he made it clear it came from the president himself. If you meet a summoner named Jian Li, you will watch your mouths. You will treat him exactly the way you would treat the president. Understood? He looked down the line. If anybody here cannot control his mouth, then I'm sorry, but the Dawn Sword Guild cannot afford to keep a big shot like you. The Ogre Ruins are normally deserted. bad experience rates, and the drops are heavy plate with brutal strength requirements that most builds can't meet. That day there were 3,000 professionals standing on it, 80% of them level 25, which is to say most of the future of the Southeast Province. He Tian briefed me on the way in. Gladiators are stronger than dungeon bosses of the same level. Beat one and every member of your team gets a gold piece. 3 in a row upgrades that to a full 5-piece gold set. 4 in a row makes the set platinum. What about 5? No team has ever achieved 5 consecutive victories. He shrugged. And nobody knows how many gladiators are actually in there. The gate turned from blue to red, and an arena manifested physically on the surface of Blue Star, and a small green goblin waddled out of it with a microphone. Oh ho, welcome everyone to the Blood Ring Arena. I am today's host, Fizwick. That thing is being shifted here temporarily from another dimension, Shaolin said quietly. Perhaps our battles are merely entertainment in the eyes of the true big shots. Then I'll have to perform well. I cracked my knuckles. If some powerful individual takes a liking to me and I become a live-in son-in-law, wouldn't that save me 10,000 years of struggle? She looked at me for a long moment. This one's mentality is truly strong enough, she thought. It's as if there is nothing he genuinely reveres. The doors opened and a dozen fully armed ogres came out to hold the line, and the weakest of them was a level 50 tier 3 elite. 3 goblins in black suits set up a folding table. Line up, tickets required, 1 million for challengers, 200,000 for audience seating. And there was no difficulty selection because there was only one difficulty, Nightmare. Levels 18 to 25. A large number of professionals quietly turned around and went home. A larger number bought spectator seats. I paid 1,000,000 yuan, extremely reluctantly, and made myself a promise on the way through the gate. Having spent this much money to get in, I must bring back something valuable, otherwise it's a huge loss. Then I did the math on 1,800 challengers at 1,000,000 each, plus the audience, and arrived at 2 billion yuan in ticket revenue for one afternoon. This money is so damn easy to make. Fizwick explained the modes from a floating platform. Challenge mode, team entry against our excellent grade gladiators. No deaths, everyone lives. 1 gold grade item per victory, doubling on a streak. No one-time damage scrolls, please, we can tell. He waited for the laugh. And deathmatch mode, against our ace gladiators. The victor lives. The loser dies. He spread his arms. Of course, the rewards are also very generous. Killing an ace gladiator rewards 1 diamond grade item, and consecutive victories continue to double it. Nobody moved. Strong individuals grow through blood and fire, Fizwick said sweetly. Is it possible that you are the next strong individual? One hothead stood up shouting, "Deathmatch, it has to be deathmatch," and was immediately smacked on the head by his own vice president. What deathmatch? If you want to die, go by yourself, don't drag your teammates down. I drew number 324, very late in the running order, which suited me perfectly, and I want to be honest about my reasoning because I thought it was considerate at the time. If I went early and simply blew the arena up, it wouldn't be fair to the other professionals. Everybody bought tickets. It's not easy for anyone. If those professionals had known what I was thinking, they would have replied, "You're a surprisingly good person." First up was Wang Li's squad in challenge mode against an ogre warrior, tier 3 elite, level 27, 900,000 health, 12,000 attack. The stands reacted badly to those numbers. Those attributes are stronger than a nightmare difficulty boss, and that's just an excellent grade gladiator. Wang Li's S-rank talent is Elemental Ignition, which paralyzes with fire, which hard counters anything that has to walk to you. Round 1 went in under 3 minutes. In round 2, the Orc Berserker stood in place trembling like a man having a seizure and never got a swing off. Round 3 was a Goblin Assassin that came out of stealth and nearly deleted him in one strike. He stopped at 3 and took his 5 gold pieces because the 4th opponent would have been ranged, and a ranged 4th opponent kills him. That was the correct decision, and everybody in the building respected it. I watched all of it from my seat, and my professional assessment was, weak, too weak. Things that could be killed instantly were made so complicated, not as interesting as scrolling through short videos. Then a punk with a lollipop in his mouth stepped in front of Wang Li's team as they came off the floor. Giving up already? Chen Yu, of the Flash Guild, Shanhe City. Are the professionals of Tianfeng City all this cowardly, satisfied with 5 pieces of gold? His vice president, Sun Bao, put a hand on his shoulder with enormous fake sympathy. You, don't lower yourself to their level. They're from the countryside. It's normal for them to be ignorant of the world. Country bumpkins, Chen Yu said. Don't think winning 3 rounds makes you something. Today I'll show you what a true genius looks like. Then he entered challenge mode, not deathmatch. He was arrogant. He was not stupid. There's history under all of this, and Jian Ming explained it to me while it was happening. On the surface, it's that the Flash Guild's leader lost to Liu Tao at last year's city fighting tournament and has been unpleasant ever since. Underneath, it's that Shanhe City has been coming to Tianfeng for a month to snatch the first clears of our dungeons. 2 nightmare first kills already. And last year, Shanhe City formally moved to annex Tianfeng City, and the only reason there is still a Tianfeng City on the map is that Guo Lei of the Demon Suppression Army blocked it. Without him, we'd be Tianfeng County. So now they play it differently. Goad Tianfeng's professionals into a public brawl and use the incident to force a city challenge tournament and take the city that way. Xiaolin listened to about 90 seconds of this and then took out her phone and called the mayor of Shanhe City directly. Feng Wei, this is Xiaolin. My current position is mayor of Tianfeng City. Pause. I heard that Shanhe City wishes to initiate a city challenge tournament against Tianfeng City. It's best if you haven't. But if you have, I welcome it. I personally would very much like to experience Mayor Lan's brilliant methods. She hung up and turned to the row behind us, and her voice went flat and cold enough to hurt. As long as I am here, Tianfeng City will remain. Feng Wei canceled everything before lunch and then asked his own association president a question that I understand ruined the man's week. When the city challenge tournament happens, who's facing her in the ring? Me or you? And that association president, Chen Liang, walked out into the parking lot doing the other kind of arithmetic. Why is the vice president of the Peerless Guild personally sitting in Tianfeng City? Why now? What is in Tianfeng City that the Peerless Guild would station its second strongest member over? Gusong. And the anti-aging potion out of the Forest of Elves. He burned a Black Skull communication rune in the parking lot and reported it. Once Gusong dies, the Lich will be reborn possessing his body and the whole of Tianfeng City will be razed. The long-sealed ancient ruins will descend upon Blue Star once again. The Flash Guild finished their first 3 rounds in under 3 minutes each. Round 4 was a troll hunter that switches between melee and ranged with a brown bear companion, and it cost them 2 team members before it went down, but it went down. I watched all of it with my headphones in and did not take them out once. 4 straight victories, a platinum piece each, the best result of the day by a wide margin. I checked my own record for the day, which at that point was still nothing. Chen Yu walked off the floor, turned to the Tianfeng section, gave us a thumbs up, and slowly rotated his hand 180 degrees. I saw him do it. I did not react because I was watching a video about noodles. Wang Hua's jaw was working. Are we just going to take this? What else can we do? Chen Ming didn't even look up. Why don't you go and get a 4-win streak yourself? He let that sit. When you aren't as strong as the other person, you hold it in. I want to defend that answer. It was the correct answer for everybody but me. He Tian looked over at me. I had headphones on and was watching short videos. Once you're already a king, is there any point in watching a bunch of bronze players peck at each other? I am aware of how that sounds. I stand by every word of it. He tapped my shoulder and explained the MVP situation at length. On our own home turf, letting people from Shanhe City take the day's top result is embarrassing. Is that it? I put the headphones back on. Relax. The sky isn't going to fall. Fizwick, meanwhile, was bored and homesick. His quota from the Lord of Blood was 10 powerful souls, and he was not going to fill it on this planet, and he wanted to go home. He was calling numbers out of pure procedure at that point. I have some sympathy for him. He was in the wrong job on the wrong planet. Number 324. Nothing. Number 324? Still nothing, because I could not hear him. Nobody in the history of the Blood Ring Arena had ever forfeited a paid slot. He stood there genuinely puzzled for a moment and then snapped his fingers and a column of light came down on a teenager with headphones in. I did not hear my own number called. I heard nothing at all. One person? He peered at me. Where are your teammates? I stood up and stretched. Me, I don't have any teammates. Chen Yu crossed his legs and laughed loudly enough to carry. Yeah, you don't need teammates. They'd all just be trash waiting to get one shot anyway. He rolled the lollipop across his mouth. Are the people of Tianfeng City always this good at grandstanding? 1 million yuan, straight down the drain. I let him finish because I wanted the whole building to hear him first. His squad piled on. Level 18, and a summoner at that. It's easy for you to spend 1 million. Do you know how hard it is for your family to earn it? I did not answer that one either, and my silence was doing excellent work. Because of your individual showboating, Tianfeng City has become the laughingstock of the entire southeast province. I want you to remember that sentence. He said it to my face. And then, out of the air behind me, 3,000 professionals felt the temperature in that arena drop all at once, and every single one of them had the same instinctive thought, which was that some incredible monster had just arrived. That was my second summon arriving, and I had not even stood up yet. Shade stepped out behind my seat. Then he waved one hand, and the bone throne assembled itself in the air above the arena floor. I did not ask him to do that. He worked out my entrance while I was asleep, because he had comprehended a new skill while I was asleep, and he had picked it specifically to pair with the throne. Bone wall, S-rank, 100 mana, a wall with 1,000 health and 100 defense, 10-minute duration, no cooldown, and 100 of them combine into a bone rampart. I lifted my foot. Bang. A stair of bone formed under it. I climbed 23 steps into the sky, in front of 3,000 people, at a walking pace, with a new stair snapping into existence under each foot as it came down. Then I sat on the throne, snapped my fingers so Xiaohei and Shade appeared below it, leaned forward with my elbows on my knees, and looked down at the goblin. Start. Ah. Fizwick's mouth was still open from a sentence he had abandoned. Start. He had been stunned mid-word. So had everybody else. Chen Yu's lollipop had fallen out of his mouth onto his own shirt, and he had not noticed. I sat down in my chair and looked at the whole building from above it. What kind of new trick is this? Xiaolin thought. I have to admit, that entrance was truly unique. Quite cool. I would like to thank her for that assessment. I earned it. Wait, I raised a finger. When did I say I chose challenge mode? Arrange a deathmatch for me. The building made a sound. Ah? Deathmatch? Are you sure? Why would he? Somebody in the stand said. Isn't it better to be alive? Even if you never complete your class advancement quest in this lifetime, you could live quite well just by arranging that kind of entrance for other people. I heard that one clearly, and it improved my mood considerably. Jian Ming was on his feet. President Xiao, stop him, quickly. It's too late. She hadn't moved. His opponent has already appeared. Fizwick confirmed the mode instantly, and his reasoning, which he was kind enough to mutter into a live microphone was, who cares if he's a summoner? Completing KP is the most important thing. At worst, when I go back to hand over the souls, I'll just say this one was the strongest summoner on their planet. Then he found his showman voice. I have witnessed a true warrior, daring to disregard life and death. Whether he succeeds or not, he already possesses the qualifications to become a strong person. He flung an arm at the far gate. Now, let us welcome his opponent to the stage, Ace Gladiator GAR. I stood there through my own introduction with my hands behind my back. Ogre Magegar, Tier 4 Commander, Level 27, 2 million health, 15,000 attack, 8,000 defense. I read those numbers and started grinning, which frightened the people near me. Lightning Storm, a 2.5-second chant for 30,000 magic damage in 20 meters with a 3-second stun. Fire Blast to interrupt. Frost Shock to slow. And Bloodthirst Art, which gives everything within 30 meters 50% attack speed, including itself. I had a solution for all 5 of those abilities, and it fit into one word. 2 heads. 5 meters tall, and it swelled to 7 when the bloodthirst went up. The stands did the math out loud. A magic-type boss with 15,000 physical attack. It has area damage, an interrupt, a slow, and it buffs its own speed. With skills that disgusting, how the hell are we supposed to fight it? I will tell you how, because my answer took under a second to deliver. Here is how you fight it. Xiaohei. He folded his arms, bent his knees, and stepped off a 23-step bone staircase into open air. He landed in front of a 7-meter ogre without bending at the ankles. I did not watch him land. I was watching the ogre's face. Then, bang, the shield hit the dirt. The stands lost their minds. What is that summoned beast doing? Why did he throw away his shield? Does he know he can't win and he's just getting it over with quickly? I have stopped explaining the shield thing to people. It saves me time. Gar opened with its ultimate. It planted its feet and began a 2.5-second lightning storm chant with a Darkin standing directly in front of it. I want the record to show that I did nothing to encourage this, truly like an old man hanging himself. Tired of living. Valiant charge, 2-second stun, then flash, 672,680, critical. Blink, behind, 551,340, critical. Triple slash and sweep, 232,480 crit, 249,870 crit, 124,150, 95,890. I read my own damage log afterward, and it still looks like a typing error. Death sentence sword. Chi. 200,000. I watched my own 2 million damage land, and I still was not satisfied. 2 million health and it died before the stun wore off. It never finished the chant. Level 19. And then Xiaohei planted the horse-chopping sword in the arena floor, took out the violin, and played a farewell song over the body. I let him finish the song. It seemed important to him, and I had time. Elegant, arrogant, presumptuous. 3,000 professionals answered with total silence. The ogre mage is dead, Chen Yu said. The ogre mage is dead? And then his face went white as he replayed, in order, every single thing he had said to me 4 minutes earlier. I did not look at him. That was the entire point of my afternoon. Fizwick's reaction was different. Fizwick leaned into his microphone and breathed in. I seemed to smell the fragrance of a strong soul. I was not satisfied. The combo had only just crossed the execution line, and it had needed 2 criticals to do it. 2 criticals is luck. I do not build around luck. I have never once won a fight on luck, and I am not going to start. So I opened a negotiation with my own system. The ogre mage is dead. Can I get an advance of 5,000 evolution points? Settlement can only be made after clearing the dungeon. Oh, come on. Rules are dead. People are alive. I leaned back. Think about it from a business perspective. If you advance me 5,000 now, I evolve Xiaohei, and then I clear more bosses, and you owe me even more later. Besides, those 5,000 points are mine anyway. I'm just collecting early. Settlement can only be made after clearing the dungeon. If you can't even agree to a small request like this, then go find someone else to deal with. I meant it, and my system knew I meant it. Killed ogre mage. Evolution points plus 5,000. That's more like it. I sat forward. From now on, do it this way. Points on every boss kill. Don't wait for the final settlement. It's too much trouble. I consider that the single best deal I have ever negotiated. Fizwick got back on the microphone. The ace gladiator Gar has fallen to a pause you could park a truck in. A level 18 human summoner. Then sweetly, you may take your diamond grade equipment now and leave with honor. Or you may continue the challenge. Continue the challenge. I didn't let him finish the option. Since I'm already here, I must clear out this arena. Otherwise, that 1 million ticket fee would be wasted. Fizwick smiled in a way I did not like at all and set the required streak at the maximum. 5 consecutive victories. And in deathmatch mode, which meant I had to win 5 and survive to be paid. The payout, 1 epic grade item and 1 SS-rank universal skill book. Holy crap, somebody shouted. Epic equipment, I've never even seen one in my life. An SS-rank universal skill, any class can learn it. Jian Ming had his hands in his hair. Too reckless. The Blood Ring arena gets harder every round. No team has ever achieved 5 consecutive victories, not once, in its entire history, and he chose the harder mode. Xiaolin was reading it more carefully, and she got it right. His summoned beast has extremely high burst damage and almost nothing else, she said. If I owned this arena, I would send out a gladiator with strong defensive cooldowns next. As long as they can survive the opening burst, Jian Li is in danger. Then she scanned for an evacuation route, and the arena felt the hostility in it and raised a barrier. Level 80. Forget one Xiaolin. Every professional on Blue Star combined could not have broken it. I looked at that barrier and understood I had just been locked in with them. I raised an eyebrow at all of this. Interesting. Trying to set a trap for me? Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Because the forced 5 streak was exactly what I had been trying to engineer. I had been hesitating over evolving Xiaohei in the middle of the arena because a smart house cuts its losses and stops the fight when it sees the odds move. Instead, Fizwick had personally locked the doors and guaranteed me 4 more bosses with equipment, skill books, and experience attached. What a good person. 50,000 evolution points consumed. Xiaohei has evolved from Steel Armor, 4th tier, to Blood Shadow Sword Guard, 5th tier. I did it inside the summoning space so nobody would see the light. He came out in armor the color of blood, rigid lines running down it that looked like something flowing. The steel face mask was gone entirely, replaced by 2 sharp horns standing up off his brow, and underneath it, his eyes were red and completely indifferent, as if nothing in that arena was worth resolving into focus. Level 19. 152,000 health, 60,800 mana, 30,800 attack, 15,200 defense, and a new line on his sheet that had never been there before. Racial specialty, Darkkin Great Demon, not activated, plus 2 S-rank skills. Breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats, plus 50% maximum health for 20 seconds, and instantly heal the same amount, usable in any state including while controlled. And the sword exists, so I exist. 100% parry on all frontal attacks for 8 seconds, and every parry automatically counterattacks. Fizwick took one look at him when he stepped out. 5th tier battle general, his confidence came apart on his face in real time. His best remaining card was a 4th tier dark elf assassin who could bypass the beast and go straight for the summoner, and even he could tell that was not foolproof. He gritted his teeth. No, I absolutely cannot let him leave this arena alive. Then he reported upward and something answered. I will send Kenshin for the final match. Heh, Fizwick said, watching me smile down at him from the throne. Laugh now, laugh all you want. The happier you laugh now, the harder you'll cry later. Let's start. Don't waste my time. Hill Golem Gronk. Tier 4 Commander, level 28, 2,400,000 health, 16,000 defense, 30% magic resistance, earth armor, plus 50% defense, giant strength throw, Earthquake Tremor, 8 seconds of 2000 damage per second in a 30-meter radius with a stacking slow, and 5 stacks petrifies you for 5 seconds at double damage taken, and hold the line. Below 30% health, once per fight, 80% damage reduction, and 5% health regenerated per second for 8 seconds. Whatever Xiaolin had feared came true. She did not know Xiaohei had evolved. Nobody did. From the stands, it looked like his armor had gotten darker, and everyone's brain supplied the obvious explanation, which is that summoned beasts do not simply evolve mid-fight, because if they did, summoners would not be the bottom tier of the profession rankings. Shade, meanwhile, had identified a problem with the venue. There was no cheering. Could an arena without cheering still be called an arena? He cast Undead Summoning 20 times in a row. I did not tell him to do that. I have never once had to tell him. 2,000 undead spectators filled the empty stands on the far side, beating their weapons against their ribs and howling, "Gok gok gok, GGG." The Bloodring Arena instantly became the Death Arena. Fizwick's eyes lit up green. An undead summoned beast, a necromancer. The King of Blood has always wanted to encroach on the world of the dead. If I could deliver the soul of a necromancer, I would be generously rewarded. The fight took under a minute. Xiaohei's charge stunned the golem, which managed to get earth armor up anyway, and it made no difference whatsoever. 844,568. Critical. 714,280. Critical. Then sweep, then triple slash, and the first hit of the triple slash dropped it below 30% and triggered hold the line, and the skill maxed on the way through. Triple slash, B rank, has been promoted to consecutive flash, A rank. 4 hits at 180% each, and Xiaohei stopped and waited 8 full seconds, standing still, while an immortal golem regenerated in front of him. Because hold the line cuts 80% of damage, but it also locks Gronk out of every action, and there is no reason to spend cooldowns into an 80% shield when the enemy cannot fight back. Gronk came out of it roaring, "Little guy, Gronk is going to tear you to shreds." Earthquake Tremor, 2000 a second, slow stacking. Xiaohei stood in it. He stood in the middle of an earthquake, taking damage and stacking slows for 6 seconds, and then he waited 2 more, which nobody in the stands understood at the time because the 2 extra seconds were him watching the earth armor buff timer run out. Then, Unyielding Will, immune to all control for 5 seconds. Consecutive flash. 384,480, 397,584, 376,527, 394,890, 64% of a 2.4 million health pool in one skill. Death Sentence Sword Chi for 240,000 and 6,000 back. He put the sword away and turned around and walked, unhurried, back toward the spot where he'd left the violin. Behind him, Gronk came down. He picked up the violin and changed the tune, and I want you to know what he played over the corpse of the unbreakable wall because he chose it himself. How lonely is invincibility? Shade applauded. 2,000 undead lost their minds in the stands. My brother Hei is invincible. Is there no one who can fight? And then the actual stands went up, 3,000 living professionals on their feet at once. Jian Ming pinched his own thigh. Ouch! Brother Jian is too amazing. My little heart is still pounding right now. He grabbed Xiaolin's sleeve. President Xiao, can you tell what tier his summoned beast is? 5th. She did not take her eyes off the floor. 5th tier battle general. And not just 5th tier, the top tier kind of 5th tier. She finally looked at him. Relying on one summoned beast alone, Jian Li can already be called invincible among his peers. She was being conservative, and she knew it. She had already run the number and decided not to say it out loud. I gained 200 attribute points per level. A normal professional gains 25. After the level 20 class transfer, mine doubles again. A normal professional, all the way up to their second transfer, accumulates about 1,500 total attribute points across their entire career. I was going to have at least 8,000. Fizwick was running out of aces and getting reckless. Even his defensive specialist had died instantly, so he went down to the lowest level of the arena and let out something he had been keeping. There was an earth dragon imprisoned down there with genuine giant dragon bloodline, and its mind had been eroded to a pseudo 5th tier state by the demonic energy they used to keep it. His plan was elegant, and I'll give him credit for it. If the dragon lost, the demonic energy released at its death would flood into whatever killed it and drive that thing berserk. Maybe Kenshin wouldn't even need to act. Maybe the opponent's summoned beast would kill its own master first, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. He started a speech about it. Stop talking nonsense, I said. Just start. Blazing Dragon Lizard Ignis, Tier 4 Commander, Level 29, 2,800,000 health, 26,000 attack, Deterrent Roar, Fear in 50 meters, Tail Sweep, 8,000 in 30 meters, Claw Strike, Flame Breath, 50,000 magic damage in a 50-meter line, and Rage, which is the demonic energy, plus 100% attack and speed, immune to all abnormal statuses. 20 meters of it came out of the gate. Dark red scales, smoke coming out of the nostrils. The floor of the arena moved when it walked. A dragon. Somebody in the stands said it very quietly. Is that a dragon? The arena actually has a dragon? Nobody said anything else for several seconds. My own reaction was surprise for about half a second, and then my lip curled. I thought it was a pure-blood giant dragon. Turns out it's just a mixed-blood dragon beast. In front of literally anybody else in that building, that thing was an insurmountable fortress. In front of me, even a real giant dragon would have to coil up quietly and behave. Xiao He put the violin away first, carefully, wrapped, then set down out of the dirt, then adjusted slightly. Then he backstepped the flame breath, charged through the tail sweep, took 8,000 damage without a stagger because a charge cannot be knocked back, ate the fear roar, and broke it with unyielding will. Flash. 1,532,000. Critical. And when that enormous body turned to find him, he used the second stage and blinked back to exactly where he had started, like a swallow going home. 1,299,600. Critical. 2.8 million damage. One skill. The dragon never landed a blow. Then the trap sprang. The body came apart into an evil aura, and purple demonic energy poured off the floor and went into Xiao He through his nose and mouth, and he stood absolutely still with his eyes glowing red. Absorbed pure demonic realm power. Racial skill Darkin Great Demon activated. Awaken the true demonic form of the Darkin for 10 seconds. Everything within 10 meters is feared. All attributes plus 100%. Movement speed plus 100%. Lifesteal plus 50%. 2-hour cooldown. Darkin Great Demon. I sat forward. This skill is amazing. Fizwick was watching from his platform with his hands folded, waiting for the madness to start. 1 minute, nothing. 2 minutes, nothing. Why hasn't the demonic energy eroded the beast's sanity? That shouldn't be possible. What are you waiting for? I called down. Don't waste my time. Start quickly. Dark Elf Assassin Dory. Tier 4 Commander. Level 30. 1,800,000 health. 23,000 attack. Concealment. 30 seconds. Guaranteed critical on breaking it. Backstab for 30,000. Shadow Step. Dance of Death. A trump card the arena had specifically trained to counter magic professions, and the logic behind it was sound and had worked many times. You think your summoned beast is impressive? Fine. I will go around your summoned beast and kill you, the summoner. A level 19 summoner with every point in stamina still would not have 10,000 health. That's one normal attack. That's not even a skill. I smiled. This one can turn invisible, can't beat my summoned beast, so it's setting its sights on me. Shade went into full alarm and spammed undead summoning until there were tens of thousands of skeletons packed into that arena in 10 seconds. She went through them anyway, all of them, without touching one. The corpses of spellcasters who have died to that assassin would make a small hill, and she got behind my throne in under 8 seconds. Backstab. 57,000 critical through a 3,000 point shield onto 26,000 health. Logically, receiving that damage, I should have been erased. I remained seated, completely unharmed. I tilted my head back to look at her. Is that all? I thought you were somebody formidable. You're just a trashy nobody. Dance of Death. 10 strikes in an instant, and the cost of those 10 strikes out across the arena floor was 10 of Shade's skeletons quietly coming apart at various distances. I stood up, turned around, and took her head in one bare hand. Unarmed combat mastery. 2-second hard control, strong hand craniotomy, specializing in the cure of disobedience. I dragged her around in front of me and laughed in her face. You thought you could kill me? Ha 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 ha. She could not move. Her eyes were doing one thing only, which was asking a question. Why can't a summoner be killed? You want to know? I leaned in. I won't tell you. Because you don't deserve it. Trash belongs in the trash heap. Then I flung her off the throne. She recovered beautifully. Backflipped, landed clean, came up on her feet, and turned around into a figure in blood-red armor. 1,857,600. Critical. Nobody in the stands saw what happened. 3,000 people watched an assassin get thrown off a chair and then cease to exist. One man worked it out. Jian Ming had noticed several skeletons dying at the exact instant of the backstab, and he sat back down slowly. Brother Jian hides his strength well, he murmured. He actually possesses a skill that transfers damage. Then, more quietly, if people find out and target him for it specifically, there might be trouble. After he achieves 5 consecutive wins, Shaolin said, we suggest he take a life-saving SS-rank skill book. Etienne nodded. He's level 19. He'll hit 20 after the 5th win. He can start preparing for the class transfer immediately. He rubbed his jaw. And nobody knows what a summoner's class transfer mission involves. Nobody. Life-saving skills are extremely important. Level increased to level 20. 3rd summoning slot unlocked. I sat up. Wait. Shouldn't the third slot only unlock after the class transfer? Divine Grade Summoning System. Automatically gains one summoning slot every 10 levels. Then a golden gate opened in the sky above the arena, and a pair of eyes with stars in them looked down through it. Lord of Blood. Lilith. Level unknown. It saw me, and it was interested immediately. And it reached down through the gate to take me, and the gate itself began to crack before the hand got anywhere near. The owner of those eyes sighed audibly and withdrew, and the gate closed. I let my breath out. Lord of Blood, the big boss behind the Blood Ring Arena. I checked my own hands, steady. A bunch of question marks for a level. He looks like trouble. Then a worse thought. Could he be trying to renege on the deal? Damn it, no way. You're a big shot. Don't tell me you have such a small scope. Then something came down into the arena like a meteor made of fire. Bladesmaster Kenshin, 5th tier battle general, level 32, 5 million health, 35,000 attack, 15,000 defense, windwalk, invisible, plus 50% speed, plus 50,000 damage on breaking it, mirror image, 4 copies, triple strike, blade storm, 5 seconds at 15,000 a second and immune to magic, and omnislash, 18 consecutive slashes in a 10-meter radius at plus 50% critical rate. Fireblade clan runes down the length of his warblade, split hoof cow hide armor, a fiery red banner across his back. Every professional his gaze crossed on the way in felt something graze their back, then his eyes stopped on Xiaohei. Darkin? Then, coldly, a dignified member of the Darkin clan, stooping to become a human summoned beast. Never mind. Let me end this for you. He set his feet. I have killed thousands upon thousands, but I have yet to meet anyone of the Darkin clan. After today, a Darkin's horn will be added to my collection. Xiaohei reached back for the sword. The Fireblade clan has truly declined, he said, if even an ogre bastard can become a bladesmaster. The blade came up. Let me see how much of a bladesmaster's skill you actually learned. There was one word in that sentence Kenshin could not survive hearing. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. I will cut you apart, and neither you nor your summoner will be spared. Two voices said start at the same moment, his and mine, because today was truly a double blessing. If I killed this show-off, not only could Xiaohei stay 5th tier, Shade could go 5th tier too. Fizwick got on the microphone with real relish. Since becoming a gladiator, he has fought 1,340 battles without a single defeat. He has been granted the name of glory by this arena. The stands went cold. Even Shaolin leaned forward. Once Omnislash goes off, the summoned beast will not be able to withstand it, and then 3,000 professionals turned on the house. Black box operation. Despicable and shameless, Fizwick laughed into his microphone. I can feel everyone's enthusiasm. Kenshin used Windwalk and vanished. I tapped the armrest. Without anti-invisibility methods, meeting an enemy who can turn invisible is far too passive. I said it out loud, mostly to myself. If Kenshin were decisive and simply used Omnislash from behind right now, Xiaohei might only survive by burning the demon form. I thought about it. But judging by his personality, he's going to want to show off his technique in front of a Darkin first. Heh. Daring to show off in front of Xiaohei. What an idiot. The opening slash came out of nowhere for 64,328. Then mirror image. 5 identical Samaros spread in a ring. Xiaohei did not try to identify the real one. He backstepped out of the ring and then used flash straight through all 5 of them. 561,600. 1,684,800. 1,713,457, 1,679,645, 1,658,933. Found you. Kenshin answered with Blade Storm, which is immune to magic and puts out enormous damage, and it took Xiaohei to half health and then he cancelled it early. This is the end. He raised the Warblade. Omnislash. I am the invincible Bladesmaster. Xiaohei looked up at him and raised the two-hander. Invincible? How laughable. I have watched that recording many times too. He is not talking to Kenshin in that moment. He is declaring something to the world, and what he is declaring is that the Darkin Sovereign had returned. Listen. To extinction. To silence. Darkin Great Demon. Blood-red wings came out of his back and blotted the arena lights. His eyes came up with nothing in them but disdain for everything they crossed. The sword hung pointed obliquely down. Trash. Come. Fight me. Kenshin had never felt fear in 1,340 battles. He felt it then, and I watched him refuse to accept it. This is impossible. Bladesmasters never fear. Even if you are a demon god, you cannot escape the fate of being slain. Omnislash came in, and Xiaohei used the sword exists, so I exist. A ring of dense blood-red blades opened around him, and 18 slashes went into it, and every single one of them was parried. 18 impacts, one after another, clang after clang after clang, and 0 damage went through, and every parry counterattacked. 900,000 damage returned because his 30,000 attack was doubled to 60,000 by the demon form, and even his ordinary strikes were landing above 40,000. This is impossible. He actually blocked my Omnislash. And then Kenshin, who had spent 1,300 fights never once considering it, went cold and tried to retreat. He put his mirror images between them and started counting down the 3 seconds until Windwalk came back up. Hope was beautiful. Reality was cruel. Flash, second stage. 3,012,000 on Kenshin, critical, and 9,065,000 on one of the mirror images, which take triple damage, and the image popped like a soap bubble, and Xiaohei was standing in front of him. Trash. Why do you not dare to fight? 550,000 health left. 2 seconds on the cooldown. Consecutive flash. 813,492. 813,679. 809,763, 812,458, 4 slashes. The Bladesmaster of the Blaze Fury clan did not get up, and by the time it was finished, he owed Xiaohei 2.7 million health points he did not have. Xiaohei raised the sword overhead and said nothing at all. Trash. Unable to withstand a single blow. 45,000 experience, 50,000 evolution points, 1,600 for the clear, 10,000 for a perfect deathmatch clear. 1 Blood Ring Arena placement crystal. Nightmare Ruler progress, 4 of 5. And I did not hide my name, so it went out across the province 3 times. The recognition rippled outward through the stands in a specific order that I enjoyed enormously. So the way to perfectly clear it is deathmatch mode. That's too difficult. Jian Li? Wait, could that be Great God Jian Li? The one who soloed the regional dungeon? And then Tianfeng's professionals recited the whole list for the out-of-towners, slowly, 1 item at a time. Soloed the Nightmare Newbie dungeon on day 1. One-shot the Nightmare Grade Examination robot. Soloed a Nightmare Regional dungeon in a 25-person instance, and now soloed a Nightmare Arena in deathmatch mode. Every single one of those, on its own, on any one person, would make them a prodigy. Concentrated on one person, prodigy is no longer the word. A monster. An unparalleled monster. This year's college entrance examination top scorer is Jian Li. That's decided. The strongest summoner in history, he'll be the first to break the barrier. Fizwick was standing on his platform with his eyes gone blank because his link to the King of Blood had been severed and the arena no longer belonged to him. It turned into a streak of light and flew into my hand. Blood Ring Arena placement crystal, 1 of 2. Note: when the Blood Ring Arena and the Order Arena are merged into one, the Cosmic Arena will open to all professionals on Blue Star. Which told me something I sat with for a while. There are professionals in this universe besides us. A lot of them, apparently, with their own arenas and their own leagues. Professionals have existed on Blue Star for less than a century. 100 years. Some ancient existences probably spent that long taking a nap. The Flash Guild had gone very quiet by then. They looked like frostbitten eggplants, and it wasn't only the arena. Somebody had told them who I had arrived with. Xiaolin once soloed a level 55 Lord tier mountain giant ape and saved an entire city doing it. My prizes came through the floor. Bloodthirst art, SS rank, universal, 20,000 mana, plus 50% movement speed, attack speed and casting speed to every friendly unit within 100 meters for 25 seconds. And the radius extends by another 100 meters for every additional 10,000 mana. And Fireblade Battle Flag, epic grade, requires 2,000 agility, strength plus 1,000, agility plus 1,000, plus 20% attack, plus 20% critical damage. I gave the Bloodthirst art to Shade, because if Shade learns it, I learn it. I had done nothing at all and acquired an SS grade skill for free. A huge profit. He used it immediately because of course he did. A phantom war drum made of fire appeared over the arena and started beating, and every professional and every undead within 100 meters lit up red. My casting speed has increased by half, Jianming said, staring at his own hands. Xiaolin blinked out and back. My movement speed has also increased by half. Then she drew and twirled the blade once. And my attack speed. If Liu Tao got that buff, He Tian said, his punching speed would be so fast you wouldn't even see a shadow. Jianming was thinking bigger, and I watched him get there. If this were used during a Zerg siege, he turned. 10,000 professionals buffed simultaneously. Damn it, old Jian. This skill is a Legion skill. There are 3 support professionals in the entire Xia Kingdom with a Legion skill, and all 3 of their buffs stacked together do not match that one. 100 meters is still too close, Jianming said, half to himself. If it could expand to 500, perhaps there's hope of completely clearing the Insect Nest Fortress in Tianfeng City. Then he transferred 50 million yuan to my account on the spot, per our agreement. I protested that today had not technically been an emergency call-out and took it anyway. President Jian, you need to work on your composure. Look at President Xiao, calm as a breeze. You should learn from her. It probably won't be long before your name is known across the entire Southeast province, he warned. You should prepare. There's nothing to prepare. I just hope there aren't always short-sighted people jumping out to seek attention. I stretched. I'll say this in advance. I'm not the type to coddle anyone. If you want to act tough in front of me, be prepared to get beaten to death by me. You have the Peerless Guild standing behind you, Shaolin said, and if you can't beat them, I will step in. I gave the arena crystal to her. She turned around and handed it straight to Jian Ming. President Jian, I think the Professionals Association needs to be expanded. Expand. We must expand. He was holding it with both hands. Brother Jian has created another dungeon today. If we don't expand, there won't be anywhere to put it. He Tian walked me out. Gu Song only rose to prominence after his first class transfer. You reached the peak the moment you awakened. He glanced at my level. 20. It's time to prepare for the class transfer mission. His voice changed slightly. No summoner has ever passed it. I hope you can break this curse. For any other profession, there would be nothing to discuss. But no summoner has ever completed it, and none of them ever came back out to describe what they met in there, and so the summoner's class transfer mission has remained, for 50 years, a complete blank. President He, let's make a bet. I put a hand out. If I change class, you treat me to a meal. That goose from last time was good. Get a few more this time. I can cover the whole flock. No problem. Won't President Jian be heartbroken to death? You kid. Jian Ming turned around. You finally admitted it. He punched He Tian in the chest. And you're all bad people. You figured it out and didn't tell me. He gave up. I ate half a goose by myself. Do I even have the face to be angry? He waved a hand. Brother Jian, I've recently raised a flock of geese in Hubei, all prepared for you. At the very edge of that group, not speaking, stood Wang Hua. Days earlier, he had been the captain of 5 S-rank rookies with a full gold set and 7 output skills, standing like a proud rooster in front of a professor. Now he was watching a boy who had been nobody a week ago talk to the 3 most powerful people in the province as an equal and get a flock of geese thrown in. At the skeleton graveyard, Wang Hua had learned that there is always someone better. What made this different was that after today, he could not even see the other person's shadow anymore. And it wasn't that he couldn't see it. It was that they were in completely different worlds. Jian Li is a bright moon in the night sky, and Wang Hua is a crucian carp in the sea. Chen Ming slapped his shoulder. You should be grateful to have been born in the same city as him. If it weren't for that kid, you wouldn't even be able to look at a divine blessing dungeon at your level. He started walking. Have you memorized the strategy for the Fierce Mountain Ruins? Then let's go back and join the group. Chen Ming's own thought, which he did not share, was one he had had before, twice, about 2 other people in his life. Geniuses. Who isn't a genius? But there is an insurmountable chasm between one genius and another. People on the far side of it are called monsters, and in front of a monster, a genius is merely qualified to be in the room. Gu Song was on a lounge chair in a straw hat when I got home. President Gu. I stopped dead. Where did you get this essential oil spa treatment done? You look 20 years younger. Making a fuss out of nothing. This is my original appearance. He tipped the hat back. Do you really think I'm an old man? I'm 36. Shaolin is a year younger than me. 35. Shaolin's hand went to her sword hilt and she looked him up and down for several seconds, and I could see her selecting a location that would not be fatal but would produce a memory. I was wrong. Then he laid out the plan. The Dark Knight Guild knows he's here, so he uses himself as bait. How much certainty do you have? 100%. The curse isn't gone yet, but it can be gone at any moment he chooses, and the instant it is, he becomes the first human professional to complete a 3rd-class transfer. After that, they would never dare come near him again. I poked the hole in it, because there was one. What if they send people to probe first? They kill you, that's ideal for them. They fail, that's fine too, because now they know it's a trap, and they've only lost some expendables. I sat down on the grass. The Dark Knight Guild's signature move is sacrificing ordinary lives to force open a dungeon boundary. They did it here 5 days ago. If they can do it once, they will do it a second time. And if it fails, all they lose is 1 dungeon. He waited. President Gu, the first thing they'll think when they see you looking like this is to run away. I pointed at his very handsome, very unwrinkled face. You need to disguise yourself. Then I gave him the rest of it. Have the association post a large, loud, public purchase order for forest essence out of the Forest of Elves, simultaneously seed a rumor in Shanhe City that Gu Song was spotted there. Don't explain either one. Let them guess our purpose themselves. People believe what they work out on their own. Gu Song slapped his thigh. Then, when I inadvertently reveal a frail and aged appearance in public, they will be certain my life is short, and to let the lich be reborn in my body, they will go all out. He was grinning. And when their trump card finally stands in front of me and discovers that I have not only lifted the curse but completed my class change, that scene will be spectacular. Ha 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 ha. I let him finish laughing. President Gu, shouldn't we settle the fee for lifting the curse? The laugh stopped. Ah, lifting what curse? Stop pretending. Do I need to give you a hint? I held up an imaginary sphere. White bone orb. You know everything. I had wondered for 2 days why Shade was comprehending S-rank skills at that rate. I had assumed undead simply absorb death energy faster than the manuals say. I connected it on the walk home from the arena. I thought it was mutual appreciation between two fishing enthusiasts. It turns out they were conducting a shady business deal behind my back. Good heavens, Shade, you didn't tell me about such a good thing. If Gu Song hadn't let it slip, I would have been out hundreds of millions. That is the first third-turn professional in human history. Could a man like that possibly not have good items lying around? I held my hand out. Just give me whatever you think is fair. Hey, I gave you an SSS-rank skill book 2 days ago. Can't that offset it? Hold on. What you gave me was a class-exclusive skill card. Opening an SSS-rank skill out of a 1% slot is my ability. I did not lower my hand. Please don't take credit for yourself. If I hadn't given you the card, you wouldn't have opened anything. So you don't want to pay. I stood up. Then you won't be seeing Shade anymore. He got out of that chair faster than a level 60 paladin should need to. Don't be like that. I was only thinking about what I could offer that's presentable. If the item isn't good enough, it would be beneath you to accept it, wouldn't it? Then, with visible physical pain, he dug out an ancient tree heart, epic grade material, normally used to forge a weapon. But if a wood attribute summoned beast fuses with it, that beast inherits the racial skills of the ancient trees. He had taken it off a level 55 lord called the Corrupted War Ancient Tree and had been saving it for a sword. I put it away happily and turned around. Shade, from now on, whenever President Gu needs you, you go immediately. Understood? Shade looked at both of us and spread his hands. Caw caw! Meaning, it wasn't me who leaked it. Gu Song put his face in his hands. The instant I was out of earshot, Shade held up 2 fingers and made a casting motion. Where is the diamond fishing rod you promised? You really are Jian Li's summoned beast, Gu Song said, and handed it over. I had a 3rd summoning slot and a B-rank book that had been sitting in my bag since the awakening ceremony. Summon Wood Elf. Wood Elf. Just from the name I knew what I was getting. A support type. Preferably a caster, because I have been a summoner for 6 days and I have personally hit exactly 2 things, both of them with a shield, and I would very much like to experience being a mage at some point in my life. What came out was an elf about 1.5 meters tall with wide eyes, looking around my living room with enormous curiosity. Tier 3 Elite, level 20. 40,000 health, 8,000 attack, and 4,000 strength. 4,000 strength. My first impression of her, and I want to be honest, was natural airhead. She seemed slightly not very smart. Her skills were Crushing Blow, Whiplash, and Root. Shouldn't wood elves be support types? I scrolled the list again. Crushing Blow, Whiplash. I looked up. What happened to being a support type? Then the talent rolled. Endless Vitality. SSS-rank. 1. She never tires, and transformation type skills have no cooldown limit. 2. Her will is firm as rock, and she is immune to mental control. 3. She recovers 10% of maximum health and mana per second. I read that 3rd line and immediately thought about my own cooldowns. 10% per second. The good news was that I now had healing. The bad news was that it only applies to me, and I cannot die anyway, so it was a very expensive glass of water. But the first line. Transformation type skills have no cooldown limit. Darkened Great Demon has a 2-hour cooldown, and it just stopped having one. Permanently. Just ask if that's awesome or not. Then I handed her the ancient tree heart. Fuse with it. She took it in both hands, looked at it with delight, and swallowed it whole in front of me. I always feel like there's something wrong with this elf. Please don't let her be an idiot. Then I spent 5,000 evolution points to take her to tier 4, and 55,000 disappeared out of my account, tier 3 to tier 5, in one jump. Emerald light came out of her, and it was enormous, and it was also somehow extremely gentle, like standing in a spring wind on the first warm day of the year. What stepped out of it was an elf a little taller than before, and when she spoke, her voice was as clear as water. Master. One word arrived in my head, and it was not the word I expected. Pure. As pure as a blank sheet of paper. From now on, I'll call you Lanner. Then I read her panel, and it went through me like a wire. Lanner, Ancient Tree Spirit, 5th Tier Battle General, Level 20, 160,000 health, 160,000 mana, 32,000 attack, 16,000 defense. Racial skill, Warhorn. Transform into a War Ancient Tree. Plus 100% attack. Plus 500% health, 20 seconds. Skills, Earthquake Tremor, War Stomp, Smashing Strike, Fatal Whiplash, Earth Spike. 5 of her 6 abilities are physical. I wanted a ranged support. I got a melee bruiser who transforms into a siege engine. When is my wish to be a mage ever going to come true? I comforted myself with the Naga Empress at level 50, Empress of the Seas, ruler of an entire aquatic race. Surely she wouldn't be a melee fighter too, right? Pick any room you like, I told Lanner, except the music room on the 2nd floor and the fishing room on the ground floor. Yes, master. Do you need me to make your bed? No need, just take care of yourself. She curtsied and went upstairs like a well-bred young lady going into dinner. Shade fished all night with the diamond rod. By sunrise he had 5 buckets full, and his junior fishing had become intermediate fishing. From that moment he was a seasoned fisherman, and the words Air Force would never appear in his dictionary again. He summoned undead to carry the haul home, because of course he did. Lanner came down the stairs, saw a 4-meter skeleton in the front hall directing a bone crew carrying fish, and went absolutely cold. Undead. Natural life hates the undead. Not dislikes, hates, at the level of the blood. Fatal Whiplash. 3 vines as thick as my arm. Shade went through the front door of my villa without opening it first. Lanner, stop, because her arm had already turned to wood up to the elbow, and 1 more second of that, and there would have been a 50-meter War Ancient Tree standing in my living room. Lanner, Shade is one of us. Shade got up out of the driveway with his chest plates shattered, soul fire blazing at me, and I could read the question perfectly. 5th tier? How is she 5th tier? Why is this violent elf 5th tier? Let me introduce you. This is Lanner. I coughed. There was a bit of an accident yesterday. You can advance next time. The diamond fishing rod slipped out of his hand and clattered on the step. He looked like a man who had just missed out on 100 million yuan. Lanner smoothed her hair, and her tone was pure honey. So it's the master's summoned beast. I thought it was some wild undead thing from somewhere. Then she saw the fish. Master, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go make breakfast for everyone. A gracious nod at the wreckage. Consider it an apology to Shade. Xiaohei came back from his morning class, saw the front gate lying in the flower bed, and had his hand on the great sword before I could get to him. 10 minutes later, Lanner carried in a large basin and set it on the table. There were 4 small black fish in it, swimming around, occasionally flipping over, looking, honestly, damn comfortable. Try the fish I made. Shade immediately took out his rod and cast into the breakfast. One took the bait. Gaga! Look how amazing I am. Lanner's expression changed so fast I felt wind. She slapped him across the skull. I did not intervene. I have learned when not to intervene in my own house. What are you laughing at? Can you play with food? Sit properly. Shade sat bolt upright and did not make another sound, and later showed me the crack she had put in the bone. She turned back to me, gentle again. Master, why aren't you eating? Fish is only delicious when it's fresh. I don't eat seafood. Is this not how you usually eat it? No. Then I won't serve it raw from now on. She picked up the basin. I'll cook you a dish instead. Master can cook as well, she added, over her shoulder. So amazing. 5 minutes later, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which honestly looked fine. Good color, reasonable plating. Xiaohei picked up his chopsticks immediately, and I glowed, because Xiaohei never eats anything. Then he removed, one at a time, with enormous delicacy, several pieces of eggshell in a range of sizes, arranged them on the side of the plate, and set his chopsticks down. Shade's mouth opened and closed, and no sound came out. I hit him. Why are you laughing so loudly? Don't you know you shouldn't talk while eating? Nobody ate breakfast at my house that morning. My phone went off while we were all sitting there not eating. Urgent notice. 3 Chowling insects have infiltrated Tianfeng City. They must be found and killed within half an hour. Half a meter long, shaped roughly like a puppy. Everybody calls them little dogs. Has the bug nest fortress here rioted too? Lanner dabbed my mouth with a handkerchief and then read the screen over my shoulder and frowned. Disgusting bugs. Green light came up both her arms. I physically put both hands on her shoulders and pushed her down into the chair. Do not transform, whatever you do. You cannot transform inside the city. Because if she does, the surrounding blocks become a construction site and several hundred ordinary people who have never held a weapon in their lives die on a Tuesday morning. There are bugs, she said. I want to crush them. And this time her voice was not gentle at all. Bugs? Where are... She tapped her foot on the floor. 30 meters away, outside, The pavement cracked open and 3 earth spikes came up out of the ground, 20 centimeters thick and 10 meters long, with a tiaoling insect on the end of each one. It really is the tiaoling insects, I said. Then I had to show my brand new law enforcement identification to a street full of people. Law enforcement team, official business, bystanders stay back. Tianye arrived in 5 minutes. The notice went out less than 2 minutes ago and you've already found them. He looked at the skewers. That's efficiency. Just lucky enough to run into them. They'd tunneled through the west wall of the Nest Fortress the previous day. Dozens got out. Law enforcement had spent the night hunting down 30-something. These were the last 3. His investigators walked around the earth spikes with their heads tilted, all killed in one blow. That's a powerful earth spike. Isn't Jian Li a summoner? How is he using earth spikes? His 2 summoned beasts are a swordsman with a great sword and a skeleton mage with a creepy laugh. That's what the report says. Let me introduce you, I said and stepped aside. This is Lanner, an ancient tree elf, my 3rd partner. At the word partner, Lanner's eyes narrowed happily, and she clasped her hands in front of her. So you've completed your class transfer mission, Tianye said. Not yet. I'm still 140,000 experience short. Here's how the transfer works, since I had finally read the rules properly. You cap your experience at level 20, you go to the class change temple, and you attempt the mission, succeed, and you jump to level 21 with a corrected class template and possibly a new class skill, fail, and you lose half your experience. That's all. It doesn't kill you, but you get exactly 2 attempts. 2. And after the 2nd failure, you are level 20 for the rest of your life, and that is where every summoner in recorded history has stopped. Then the bounty landed. 100,000 yuan per tiaoling insect. 300,000 transferred while we stood there. 100,000 each? Are these bugs that expensive? And my brain immediately went, 100 bugs is 10 million. 10,000 bugs is a billion. Tianye watched my face and killed it. Don't get carried away. These 3 are only worth that because they got out of the rift. Inside the rift, they're not worth 100 yuan. He gestured at the spikes. They breed by incubation. 5 more every 24 hours per insect. If a nest establishes on Blue Star and starts laying, the consequences are unimaginable. That's what you're being paid for. My newly sprouted path to wealth collapsed on the spot. Then he leaned out of the car window before leaving. One more thing. Bug nest number 37 may riot soon. Professionals above level 20 and below 30 will be conscripted. He looked at me. You are within the conscription range. My expression changed, and he noticed, and he had the good manners not to ask. 18 years ago, the bug nest fortress of Tianfeng City rioted. That is the incident. That is why I grew up with a welfare card instead of parents. I leaned on his window. Captain Tian, where is the bug nest fortress exactly? I hear there are quite a lot of bugs inside, so there should be a lot of experience too, right? Then you've picked the wrong place. There are many bugs, but ordinary bugs give no experience at all. Only killing queen-type bugs gives experience. He started the engine. If you want experience fast, run Riot Prison. Level 20 dungeon, caps at adventure, you could clear it in under 10 minutes, 2 or 3 days, and you'd be capped. Then every phone in the car went off at once. All team members above level 20 and below level 30 report to headquarters immediately. Tianye shrugged. Well, Riot Prison is out. Jianming was waiting at the association entrance and walked me straight up the steps of Shaolin's private jet without slowing down. He briefed me in the air. According to reliable sources, a 5th-tier Zerg has been bred inside the nest this time. In previous riots, the worst we've ever seen is 4th tier. He was rubbing his thumb across his knuckles. I'm afraid the rift may continue to spread, and its level will rise with it. And what do you want from me? When the Zerg attack the fortress, we want you to cast Bloodthirst Art on the Demon Suppression Army. He said it carefully. With Bloodthirst Art, casualties will be minimized. Terms? I guarantee on my character there is absolutely no danger. 50 million appearance fee from the association. Guo Lei will match it in equipment or skill books. The battle is entirely handled by the Demon Suppression Army. He held up a hand. You are responsible for one thing. Casting Bloodthirst Art. No problem. He blinked. He had clearly prepared more argument. Let me clarify one thing in advance, I added. If it doesn't interfere with the army's own formations, I'll be sending Xiao He and the others into fight. You must pay attention to your safety. The Zerg often number in the tens of thousands. Your summoned beasts are strong, but if they get surrounded by bugs, they will face more peril than fortune. I didn't answer that one out loud. More peril than fortune. That doesn't exist. You have a lot of bugs. Let's find out whether your bugs are more numerous or my undead. Because with Lanner's endless vitality restoring 10% of my maximum mana every second, I am a perpetual motion machine. I can have exactly as many undead as I feel like having. The fortress is the outermost of 3 defensive lines. We came in past an infirmary packed with wounded professionals, then out into a plaza with 500 armed professionals in it, cannon emplacements, mounted crossbows, rows of abadis. And at the far end, standing in the open air, a rift, 10 meters wide and 6 high, glowing blue. That is the teleportation gate to the bug nest, Jian Ming said. Guo Lei did not waste words. 2 meters of him in sunglasses, indoors, again. This is Xiao Gang, level 30 ice mage, my adjutant, and the commander inside the fortress. A man of about 1 meter 80 with sword-like eyebrows and a great deal of killing intent came to attention. After you enter the rift, stay by his side. Unless the entire demon suppression army is wiped out, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. I did not care in the slightest about my safety. But I heard the words Ice Mage, and I thought about the S-rank book sitting unsold in my bag since the skeleton graveyard, the one worth 50 million that nobody in Tianfeng City can use. This Xiao Gang looks quite wealthy. General Guo, I happen to have a skill book that seems very suitable for Adjutant Xiao. Xiao Gang was not impressed. He has 4 A ranks, 1 S rank, and a dozen below B, and he took it the way a man takes a business card. Then he read it. S rank skill. Blizzard. The fortress is built concave. Standing at the center of it and dropping a blizzard on the choke point maximizes the delay on every single assault wave, forever. That book was not merely suitable, it was tailored. Good, Guo Lei said. I'll take this skill book. He paid out of a diamond chest with 2 talismans. The first was an Overlord's Contract. Level 30, one-time use. 50% chance to turn any monster up to 10 levels above you into your summoned beast at your level, consuming a summon slot. The second was an Awakening Contract, level 40, one-time use. Bind a skill book and learn the skill 10 levels early. Let me tell you what those 2 pieces of paper actually meant. The Overlord's Contract meant I could pick any boss I liked and take it home, a dragon, and the 50% failure chance is irrelevant because if the first attempt fails, I will simply explain to the target what it means to be unable to die even when you want to. I don't believe there's a blind fool anywhere who would refuse. And the Awakening Contract meant the Naga Empress at level 40 instead of 50, a 7th tier monarch summon at 40. That is simply invincible. Xiao Gang learned Blizzard on the spot, and his professional assessment was, with this, confidence in repelling the assault has increased by another 10%. Why do we only defend? I asked. Why not push into the nest and fight the bugs back? Isn't sitting here waiting a bit passive? Guo Lei gave me the honest answer, and it is the reason nobody argues about it. A Rift Dungeon's difficulty scales with the Rift's size. It's a real world in there, not an instance, with no entry cap. Roughly 50 troops rotate through, holding a fortress built inside the Rift itself. 17 years ago, the number 17 insect nest in Tianhuo City sent 5,000 professionals in to clear it. He took his sunglasses off, which he did not do again that day. 5 6th rank insects appeared. Over 4,000 professionals died in there. The fortress was destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of insects came through into Tianhuo City, and over 1 million ordinary people died. Nobody said anything. Since then, nobody has dared. Then he put the glasses back on. This nest caps at 100 professionals. Don't think 100 is a lot. The insects number in the tens of thousands. And before he finished the sentence, the rift behind him went from blue to purple. Insect nest, number 37. Difficulty, nightmare, levels 20 to 30, limit, 100. They're here, Xiao Gang said. The tier 5 insect has successfully gestated. Then he saluted and turned to the plaza. Attention, form up. Enter the rift in an orderly fashion. You have entered insect nest number 37. You may leave after remaining inside for 30 minutes. 5 men held the inside face of the rift, under a squad leader named Sun Hao, who told Xiao Gang without being asked, "My men and I will not let a single insect through." On the wall above them, 100 level 30 professionals stood in strict formation, except on the left, where a man of about 35 with a green longbow was smoking a cigarette with 4 teammates leaning on the parapet next to him. He daw, level 30. Sigh, old he. They say there are tier 5 insects this time. Do you think we could get a tier 5 perfect attribute essence to drop? You really dare to dream. Ida lit another one off the first. A single tier 5 perfect essence gives 500 points to every attribute. You could sell one for a few hundred million. It has a price but no market. He exhaled. And even if one dropped, what does that have to do with us? Do you have the contribution points to exchange for it? He tapped ash off the wall. We just need to guard our own little patch of ground and farm a few more Tier 1 and Tier 2 essences. Xiaogang explained the economy to me while the formation settled. Inside the nest, ordinary insects give no experience, only the broodmother does. What ordinary insects drop is attribute crystals. A Tier 1 agility crystal gives 1 point of agility. 10 crystals synthesize into a Tier 1 essence worth 5 points. 4 different essences of the same tier synthesize into a perfect essence, which gives every attribute at once. Tier 1 gives 10, Tier 2 gives 50, Tier 3, 100, Tier 4, 250, Tier 5, 500. Drop rate on crystals, about 1 in 1,000 insects. 1 in 1,000? That's actually quite high. Broodmothers drop perfect essences at 100%. He said it flatly. But that probability is minuscule, because if a Tier 5 broodmother really appears, everyone standing on this wall today will struggle to escape with their lives. Then he asked me the range of Bloodthirst art so he could arrange the formation around it. My own mana pool is only about 10,000, which is not enough to cast it. Shades is 40,000, which buys 300 meters. I held up 3 fingers. 30 meters, that's fine. If we tighten the formation, it can cover most people. 300 meters. How many meters did you just say? 300. He stood there for a second. Damn it, who needs a formation for that? He turned and started shouting new orders. A legion skill, truly terrifying. The insect army will arrive in 5 minutes. The first wave was 30 tank insects. Tier 3 elite, level 25, 250,000 health, 3,000 defense. 4 meters tall, roughly square, about the size of a delivery truck. And on death, they self-destruct for 10,000 magic damage in a 20-meter radius. Prioritize the tank insects, Xiaogang called. Do not let them reach the wall. All 30 died before the 50-meter line. Behind the tanks came the Zerg's weakest unit, and there were 5,000 of them. Tiaoling insect, Tier 1, level 20, 10,000 health. The little dog. 5 more hatch every 24 hours from every single one. And Xiaogang told me flatly that if their lifespan weren't 7 days, the Zerg would already own the universe. I did the arithmetic on that lifespan and quietly thanked somebody. They crossed 50 meters in a few breaths. Xiaogang dropped Blizzard on the choke point. 2,600 magic damage a second, doubled on frozen targets, 6 seconds. I watched that from 30 meters away and revised my opinion of him upward. When it lifted, there was nothing alive in front of the fortress. Holy crap, what skill was that? The range is enormous. That has to be an S rank. Xiaogang's face did not move at all. His eyes were having a wonderful afternoon. Contribution is scored automatically inside the nest, so nobody has to argue about loot. Xiaogang, 500 points. He Da, 67, being 2 tank bugs and 86 little dogs. I read my own line on that board and felt a competitive itch start. Jian Li, 0. How many waves are there in total? Based on past experience, 9, and a Zerg boss appears every 3 waves. Then he looked at me, and he was not being cruel, he was being a commander. You might be able to solo a nightmare regional dungeon. Here, you might not withstand a single wave. No matter how strong one man is, it is insufficient in the face of an army. What he did not say, because he didn't need to, is that you must also hold the rift behind you the entire time. I noticed it anyway, because that is exactly the kind of thing I count. It is somewhat different, I agreed, and smiled, and said nothing else. Given a few hours, I could raise an undead army of over 1 million. The second wave was triple the first. 100 tank bugs and 10,000 little dogs, packed shoulder to shoulder across the whole approach. I looked at that and thought about how much spare mana I was carrying. Lanner tugged my sleeve. Master, I hate bugs. Her eyes had gone green again. Can I kill all these Zerg? She was 1 syllable away from jumping off a wall and becoming a landmark. No need to rush yet. I put a hand on her arm. Wait until these people can't hold on. You're the trump card. Let the small fry deal with the small fry. She brightened instantly. Master, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. And then she started kneading my shoulders on a fortress wall in the middle of a siege in front of 99 level 30 professionals. Holy crap, he even gets this kind of treatment. What's his background? What's the matter? Has the countryside been without internet this week? Somebody said. That's great god Jian Li, the one who soloed a regional dungeon. The pinned post on the forum was written by him. I was standing right there while they discussed me in the third person. 1 person, 4 tier 4 ace gladiators, deathmatch mode. The last one was a tier 5 glorious gladiator. I let them, it saves me from having to introduce myself. And 1 skeptic at the back. No matter how strong he is, he's level 20 and he hasn't even completed his class transfer. What's the point of him being here? I heard that one too. I did not turn around, but I heard it, right as the tank bugs came through the outer line. Shade, bloodthirst art, cover the whole field. 40,000 mana, a phantom drum of fire, and red light out to 300 meters over every professional on that wall. That was my contribution to the second wave, and it took me one word. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. The archer 3 positions down had both hands in the air. I've been possessed by a celestial god. Casting speeds halved across the board. 100 tank bugs cleared in under 10 seconds. 10,000 little dogs cut in half before they crossed 50 meters. I watched my own buff do that and felt genuinely proud of my skeleton. And when the 25 seconds ran out, 100 professionals wore, simultaneously, an expression of profound loss. I know that feeling. I get it every time my own buffs expire. Second wave scoring. Xiaogang, 2,380. Because with his cast time halved, he turned into a spell machine gun and personally killed close to 5,000 little dogs. I want to be honest that I contributed exactly nothing to the first wave. Jian Li, second, at 1,600. And if it weren't for the first wave, where I contributed absolutely nothing, Xiaogang's total would not have been remotely comparable. In wave 2, I was the undisputed number 1, and I did it by pressing one button. He gave me a thumbs up mid-reload. The Bloodthirst art is amazing. Then the board updated. The third round of attack will begin in 15 minutes. The Flying Dragon Warlord, 5th tier, appears. I read that line on my interface and sat up straight for the first time. Every cheering professional on that wall went silent at the same moment. What's going on? A 5th tier warlord in wave 3? They must have made a mistake. The warlord shows up in wave 9. I did not understand what any of that meant yet, so I asked. Xiaogang's face changed in a way I had not seen yet. 5th tier bug mother body, he said. It's the Flying Dragon mother body. He put both hands on the parapet. It's over. I looked at his face and understood that my afternoon had just changed. A flying dragon, for context, is an enormous winged mantis. They are the backbone of the Zerg race. They hit like artillery. They move like artillery that has been thrown at you, and they have terrible defense. I want you to picture that because I had to fight one in about 10 minutes. Xiaogang turned around and gave me an order. Jian Li, leave through the rift now and tell General Guo. He was already composing it. Tell him we will not let a single bug through the rift before all of us have died in battle. He was giving me an order and I was already not taking it. He had made his peace in about 4 seconds. Everyone on that wall could die. I could not because of what I would be worth in 10 years, and he had done that arithmetic too. I did not move my feet. I stroked my chin. What's the situation with a 5th tier Flying Dragon mother body? Exactly? Can it continuously produce 5th tier bugs? I asked the question everybody else was too frightened to ask. That's right. As long as it has enough energy, it can breed flying dragons of 5th tier and below without limit. I heard the words without limit and my whole face changed. I lit up like a slot machine. There's such a good thing? One 5th tier flying dragon is 50,000 evolution points. Farm 10 of them and that's 500,000. That mother body was not a catastrophe. That mother body was a factory, and my immediate priority became keeping her alive long enough to get Lanner and Shade to 6th tier. Well then, I said. Leave the message delivering job to somebody else. I want to stay and see what a flying dragon mother body is all about. Don't act on impulse. He grabbed my shoulder. Your potential is limitless. You are going to be a pillar supporting the heavens for the Jia kingdom. You absolutely cannot throw yourself away here for nothing. He didn't have time to argue with me. He turned and announced it to the wall instead. I regret to inform everyone. We have encountered a 5th tier flying dragon mother body. He let it land. Anyone who wishes to leave may do so now through the rift. You have 3 minutes. The demon suppression soldiers at the gate did not move. They already knew what their mission was, and the mission is 1 sentence long. I looked at those 5 men and revised my plan on the spot. The association reinforcements were slower. They looked at each other. They worked it out. Not a single one left. On the east wall, he lit another cigarette, and 4 men leaned on the parapet beside him and exhaled at the same time. I have thought about that wall a great deal since. I owe those men. I never thought the ones seeing me off would be you lot. He looked down the row. Not a single woman among us. What bad luck. Get lost. All of you are married. I don't even have a partner. What a huge loss. They started laughing and exposing each other's secrets, loudly, and not one of them was nervous, and that spread down the wall faster than any speech would have. I did not say anything. I let them do it their way. Then Hida took the cigarette out of his teeth. Those 2 waves were appetizers. I didn't even use my full strength. He knocked an arrow without looking. The 5th tier flying dragon is coming. Why don't we compete? Whoever does the most damage gets bragging rights. You think you're the only one holding back? I haven't used the B rank I bought last month. Me too. I traded for a gold 2-hander yesterday. Hasn't been unsheathed. A competition it is. Loser is the little brother and has to call the winner G. I crossed my arms and looked down the whole line of them. Betting and stuff is too childish. little brothers. Wave 3 came in 3 parts. 300 tank bugs up the center, 50,000 little dogs on both flanks, and in the air above them, 8 meters of Zerg Overlord. 5th tier Battle General, level 30, 2,600,000 health, 16,000 attack, Swarm, Poison Sting, Rapid Flight, Wing Impact. I looked up at it and started counting my evolution points in advance. It hovered and it did not attack. It was waiting for the last moment to deliver one fatal blow. And that isn't intelligence. That's the instinct of a predator, which is worse because you can't talk a predator out of it. And the formation had changed. The little dogs went in first now, screening the tank bugs, which is not something little dogs do. The Zerg with a commander and the Zerg without one are 2 different species. Bloodthirst art is here. Everyone, full firepower. Ha 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 ha. Watch me shoot 5 times a second. Great God, Jan Li is amazing. Xiaogang had not expected me to still be standing there and gave me a thumbs up mid-cast. Well done, the Overlord dove. It was too fast for him. Every frostbolt landed exactly where it had just been. It slammed one warrior off the wall, and the man survived on a life-saving cooldown, and then it climbed and came back around, and it kept breaking the rhythm of the entire line. I walked over. You all deal with the tank bugs and the little dogs. Leave the Zerg Overlord to me. Can you hold it off by yourself? Hold it off? I shook my head and smiled at him. Xiao He. The moment I said the name, it stopped being a question of whether the Overlord could be held off and became a question of how many pieces of it would be left. Xiao He came up onto the parapet with the Fireblade battle flag across his back and stood there calculating the flight path. Shade got impatient. What is Brother He waiting for? Is there even a need to wait? Death grip. He reached up and yanked a 5th tier flying boss out of the sky by the neck, and it hit the ground in front of the wall, and Shade clubbed it across the head for 14,600, a new personal record. Oh, you think you can just fly around wherever you like? You need a good beating. Well done, Xiaogang was thrilled. Everyone, quickly focus fire on the Zerg fly. 2,239,200, critical. Then the second stage of flash, 2,198,700, critical. Killed 5th tier Zerg Overlord, level 30. 5th tier agility essence, 1, plus 500 agility, evolution points, plus 50,000. The word died in Xiaogang's throat, and out in front of the wall, 50,000 little dogs and 300 tank bugs lost their commander at the same instant and fell into complete chaos. What are you thinking? I shouted at him. Hurry up and organize the battle. 10 minutes later, the wall was still talking about it. Did anyone actually see that? The Zerg flying dragon was one shot. One sword strike, over 2 million damage. Xiaogang came and found me, and he had worked it out. Your goal is the tier 5 flying dragon mother body. You could say that. Strictly speaking, what I wanted was her reproductive capacity. Whether Xiao He could advance to tier 6 depended entirely on whether that mother body's womb was up to the task. Then a prompt appeared that only I could see. Time taken to kill the Zerg flying dragon was less than 1 minute. You may choose to start annihilation mode. Yes or no. Do you know what annihilation mode is? Annihilation mode? What is that? Xiaogang looked genuinely blank. The nest here has always been in defense mode. Normally, it attacks once every 3 days. During a riot, 9 times in a day. That is the entire operating history of bug nest number 37. So I worked it out alone, standing on a wall. Since it's called annihilation, is it possible it means annihilating all of the Zerg and permanently closing the rift? Because if so, Tianfeng City never fears a nest riot again. The demon suppression army stops standing guard here day and night forever, and what's left behind is a stable, permanent, very large dungeon. The cost is that everything after Wave 3 probably arrives at once, plus a flying dragon army on top. I would be fine. That was not in question. I could not guarantee that the 99 professionals standing behind me would be, so I didn't decide it alone. Shade. The bone throne assembled in the air over the courtyard, and the staircase came up under my foot one step at a time, and I climbed it in front of all of them and sat down and tapped the white armrest. I am preparing to activate annihilation mode. I looked down at the wall. Those who want to stay, remain where you are. Those who don't want to stay can leave right now. You have 10 seconds to consider. 10 seconds. Nobody left. Are you kidding? Based on that one moment where Xiao He one-shot a 5th tier flying dragon, everybody on that wall was already completely convinced, and the way I walked up to that throne apparently read to 100 veterans as a super demon king arriving. Da crushed his cigarette out on the stone and his whole face lit up. Brothers, the moment to strike it rich has arrived. Follow great god Jian Li, and we will be the heroes of Tianfeng City. Very good. I'll say the ugly things first. I leaned forward. Since you've decided to stay, you follow orders. Whatever I tell you to do, you do. Do you understand? Understood, Xiaogang shouted it with the rest of them. At that moment he was not the commander anymore, and he never once complained about it. Then the map opened. Over 500,000 Tier 1 Tiaoling insects in white, 300,000 Tier 2 spike snakes in gray, 100,000 Tier 3 tank bugs in yellow, and 3 brown dots. Please kill the Tier 5 Zerg flying dragon mother body, Zashra, within 6 hours and close the Zerg nest rift. If you fail, the rift will increase by 1 level. Behind us, the rift slammed shut. Outside, Guolei watched a 10-meter gate disappear off the face of the world. What happened? Then a light screen map appeared where the rift had been. 100 green dots clustered in the bottom right corner, and white, gray, and yellow covering 99% of everything else. Jinming read it in about 2 seconds. Jianli has triggered some mechanism. The nest has switched from defense mode to offensive mode. Shaolin nodded, and Guo Lei, who is a general and therefore asks the question generals ask, said, "But what if they fail? The scale of the rift increases and its level rises. Have the two of you considered that?" They answered in unison, and neither of them hesitated. Failure? That doesn't exist. Guo Lei had no idea where that confidence came from. Because of a level 20 summoner, he reported upward to Zhou Xuan, commander of the Southeast Province, and got back one word, wait, because Gu Song was standing in that office when the report came in. By the way, old Gu, when did you recover? Only in the last few days. He was looking out the window. Spread the news that I've appeared in Shanhe City. In a while, the more people who know, the better. Are you fishing? Are you confident? Don't capsize in the gutter. Not much confidence. He held out both palms. 10 out of 10, I suppose. You really know how to put on an act. Zhou Xuan tapped the report. By the way, that Jian Li you mentioned has stirred up trouble again. He seems to want to flatten the Zerg nest rift in Tianfeng City. Let it be a sensation. Gusong smiled at the glass. The more sensational it is, the better it proves my judgment. While everyone else studied the map, I summoned Shade to the foot of the throne. It's your turn to advance. 50,000 evolution points consumed. Shade has advanced from Tier 4 Bone Knight to Tier 5 Soul Knight. Level 20. 320,000 health, 32,000 attack, 32,000 defense, and a body wrapped in rings of white bone he constructs himself, which is not only cool, but carries genuinely absurd defense. Racial skill. Soul Harvest. Harvest a soul on every kill. Each soul adds 10 points of skill damage. Souls last 24 hours. And Gate of the Undead, SS-rank. 5,000 mana to open a gateway to the undead world, which summons 1,000 undead 2 tiers lower every second at an upkeep of 1,000 mana per second. No cooldown. Ha 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 ha. The Zerg's entire strategy is numbers. Fine. Let's see whether you have more insects or I have more undead. Gate of the Undead. Open for me. 2 blue portals, 20 meters high and 30 wide, opened 50 meters out from the fortress, and things started walking out of them carrying weapons. Mostly Tier 3. 20,000 in 10 seconds, and here is the number that makes it permanent. Lanner's Endless Vitality restores 10% of my maximum mana per second, which is 1,070 against an upkeep of 1,000. I can hold that gate open forever, literally forever. Shade, with 8,000 intelligence and a dim magic stone, can do the same. Past 100,000 undead, I threw the map away and pointed forward. Kill them all. Leave nothing alive. The king issued the order to attack, and the undead meticulously executed the king's will. Since it's called extermination mode, I said, it's only natural to exterminate all the insects. Don't you think so, Shade? Shade, who had put on a black robe over his bone armor and was holding a white bone staff purely for the look of it, laughed wantonly. My king is right. Wherever the gaze falls, all living things shall kneel. Daw's cigarette burned down to his lips and he bit the filter into his mouth without noticing. My goodness. This is a scene I get to see at level 30. A necromancer summoning a few hundred undead is already the limit. Great god Jian Li has summoned tens of thousands, right? Tens of thousands? Who are you looking down on? Daw pointed with the bow. Triple that. It's over 100,000, and they're still coming out. If this keeps up, there might be 1,000,000. We're rich. We're going to walk out of here with a full set of gold each. When the two sides met, that plain became a grinder. The Zerg fight without fear, and injuries only make them worse. And the undead? Well, they're already dead. You cannot reasonably expect a dead person to feel afraid. The Zerg lost their numerical advantage inside 20 minutes, which is a sentence nobody in the history of that fortress had ever been able to say, and the survivors all began pulling back toward the mother body. Fewer than half remained. I moved the throne forward, and Daw found courage from somewhere. Great god, Jian Li, wait for us. We want to follow and see for ourselves. He was already climbing down. There's too much loot dropping, and it's inconvenient for you to pick it all up. We're willing to serve you. Granted. All 99 of them came off that wall and followed a floating bone throne across a battlefield, picking up attribute crystals as they went, and not one man pocketed a single crystal. They could have been heroes, and for a few paltry items they would have been infamous instead. Only a fool trades that direction. Xiao Gang handed the bag up to Shade. Shade handed it to me. 630 crystals, tiers 1 through 3. I burned 120 of them into 3 perfect essences, one of each tier, and crushed all 3. All attributes plus 160. That is equivalent to gaining 4 levels. For any other first advancement professional in that army, it would have taken 16. 10 minutes out from the mother body, there was not a single insect on the road, which told me everything. They had all pulled back to her, and they intended to make a stand there. My plan was simple, and I want to be upfront about it, because it does not make me look good. I was not going to kill her. I was going to capture her and make her keep giving birth to flying dragons, and only when she could no longer give birth would I kill her. Ruthless and cruel. That describes me. Lanner appeared at my shoulder in the middle of this and started massaging. Master, didn't you promise me I could fight? A pause. You lied. I slapped my own thigh because I had completely forgotten. Let me describe what I was actually living with at that point. Lanner, in front of me, is a well-bred young lady and a genuinely good girl. Curtsies, handkerchiefs, asks whether I want my bed made, and she is one triggered mechanism away from being a 50-meter siege weapon screaming about how disgusting everything is. It feels a bit like schizophrenia, and I have never raised it with her. Xiaohei is graceful in every movement and claims to be a musician. He kills people and then performs on their corpses. A soul singer, perhaps. I say that with affection. He is mine and he is very strange. And Shade. Shade is always wailing. He fishes all night, dusk till dawn, and now he has taken up cosplay. You're a soul knight. Why are you dressed as a skeleton mage? I have raised 3 of them now and I still cannot explain any of it. Actually, I know exactly why, and it's cunning enough that I respect it. Someone fights their way through the line, sees a robed figure with a staff at the back, thinks squishy caster, commits everything to killing him, and the robe opens on a body full of bone constructs and a defense stat of 32,000. Unkillable. Simply unkillable. I can picture how wildly he laughs. And thank goodness Lanner isn't a yandere on top of everything else, or I'd have to worry about night attacks in my own house. I patted her hand. Soon. You're the main force in the next fight. I looked at the horizon. No restrictions. Feel free to unleash your power. Finally, I can fight. Master is the best. Outside, the map on the fortress wall had turned black. What are these black light spots? Guolei was up out of his chair. Why are there so many of them? Their number is almost 1 million. That was my army arriving on his map, and nobody had warned him. Xiaolin and Jianming said it together. Undead. They had seen 10,000 at the arena and quietly concluded necromancer. Today, he had overturned that too. Over 1 million undead, and the honest fact is that every necromancer on Blue Star, added together, does not field as many as I did that afternoon by myself. Jianming was almost dancing, and it was not about the battle. Since the regional dungeon opened, Tianfeng City had registered 15,000 new professionals in under a week. A permanent bug nest dungeon on top of that would bring in several times more, none of which I planned. I was there for the evolution points. Xiaolin, meanwhile, quietly added me to the Peerless Guild chat. Little Cloud, add everyone, get ready. The commotion Jianli is causing this time might be a bit big. I was reading that chat on a bone throne in the middle of a war zone. Eagle Sky, ready for what? The bigger the commotion, the better my judgment proves to be. Little Cloud, add everyone. This new member is incredibly awesome. All of you build good relationships with him quickly. When he becomes powerful, beg him to lead dungeons. I had not said one word in that group, and I was already being marketed. Han Feng, a new person? We haven't taken in new people for 2 years. Is this year's new member another peerless prodigy who surpasses his contemporaries? I liked him immediately, and I have never told him so. Joe Bo, are you calling yourself a peerless prodigy? You're really praising yourself. Jubo, by the way, boss, have your problems been resolved? Eagle Sky, just wait for the headlines next week. Xiaolin's private assessment, which she wrote down that evening, was that she had expected a new member to need 2 or 3 years to mature into the guild. She has since shown me that assessment, which I found flattering. She had thought too much. This one is a freak who cannot be viewed with common sense. In a few months, his combat power will catch up to ours. Until then, his safety is mine. I would like to note that my safety was never actually in question. Her hand was on her sword hilt when she wrote it. It was noon by the time we got there, just over an hour inside. From the air, you could see the outline of what was left. 500,000 insects, completely motionless, waiting, because higher-tier bugs have absolute control over lower-tier bugs. If she orders them to die, they die immediately and without hesitation. I looked at all of it from my chair and started counting my points. That's the Zerg. Hierarchy determines everything. Stop. A million undead stopped at once, not raggedly. All at once, on the word, in silence, demonstrating to 500,000 insects exactly what obedience looks like, and then they stood there with the soul fires in their sockets, flickering and drifting and converging in the ranks, and Xiaogang told me afterward the feeling was of standing at the edge of a sinful abyss. 99 professionals wiped cold sweat off their faces at the same time, and every one of them thought some version of, thank goodness, they're on our side. Zerg Overlord Mother Body, 5th tier battle general, level 35, 30 meters long, 5 million health, 40,000 attack, 5,000 defense. Clan Mother, plus 10% attack per nearby overlord, up to 300. Damage transfer, fatal damage moves to other overlords. Rapid flight, rapid incubation, which converts anything she eats into fresh 5th tier overlords. And swarm rampage, activates the self-destruct genes. Every Zerg in range triples in size, gains 100% attack and 50% speed, and dies 3 minutes later. 2 10-meter overlords stood guard over her, and as I arrived she wailed, and 2 more climbed out of her and shook themselves off. I counted them on my fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could not stop grinning. Ha 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 ha. Yes, just like that. Incubate a few more. I have plenty of time. 50,000 evolution points each. She seemed to understand me, which I did not enjoy, and she hissed. 500,000 Zerg swelled to 3 times their size and came at us in a suicide charge. Swarm rampage. Interesting. I snapped my fingers. Shade burned his entire mana bar, and Bloodthirst art went off in a 700-meter radius. G. Vanguard for the king. Charge. A million undead roared back, and the sound shook the sky, and the momentum of that swarm broke against it before the 2 lines even touched. Lanner, I pointed. Do you see that flying dragon mother body? I want that one alive. The rest, no mercy. She had been waiting for that exact sentence since she stepped through the rift. She jumped off the throne platform glowing jade green. Unleash your fury. War horn. A 50-meter war ancient tree landed on the battlefield, 30 meters wide at the trunk. And I found out immediately that transforming completely activates whatever violent genes she keeps politely folded up during breakfast. War stomp. Everything within 50 meters was pulverized. The insects, also my undead, also very nearly the ground. Disgusting bugs, disgusting undead, all of you, go die. Ah ha 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 ha. I put a hand over my forehead. I knew it would be like this. Gaga, said Shade from a safe distance, and I could read it clearly. Can't afford to provoke her. Truly can't afford to provoke her. From now on, Lanner is my big sister boss. Then he immediately ordered a full formation change because that single war stomp had crushed nearly 10,000 of his own undead. If they kept the current line, they wouldn't be killed by the Zerg, they'd be stepped on by their own side. Xiaohei reached back for his sword, intending to go kill a couple of flying dragons for entertainment. Don't go yet, leave the fighting to Lanner. So he had Shade conjure a large bone wall, and then he took out a piano on a battlefield. Behind a wall of bone, while a 50-meter tree screamed about hygiene and a million undead ground 500,000 insects into paste. His fingers went across the keys like butterflies. Ding 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 ding. Xiaogang and 99 professionals turned around and stared. Over there people are fighting to the death, and over here he is playing the piano. He clearly isn't taking the flying dragon mother body seriously at all. Lanner jumped, landed, and used earthquake tremor. Her attack in tree form is 64,000, which means 94,000 damage per second for 5 seconds across 50 meters. The whole battlefield shook. When it stopped, there was a vacuum where several thousand insects had been standing. The mother body ordered the low-tier bugs to scatter because attacking Lanner was simply feeding her, and sent all 4 flying dragons in from 4 directions at once. 6,800, 1324, 1236, pitifully low. In tree form she has 900,000 health and 16,000 defense, and endless vitality restores 10% of it every second, which means 4 5th-tier flying dragons attacking her simultaneously could not out-damage her passive regeneration. But she couldn't hit them either. Whiplash and Smashing Strike are sluggish, and those things move like thrown spears. Disgusting things, just flies buzzing around. So she stopped trying. She turned, and she looked at the mother body, whose abdomen was swollen and immobile, and whose mouth was working non-stop, swallowing insect corpses and undead bones in great gulps to convert them into hatching energy. I was delighted. Lanner, grab it for me. Alive. She crossed 100 meters in a few steps. Hydralisks and tank bugs threw themselves in front of her and got war stomped into the dirt. Then she raised a fist the size of a 2-story building. Smashing Strike. 300,000 damage to the mother body's head, which very nearly came apart. All 4 flying dragons shrieked and turned around. They were all hatched by her, and to a Zerg the mother body's life is the only thing that is actually paramount. They came in on Lanner from every angle, and she ignored the tickling entirely and just kept punching, 5 million health down to under 2 million. Watching it, I formed my professional opinion of Lanner's combat style, and I have not revised it since. She is extremely reckless. She relies on the sheer mass of the war ancient tree to rampage, and she can hold off 10,000 men in a single pass. Her advantage is obvious: large-scale operations. Her weakness is equally obvious. Against anything agile, she is helpless. Then the mother body's abdomen split open and 2 more 5th-tier flying dragons climbed out. Lanner ignored them and landed 2 more smashing strikes. Under 1 million, and with the hatching finished, the mother body could finally move, and she dragged her ruptured abdomen up into the air and did the arithmetic. Fewer than 100,000 of 500,000 Zerg left, undead in every direction to the horizon. Escape impossible. A death struggle giving her under 10%, and, putting everything else aside, no way at all to kill that frenzied war ancient tree. So she took a green bead about the size of a football into her mouth. Devouring seed. Epic grade. Activates the Zerg devouring gene. Devouring one's kin grants immense power in a very short time, followed by death by explosion after 30 minutes. She swallowed it without hesitating. An enormous ugly mouth grew out behind her tail, and it opened, and one of the Zerg overlords went into it whole. I lost my composure completely. Quickly, stop it. I don't care if you devour low-tier bugs. You cannot swallow Zerg overlords. Those are my evolution points. Give them back to me. And Xiaohe, Lanner, and Shade all moved at the same moment without being told, because whose evolution points are those? They're theirs. Losing one Zerg overlord means delaying their next tier. Could they allow that? Absolutely not. Xiaohe charged, went up Lanner's trunk like an extremely agile monkey, and landed on her shoulder. Throw me over there. The mother body shrieked at the sight of him, and I understood why later. He was the one who instantly killed her first child, and she had felt that death through bloodline sensing in real time from 3 kilometers away. She opened the tail mouth as wide as it would go and called all 5 remaining overlords home to fuse into her. Lanner threw him. Flash. Twice. 2,329,200. Critical. 2,147,890. Critical. The slowest of the overlords did not make it into her mouth. 50,000 evolution points, and a 5th-tier strength essence. The other 5 did. I brought my hand down on the armrest of the bone throne with genuine pain. My 250,000 evolution points. I had not expected her to be that resolute. She was willing to swallow her own children rather than leave them for me. And it still wasn't enough. She swept the battlefield with one look, and every living insect left in that nest ran into her mouth to complete the mutation. Mutated Zerg Overlord Mother Body. 5th-tier Battle General. Level 39, 40 meters long, 12 million health, 90,000 attack, 20,000 defense, plus 150% attack from 5 devoured overlords. Wing strike, 100,000 damage in 10 meters on an 8-second cooldown. Frenzied flight, immune to status effects, plus 100% speed. Split, which below 30% health divides her into 2 clones at half maximum health each, and death frenzy. Even if Xiaohe went into the demon form and used everything, he was not going to instantly kill that. She activated Death Frenzy immediately, and honestly it was the correct read, because for a creature that will explode in 30 minutes no matter what, 3 minutes versus 30 makes no difference at all. Then she fixed on me, because the Sovereign had told her through bloodline sensing that as long as this frail human died, the final victory would still belong to them. Between her and me stood 3 walls. Xiaohe, in the darkened great demon form, wings out, sword pointed down. Listen to the silence of extinction. Lanner, 50 meters of war ancient tree, both fists closing. You cannot handle my wrath. And Shade behind a bone great wall he had thrown up in 4 seconds, laughing. GG. If you want to touch our king, you step over our corpses first. 3 checkpoints, each harder than the last. The professionals were shouting at me from 100 meters back. Jian Li, it's too dangerous up front. Come back here. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Once the 3 minutes are up, it self-destructs anyway. There's no need to put yourself in danger. I tilted my head and watched her, struggling desperately. That's what it was, not fighting, struggling. Xiaohe, Lanner, Shade. I stood up off the throne. All of you, stand down. Then I spread 5 fingers, because the bone throne skill is not, as it turns out, fixed to the shape of a throne. A hand made of bone, 10 meters across, condensed in the sky above the battlefield. Shade's nether fire wrapped it in blue flame. Then I checked soul harvest. Soul count, 921,870. 920,000 insects killed on that plane, 10 points of skill damage per soul. I poured every single one of them into the hand. The soul count was so massive that a storm formed in the air around it, and the storm made a sound, a long continuous hiss with too many voices in it. Listen, that is the sound of souls wailing. It enraged her. She threw herself left and right against nothing and could not advance a meter through it. The three of them pulled back, and Xiao Gang's group started shouting again. Why is Great God Jian Li doing this? Even the mother body was momentarily confused. Why would this frail human order those three powerful warriors to retreat? Is he tired of living? Then she crossed the distance like a jet aircraft and used wing strike. 100,000 damage came up over my head. I did not care because with 800,000 undead standing around me, killing me is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Now it's my turn. I turned my right hand palm down and cast Death Grip with my left, so she could not run. The bone palm came down onto her head and pushed her back away from me across the plain. Then quietly, to Lanner, who had turned gentle again the instant she changed back. Lanner, have you ever seen fireworks? I closed my fist. 14,120,000. The wailing of the souls, the roar of the mutated flying dragon mother body, and the sound of a bone palm closing all arrived at once and composed a single piece of music. And when it stopped, the souls ignited and 900,000 specks of light opened outward across a battlefield exactly the way fireworks open, and every person on that plane stopped moving to look at it. And Xiao He, at exactly the right moment, took out the violin and played the 7th chapter of the night. The whole scene froze there. I had one hand on my forehead, laughing like a maniac. Behind me, Xiao He was playing the violin. Lanner was dancing, and every professional there watched her do it. And below us, Shade and 800,000 undead were down on one knee, worshipping their king under a sky full of burning souls. At that moment, art was complete. Rewards: 60,000 experience, 50,000 evolution points for the mother body, 16,000 for the clear, and 100,000 for a perfect annihilation mode clear. 1 bug nest siege placement crystal, 2 of 2 affixes unextracted, and nightmare ruler progress, 5 of 5. I drew the 2 affixes standing in a field of bone dust. Assistance: choose 1 professional from the pioneering team to fight on your behalf, once daily, and fleet-footed, plus 30% movement speed inside. I read the first one twice and then I started laughing because I am a member of the pioneering team and my combat record is the one on file. If somebody chooses me for assistance, then 100 professionals do not need to lift a finger. They can clear the dungeon by watching. It seems I'm really going to become famous this time. Then the title landed, Nightmare Ruler, plus 30% damage in any dungeon below Nightmare. Dazzling skill effects and area broadcast, both toggleable, both of which I obviously left on, and a chance for hell difficulty to appear upon entering a dungeon. Hell difficulty. Higher difficulty means more evolution points, and I had reached the point where Nightmare felt like a formality. They are all trash. I genuinely wondered whether hell could provide me with anything resembling a challenge. The mother body's drops were 2 items, a tier 5 perfect attribute essence, plus 500 to every attribute. I crushed it in my own hand on the spot, feeling great, and a seed of life. Epic grade support equipment requires a minimum of 150,000 health, plus 50,000 health, plus 20% maximum health, and 10% of maximum health converts into attack power, which was tailor-made for a woman who multiplies her own health by 6 when she transforms, and which scales forever. A few tiers from now, 1 war horn will put her attack over 1,000,000, and I did not hide the name. Congratulations to the Jian Li squad for successfully achieving perfect clearance of Bug Nest number 37, Nightmare difficulty. Time taken, 1 hour and 12 minutes. 99 professionals were still standing around the crater talking about the light. I think I saw fireworks. With a bang, the mutated bug mother body just went up. I haven't seen fireworks that beautiful in years. Xiao Gang could not get there. He kept trying and failing. 14 million damage. From a level 20 summoner. If you went outside this fortress and said that sentence to any professional in the Xia kingdom, you would be given the look reserved for idiots. He wanted to laugh about it. He couldn't, because it was not a joke. And there was one correction that stung him worse than the number, which he told me about later over a drink. He had assumed I ordered my summons to retreat so the undead army could stall the mother body while I did something clever. He was wrong, terribly wrong. I had ordered them back because they were in my way. Outside, Jian Ming slapped his own thigh hard enough to bruise. Brother Jian truly did not disappoint. Another perfect clearance. Tianfeng City has 1 more stable dungeon. Guolei managed a small smile, which on that face is a parade. This kid is truly miraculous. Perfect clearance. Then, more quietly, how exactly did he do it? He's someone who excels at creating miracles, Xiaolin said. It seems no difficulty can stop him. 10 minutes passed and the rift did not reopen. Instead, at the far end of the plane, at a marker shaped like a skull, a green gate opened and a pair of eyes looked through it, cold, completely without expression. Kael'thas the Destroyer, 7th rank monarch, level unknown. Undead, he said, looking at my army. He is the foremost general of the Corruptor Empress. He has conquered a number of worlds and brought her a great many rations, and today, for the first time in his career, he had tasted failure, and it had been administered by a level 20 summoner who had not even completed his class change. Human, you got lucky this time. You will not have such fortune next time. Then the aura came through the gate and hit the entire plane at once, and 99 professionals staggered. Remember, you have angered the strongest monarch under the Corruptor Empress, Kael'thas the Destroyer. Beneath a monarch, all are ants. That is a real thing about the world, and everybody there felt it. I tapped the armrest and looked at him with all the disdain I had in stock. Idiot! Whoever raised you clearly kept the wrong half. The eyes flickered. Look at that pathetic, impotently furious face. The strongest monarch? You're trash who only knows how to spout threats. You call me lucky? I leaned forward. You couldn't even handle a level 20 summoner who hasn't completed his class change, and you have the nerve to rant at me through a door. If you actually have ability, stop barking from behind a teleportation gate. If you have guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. He shook, actual physical shaking, and his eyes lit up like something burning, and he could do absolutely nothing because the nest was already perfectly cleared and the gate was the only thing he had. Human, I will remember you. The gate slammed. Hey, don't leave. I haven't finished swearing yet. It felt like chasing off a fly that had been circling my food. What kind of monarch is that? I'll remember you too, by the way. Next time we meet, I'm going to crush you. The contribution ranking came up as we walked out. First place, Jian Li, 1,237,020 points. The combined total of the 99 professionals behind me did not come to a fraction of it. Xiaogang's mouth twitched as he read his own line. Damn, why did my hand itch? Why did I have to look at this? Jian Ming was laughing before I was fully through the gate. The news of your perfect clearance is already sitting in front of the two great figures of the Southeast Province. He counted them off. Zhou Xuan, who commands the Demon Suppression Forces, and Dong Wei, the governor. Bug nests have been cleared before. That isn't the story. The story is that nobody has ever converted a bug nest into a safe dungeon. The request came to me politely, through Shaolin, which I appreciated. The higher-ups want the strategy for a perfect clearance. What are your thoughts? Is it convenient? Convenient? What's inconvenient about it? And that one I gave away for free, genuinely free, no attachment, no paywall. Because bug nests are spread all across Blue Star, and there are over 40 of them in the Xia Kingdom alone, and I cannot possibly clear all of them myself. Everyone cleared early is one less place a city dies. I have that much perspective, occasionally. Then I tossed the placement crystal to Jian Ming. President Jian, this one's for you. Assistance and fleet-footed. Shaolin picked it up out of his hands and read the affix line and stood there thinking about it for several seconds. Tell me, she said slowly, if everyone chooses Jian Li for the assistance, wouldn't they not need to lift a finger? Jian Li alone could sweep the entire dungeon. Jian Ming went off like a light bulb. That's right. How could I forget Brother Jian? Brother Jian is a member of the pioneering team. He was already walking. I'm going back to the association right now to organize people to test it. Guo Lei caught my arm before I could follow him. Don't rush off. I have something for Brother Jian. A red box. Inside it, a sword-shaped medal with 2 words engraved on the blade. 3rd rank military merit medal. Thanking you for solving a troublesome issue for the Demon Suppression Army. He closed my hand around it. Holding this, as long as you are within the borders of the Xia Kingdom, you can call on assistance from the Demon Suppression Army if you run into trouble. You can also exchange merit points for equipment and skill books that are not available on the open market. So does that make me an external member? I turned it over. Are there any obligations I need to fulfill? None. As long as you don't do anything harmful to the Xia Kingdom, you get the green light wherever you go. Benefits with no duties. Wasn't that exactly what I had always dreamed of? I accept the medal. When I finished my work here, let's get a drink. I want to test your capacity for alcohol. Test my capacity? I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Shaolin took a call on the walk back and her face dropped several degrees in temperature. People from the Dark Knight Guild have appeared in Tianfeng City. She put the phone away. This time their target isn't only President Gu, it's also you. Me? Why me? Because the commotion you've caused lately is too great. They're worried you'll become the next Gu Song. They want to nip you in the bud before you fully mature. That doesn't sound right. I frowned. Normally, shouldn't they approach me first? Try to tempt me over and only get angry and try to kill me after I refuse? Would you be tempted then? That depends. I started counting on my fingers. If they gave me a full set of epic equipment and a few SSS rank skills, I think I'd join. She opened her mouth. But let me state beforehand, I'd only be an undercover agent, like a vampire. I'd suck them dry and then wipe them out. Do you think they're all idiots? She actually laughed. Based on the conditions you just listed, forget you, I would join. A full set of epic equipment. I have one piece of epic equipment on my entire body. I stopped walking. Is epic equipment that rare? Xiaohei and the other two have one each. She took a deep breath and changed the subject. My strongest skill is an SS rank. Blooming Cold Shadow. She said it evenly. I have seen an SSS rank skill exactly once in my life. That was when you opened the Naga Empress off that card in your garden. A pause. Even I do not possess an SSS rank skill. So they're a poor guild then. I lost interest in the Dark Knight Guild in that moment and have never entirely gotten it back. Poor but not weak. They have 4 level 60 trump cards. Joker, Iceman, Monster, and their leader, the Dark Knight. She held up 4 fingers. With my strength, any one of them except the Dark Knight is not a problem. But if all 4 move at once and President Gu and I are both tied up, you would not be able to resist. Haven't you already made arrangements? I don't think something like that should happen. I was being polite. What I was actually thinking was that if they had set this entire trap and still let 4 enemy aces walk up to me, I would seriously consider switching guilds. Other members of the Peerless Guild have already arrived in Tianfeng City quietly. She pressed 2 scrolls into my hand. But caution prevents mistakes. Keep these safe. Random teleportation scrolls. About 100 kilometers. That's quite thoughtful. I took them knowing exactly where they were going to sit gathering dust. Use them to escape? Impossible. With 2 gates of the undead running, I generate 2,000 lives per second. Let them kill. They will not be able to exhaust me. The Expanded Professionals Association can now hold 30,000 people at once. Shanhe Cities holds 20,000. From that number alone, you can read Jian Ming's entire ambition. He activated the crystal in the new East Hall. Insect Nest Assault number 37, levels 20 to 30, Adventure Through Nightmare, limit 100, affixes, support, once per day, and swift footwork. Then he briefed the first assault team himself, and his instructions were not subtle. After you enter, you choose Jian Li for support. Do not choose anyone else. Do you understand? Understood. Wang Jian, being cautious, picked Adventure difficulty. I was elected unanimously and instantly. Wave 1. The borrowed version of me stood at the back of the fortress and did absolutely nothing while 100 professionals struggled and looked over their shoulders in confusion. Wave 2. Bloodthirst art. That feeling, they told me afterward, can be described in exactly one word, and the word is awesome. The wave died in 20 seconds. Wave 3 brought the boss, a tier 4 Zerg overlord, and the borrowed Jian Li finally moved. Or rather, Xiaohei did. 1 sword strike, over 2 million damage. Holy crap, awesome. That one is a direct quote, and the man's voice cracked in the middle of it. Is this a level 20 summoner? Then the prompt came up. Enable annihilation mode. Yes or no? Wang Jian did not think about it for even a second. Why bother thinking? Blindly follow Jian Li. Choose yes. What happened next broke them. The borrowed Jian Li walked up a staircase of bone, 1 step at a time, into the sky, and sat down on a throne. So, somebody said very quietly, an entrance can be that cool. Then 2 gates of the undead opened, and several 100,000 undead swept the map, and Xiaohei ended the final boss with 1 strike. On adventure difficulty, it was not even worth the summoner standing up. Wang Jian's group went home without ever seeing Lanner transform. A level 30 team that picked Nightmare that afternoon got considerably more. They saw the war ancient tree rampaging across a plain screaming about hygiene, and they saw their final boss erased by an enormous bone palm falling out of the sky before any of them got a clear look at it. Wang Jian came out with a private resolution, which he has kept. In future, where Jian Li is involved, blind following is the correct choice. And one regret, which is that he did not pick Nightmare. Jian Ming stood in the new hall watching clear notifications roll in and could not stop smiling. How did it feel? President Jian, it was awesome. Great God, Jian Li went on a killing spree, and all we had to do was shout 666 from the back. Wang Jian wrote up the recipe himself. Hold wave 1 on your own. Wave 2 comes with bloodthirst art. Wave 3, you clear the minions while the borrowed Jian Li one-shots the boss. Jian Ming turned that into a pinned guide, and the guide is 1 sentence long. Nanny level adventure difficulty, insect nest assault guide, anyone can do it. Choose Jian Li for support, and don't be a brain-dead idiot who falls off the city wall. The forum assumed he had been hacked. It's President Jian's actual account. Could it have been compromised? When did Tianfeng City get another dungeon? I am a member of the professional assault team, and I can confirm that what President Jian said is true. Great God, Jian Li is awesome. Professionals between 20 and 30, hurry up and farm the insect nest assault. An hour and a half later, the second batch came out, and the forum went up. Holy crap. Great God, Jian Li is invincible. Undead. So many undead. Even an undead archmage wouldn't be much better. I was browsing that board looking for a high-experience dungeon, and it was entirely full of me. There was a candid side profile of me on the throne captioned, "Our king has arrived, all evils retreat." It was 5 minutes old, and it already had over 1,000 replies, all of them variations on greetings, our king. It had been a little over 2 hours since I left the dungeon. Why is the forum full of handsome photos of me? Also, the timing on that side profile was genuinely excellent. It showcased my domineering side perfectly, worth a reward. I tipped the poster 1 million yuan, rich and willful. At Tianfeng No. 1 High School, Xiao Ning's team finally came out of the skeleton graveyard. Finally. Level 10. Third person in the graduating class to get there, after me and Wei Yang. She walked across the training hall to a figure in blood-red armor and bowed. "Instructor, I'm level 10 now. Thank you for your guidance. I can compress my charge time to under 1 second." Xiao He did not look up. It's still not proficient enough. It's only truly done when you can charge anytime, anywhere. Understood, instructor. I will work hard. Then she opened her phone, and the pinned post caught her eye, and as if a ghost had prompted her hand, she clicked it. A side profile of me on a throne. She bit her lip and said it quietly, to a screen. "Just you wait. One day I will catch up to you." Wei Yang, standing behind her, rolled his eyes at the chunabue of it, leaned over to see who she was talking to, saw the photo, and then saw the tip line under it. 1 million yuan. My brother Jian has changed. He's become unrecognizable. This man used to split 1 yuan into 2 before spending it. Now somebody says a few honest words in a forum post and he tips 1 million. Is this what a successful person is like? I love it. I love it. So he posted the photos he had been hoarding since the arena, Emperor of White Bones, Unrestrained, and Lord of Calamities, All Beings Kneel. Inside a minute, he collected 2 million yuan, 1 million each, feeling great. Then he looked back at Xiao Ning, who was still staring at the picture. Sigh. Indeed, one shouldn't meet someone too stunning when young. After you've seen my brother Jian's unparalleled demeanor, who else could possibly catch your eye? And as for catching up, silly girl, you will never catch up with brother Jian's footsteps in this life. You won't even see his taillights. He did not mention that the instructor currently drilling her was brother Jian's No. 1 enforcer, whose specialty is instantly killing bosses. My plan was straightforward. Max out the experience, clear the class transfer, be done with it. Otherwise, there will always be some clueless people doubting my ability to complete it, and I have found that I do not enjoy that. Lanner volunteered to cook dinner, and I vetoed it before she finished the sentence. Let's eat out. We found a private kitchen place run by a level 15 chef, and afterward we just walked. For 10 years I had trained every single day. I almost never went out and wandered around like that with nothing to do. There was a breeze coming down the avenue, and I had a chilled watermelon juice in my hand, and I took a very deep breath. This is what life is all about. What is the ultimate goal of becoming a professional? To enjoy life. That's it. I don't have any grand ideals. I want to live comfortably, now and in the future. And whoever makes me uncomfortable, no matter who you are, you all disappear. 1,000 meters away, 4 professionals were lying on a rooftop. All 4 of them had extremely ordinary faces, the kind you would never find again in a crowd. Arthur lowered his binoculars. Target confirmed. That's Jian Li. Tomorrow, once the higher-ups draw Shaolin away, the 4 of us handle the assassination. He passed them along. Remember to activate the space lock before we act. He must not escape with a teleportation scroll. Kenji sounded bored. Arthur, you're being overly cautious. To kill a level 20 summoner, is it really necessary to deploy the crocodile squad? I can handle him alone. Don't underestimate him. He isn't a simple summoner. Arthur put the binoculars away. Which ordinary summoner can put hundreds of thousands of undead on a field, and he has a skill that transfers damage? We only get a chance to kill him while that skill is on cooldown. So have Wu Ming silence him. And if the skill is passively triggered? Kenji did not have an answer to that, which is the only genuinely intelligent thing anybody said on that rooftop. Then Arthur told them the rest of it, and this is the part that mattered. The higher-ups move against Gu Song is fake. The real target is this one. His talent is too astonishing, completely beyond reason. If we let him keep growing, he will become another Gu Song. A pause. Perhaps something more terrifying than Gu Song. The target isn't Gu Song. A level 20 summoner is more important than Gu Song. Gu Song is under a lich's curse. He's going to die anyway. He deliberately exposed himself in Tianfeng City because he wants to be bait and drag a few of us down with him first. Arthur almost sounded amused. The higher-ups saw through that long ago. They're playing along. On the surface, it's an operation against Gu Song. In reality, it's to kill Jian Li and incidentally to use Tianfeng City as an experiment for opening a rift to the demon realm. The Crocodile Squad, for the record. Captain David, level 48 Magic Swordsman. Arthur, level 42 Wolf Fighter. Wu Ming, level 41 Silent Sorcerer. Kenji, level 42 Shadow Assassin. Kowalski, level 41 Marksmanship Hunter. Their original target this season had been a genius in Shanhai City. I had made too much noise. A regional dungeon, a blood arena, and now an entire Zerg nest in 1 week. If this continues, the strength of the Xia Kingdom will skyrocket. That's good for the professionals of the Xia Kingdom. It does not align with international interests. If your Xia Kingdom keeps getting stronger, how are other countries supposed to survive? And the reason they sent a hunting squad instead of their own trump cards is arithmetic too. If the Dark Knight Guild's aces killed me openly, Gu Song and Shaolin and the entire Peerless Guild would go berserk, and Gu Song in particular might simply walk into the Three-Island Nation and detonate. Whereas if the Crocodile Squad dies, it means Jean Li's skill was inferior, unworthy of being a son of destiny, and they make excellent scapegoats for the Peerless Guild to vent on afterward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. I did not know any of this was happening. I probably wouldn't have cared much if I had. I wandered into a comic shop on a whim and picked up a manga about a support character who gets kicked out of his party, awakens a cheat, and then finds 4 girls to be his harem. Sorry, to be his teammates. A terrible anime. Next to me, a red-haired teenager was reading it with total absorption. Hey! The owner rapped the counter. I'm talking to you. How long have you been standing there? You haven't bought anything. Are you a freeloader? The boy lifted his nose. Please call me by my full name, Tianlong. I nearly choked. Tianlong. Why not just Aotian? So young and already learning such strange things. Although I have no money now, he announced to the shop, I will definitely be the richest person in the world in the future. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Just you wait. And he walked out with his head high. Shh. The owner went back to his stool. He says that every time and still freeloads. What Tianlong? Call him Tian the freeloader. Then Lanner behind me chuckled softly. Master, that red-haired person's true form is a dragon. A dragon? What kind of dragon? A giant dragon? Uncertain, but most likely fire elemental. She sniffed delicately. I can smell the lingering scent of magma on him. My eyes lit up. If that's a pure-blooded giant dragon, then my level 30 summoning slot is taken care of. Boss, I'll buy these manga. I followed him next door into the largest arcade in the city. A giant dragon addicted to anime and video games. Alright, at least it's a normal hobby. He was standing behind several kids at a fighting cabinet, coaching them and nagging. Ugh, your energy bar is full. Use your ultimate. Do you even know how to play? You can't even do a super infinite combo. Who are you? Can you shut up? If you're so good, you play. He sat down generously. Come on, I'll let you have one hand. Then he beat all of them, one-handed, without appearing to concentrate. You're an adult. Bullying kids. They left crying, probably going to quit gaming entirely. If you're bad, practice more, he said to their backs. Then the arcade owner blocked him at the door. 1 hour 37 minutes. Call it an hour and a half, 80 yuan. They were the ones playing. Go find them. They were all crying because of you, and you still have the nerve. They could have played another 2 hours. Thanks to you, they finished early. I didn't bring any money. He waved a hand grandly. Just put it on my tab. I'll settle it with gems next time. I have a lot of gems at home. I paid with 100. Let's go. Find a place to chat. And before he followed me out, he went back to the counter and collected the 20 in change and pressed it into my hand. You're too careless. He didn't even give you change just now. He straightened his collar. I owe you today's money. I'll pay you back after I go home and exchange gems for cash. Cafe. When did you break through the boundary and descend upon Blue Star? He detonated. How did you know? I see. You're one of those mysterious law enforcement team members people talk about, aren't you? As expected, there are hidden masters among humans. I hid so well and I was still discovered. He stood up out of his chair. Are you here to take my life? Finally. Is the fated battle about to begin? He looked like a Chunabu teenager with persecutory delusions, which is exactly what he was. Stop. I am from the law enforcement team, but I'm not here to fight you. I want to know where you came from. Answer that question and don't say anything else. Oh. He sat down. You're not here to take my life. He sounded genuinely disappointed. He felt he had missed a fated duel. I am from Dragon Island, and I am here to conquer this world. Dragon Island only sent you?